Where is, okay, there's chat, overlay up there. Okay, got that going on. What's happening, people? What is happening? Okay, so this is the game plan for today. What I'm going to do is, what I'm going to do is read what happened so far today in the trial. Then we're going to come and do our that so we can catch up. I'm gonna just read from one source. Then we can catch up on the tweets, right? And then of course I'm going to add our boy in and let him refresh it. So I got our boy on mute. But before I do that, right? Before I do that, I need to get to the business of the people. So you have a damn idiot, the actor, the Bozo, that for some reason he think he's in the same league as I am. Now, understand, I stand on whatever I said or did, and I'm the one to come out here and say, yeah, I did it, whatever. So, that makes me different from you motherfuckers. Okay? That makes me, different. I said it, I did it. But one thing about it, you can't find out with me stabbing nobody in the back. I'm not talking about nobody that I shouldn't be talking about. We got beef. And when we don't have beef, I'm not talking bad about your ass. That's what makes us different, right? So it makes us different. So I want to start off with the Bozo instead of waiting till late to get to the Bozo and his antics and his bullshit, right? This nigga is clearly crazy. We already know that he's a liar, but he is clearly crazy. Let me check something real quick. Check something really quick, y'all. So, you know who? Um, So he sits up there, keep playing some old shit about some whatever I'm saying or what about some. Okay, everybody know I had the argument with Sylvia Randall. His ass. Well, why he play that shit with him and I going back and forth, being okay, not being okay, being okay, not being okay. Now you know me, I don't give a fuck. But it's the fact that he's trying to use that as some kind of supporting evidence of what? And I must address Press Pass Gate once again. Okay? I continue to find people in the crowd that seems to be doing the job of a journalist that has the same badge on that Sylvia has. This nigga here is slow too, in some regard, right? Because he emailed the wrong department, the wrong area. Hell, even the wrong goddamn authorities with regards to the press passes for that federal building. Okay? You have to know where to go to get what you need to get. And he sat right there and put that shit out. Dennis Byrne went with it. That Villanor lady went with it. And it's a damn lie. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I don't know what distinction you get for having a press pass at that particular event, right? I don't know. I don't know what the advantages are. But you see, some people have them on and some people don't. So apparently, getting that badge is a real thing, and it's not fake. And she ain't just make up no motherfucking badge, as they would want y'all to believe. Now, this motherfucker be talking about, oh, you a lap dog. Well, you must have lap dogs too. I'm nobody's lap dog. I'm just sick of you motherfuckers. That's all I am. Just sick of you. And I ain't the one that would know the truth and sit back and don't say shit like you motherfuckers. That's not me. Like this motherfucker accused me of getting turned down by all these motherfucking nigger Trump supporters. Are you out your motherfucking mind? And he threw his name in the motherfucking hat. Oh, it's up, nigga. It is up. It is up and that motherfucker is stuck. But anyway, right. So since he wants to play old shit by people that, we was going back and forth with, I got something that I want to play. I have something that I want to play.
Y'all want to know who Dana J is? Do you? Huh? Huh? You want to know? Listen closely. Very closely. You're going to hear us talking about what happened this week with Whack 100, the brother. You're going to hear it all. Let me put this thing down, put this close to this, so y'all can hear it for yourself. I don't know this dude. He has been the most destructive, the most divisive. He has everything that we try to do. He comes on his channel and tries to promote. He's telling people that he's your son. Dana J is telling people, listen, bro. Dana J is out here telling people that he's your son. You put him through college, that you are his father, and that is what's distorting things with people. Lying and you know why? Mm-hmm. Because the distorted is not with me. That's right. Okay, so the distorted is not with me. Absolutely. You move a cord around, man, and you get a shortage. That's right. If you can move it a certain way, right, then there's no shortage. It's clear. That's right. I got you. The people that's distorted, you have to move away from and get it the cord where it's clear. Wherever it's clear, you take the cord right there. Take it right, leave it right there. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if it end up being just two people. Absolutely. I would rather want to be around. Absolutely. Well, the problem is that he's telling people that he speaks with you. That's what people. It's not a problem, though. Okay. That's not a problem. You're gonna have liars. You're gonna have scammers. That's why I just said what I said about my brother. Because he said he'd come to me and visit me too. Okay. Same. What it allowed me to do? What it allowed me to do is see that there's gonna be people like that. Right. But you can't waste your time on worried about those type of people. That's right. That's doing that. This call is from a federal prison. I am who I am, bro. You're gonna have homeless. You're gonna have people saying they must. You know what I mean? I just had a person try to visit me yesterday that said she was my wife. Oh my God. So you know what I mean? You're gonna have those things. But I didn't spend a bunch of time on it. I just said no, she's not, and I left it at that. Absolutely. I said no, I don't want to visit. That's it. It's over with now. Absolutely. It's not a discussion. I'm not here to negotiate on these things. I'm not here to talk about waste my minutes or time on it. Yeah, day to day, Jay gonna do this, that, the other. If people believe, they used to say the horse's mouth, right? Right. You know the horse's mouth, then you already distorted. That's true. It don't take Dana J to distort nobody. Right. They already distorted if they believe him over the horse's mouth. That is correct. That is correct. So all of that. They was never with me anyway, so why would I worry about it? Absolutely. Worry about people that's gonna believe. Absolutely. People that believed it was going to rain. There's people that didn't believe it was going to rain. However, there was a certain amount of people that made it on the ark. That's just what it is. Absolutely. But the message from Noah was clear. Get on the ark. The message from you to Wet is clear. My brother has not visited me. So the message has to be clear. So people won't get away from the ark and stay on the ark. The message must be. So whoever says yes, he could visit him. They wouldn't believe it in the first place. They didn't want to believe it in the first place. We can't worry about those guys. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I can't worry about them. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I did my part. In other words. Absolutely. They don't believe Jesus to this day. But who am I? Absolutely. But for the record, you don't talk to him. So I don't want to be distorted. You don't talk to Dana J. You're not distorted. Okay. You got it. I've been talking to Dana since 6 months before I was incarcerated. I got you. God damn it, over 5 years. I got you. Boom, nigga. Did y'all hear it? Did you hear it for you? Y'all want to know who Dana J is? Do you?
How about that? How about that? R. Kelly called you a liar, a scammer, and you are distorted. Yeah. Yeah, nigga. Talking about scamming. Yeah, let me make sure I put that on the wall, honey. Let me make sure they know to listen to this live. Hold on. Oh. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. There you go. I wonder why my chat is not connected on this end. Somehow, y'all, my chat is not connected on this end, so I cannot see. I know I'm live. Hold on a second, fix this chat. Yeah, yeah, I can't see y'all on this thing. I don't know why the chat isn't connected. Hmm. One second, y'all. So, but yeah, how about that? So, what I'm going to do is read some updates. From this morning. Okay, so early this morning, hold on, let these people fix this thing real quick because I can't. Oh, now it's working. I see y'all now. I see y'all now. Okay, good timing. What's up, everybody? Everybody, everybody. Oh, and they tech support don't they don't seem like they from Afghanistan or wherever the people be answering calls from. Yeah, I had to handle that. What's up? Oh, okay, hey Kevin. I see you on X. What's going on? What is going on? All right, what up, Smarter? What up, Purple? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch us up, and then, and if there's anything legal, I think y'all should know. I'll tell you what it is. Okay. So the lawyers argued about text message evidence this morning, all right, ahead of today's testimony. It says the parties are arguing over text message thread between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura that the defense might want to submit as evidence during Ventura's cross-examination later today. Prosecutors Maureen Comey said that the defense should have given notice to the government about the exhibits much sooner, right? Because they do have a schedule for timely filing, right? You know, it can be pre-trial, and in some cases, right, you can put in a motion, and the judge will make a decision whether or not he'll still allow it since the trial has started, right? Combs' defense attorney are arguing they've been pulling possible exhibits to respond to Ventura's direct testimony as it progresses. Judge Arun Subramanian hasn't made a ruling yet, and the jury is not in the room yet. Remember, I'm just going from this morning to this evening, right? Says Judge Arun Subramanian, Lord have mercy, said the defense should turn over exhibits to the government they intend to use during their cross-examination of Cassie Ventura before the cross-examination begins, which is likely later today. Subramanian said prosecutors should have brought up the issue sooner. The jury will enter momentarily. As Cassie Ventura, the former girlfriend of Sean Diddy Combs, and one of his accusers, is on the stand for the second day of her testimony. Ventura has testified for just over 4.5 hours so far. The prosecutor said in court Tuesday they expect to finish direct examination today, but will need at least half the day. And then the jury enters. It says prosecutors submit collection of exhibits into evidence. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is continuing to question Cassie Ventura this morning. She's handed a drive containing photos and messages from Ventura devices to Ventura, who is on the witness stand. Ventura said she's reviewed what's on the drive. Johnson is now submitting a collection of exhibits into evidence. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is clarifying a few points from Cassie Ventura's testimony from yesterday. She circled back to the incident Ventura testified about yesterday when Ventura recalled a time Sean Diddy Combs and his security personnel packed up and drove away after learning that his rival Marion Suge Knight was nearby. Johnson asked Ventura to clarify what they packed up. They got dressed and quickly packed up guns that were in the safe. They put them on their bodies, Ventura said today. Ventura yesterday described how she and Combs were having a freak-off at one of his homes in Los Angeles when one of his security guards came in and mentioned that Knight was at a dinner nearby. Prosecutors are again playing the 2016 hotel surveillance footage for the jury. Prosecutor Emily Johnson is walking Cassie Ventura through moments of the video after Sean Diddy Combs dragged her out of the elevator lobby. Johnson played part of the surveillance that shows Combs entering the elevator lobby and walking towards Ventura. The two are then off the camera before Combs walks away. Ventura noted that when Combs walked away, her phone was in her hand. He took all my stuff, she said. Now, let me interject something here. Okay, so yesterday, and along with myself, all the other lawyers and legal analysts was kind of trying to figure this out. How's this case going to be 2 months long, and you have so far a handful of witnesses, maybe a couple of victim witnesses, one witness you can't locate, and why do we keep circling back with this tape? Why do we keep going over repeated evidence? Why isn't there more um, evidence of freak offs being in different locations, right? Now, again, what did I tell you? Testimony is evidence. And just to make sure you guys know, ones that's not familiar with myself, with me, I'm sorry, my damn nose stopped up. And again, my lips are swollen. I do both sides, okay? So I do the prosecution side and I do the defense side. So whatever I, highlight on either side, it doesn't mean that I'm on a side. It just means that this is what I find to be interesting or something that should be noted or observed, right, as we go. Um, if they're just talking about a freak off in one location, then that does not amount to maybe this being sex trafficking and so on and so forth. Although her testimony is evidence, however, her testimony can be challenged, right? If they don't have video coverage of a freak off and happening in Aruba and all these other places, they can get up and challenge that. All right. And also, I mean, will it will still be probably federal jurisdiction because of um, some other allegations. But again, the defense can come back and challenge jurisdiction because these freak offs and these alleged crimes didn't happen all over, state lines and internationally as they, you know, alleged, right? So you got to be mindful of that, but we'll watch. It says, in general, throughout their relationship, Ventura said that there were times she did try to fight back when Combs hit her. She said she did so more in the beginning of their relationship. I learned that it could escalate the fight more and make it worse for myself, she said. When she fought back, Ventura said it would make him more violent, make him stronger, make him want to push me harder in that situation. Says Cassie Ventura, the star witness in the Sean Diddy Combs case, entered in the courtroom on Tuesday with all right, so this has something to do when Cassie came on the state on the came to the witness stand yesterday. And remember, it was some rumblings that the defense team didn't want her paraded around. Let me read what was said. It says the star witness in the Sean Diddy Combs case entered the courtroom on Tuesday with a visible baby bump. But prior to her testimony, Combs' defense team made their best effort to have Ventura seated at the witness stand before the jury entered the courtroom. I'm going to ask that the victim number one, when she testifies, be already in the jury box when the jury comes in. Combs' attorney Mark Agnifilo requested in court on Monday, adding that he was making the request because of Ventura's physical condition. It says, after security guard Israel Flores responded to the hotel room following the 2016 altercation, Cassie Ventura testified that she was able to get her things and leave the hotel. She took an Uber to her apartment, she said. From the witness stand, Ventura read a series of text messages between Combs and herself from after the altercation. Those texts read, "Call me. Yo, please call me. I got 6 kids. Please call me. Yo, please, I'm surrounded. Call me for my kids' help." Ventura testified that she responded eventually. "Put the robe on," she said, and said she sent that because he was running around in a towel and I was just looking out. He said he again texted her. She said, "Call me. Call me now." And Ventura said she responded again, telling Combs that she spoke to security and the escort had left. She told him, "As long as you don't disturb the guests, they'll leave you be." Prosecutor Emily Johnson showed the jury 2 selfie photos of Cassie Ventura, which she said were taken on the Uber ride home from the hotel after the altercation in 2016 with Sean Diddy Combs. Ventura said she had a fat lip and was wearing sunglasses because I had a black eye underneath. Combs texted her again asking her to call him. He claimed the police were there and he was getting arrested. "Call me, the cops are here. You're going to abandon me all alone," he said. She texted him that she had a premiere coming up for what she said was the biggest thing she'd done in her life so far. "I have a black eye and a fat lip. You are sick for thinking that it's okay to do what you've done. Please stay away from me," she texted. Cassie Ventura testified that her friend was at her apartment when she got home from the hotel after the altercation in 2016. She was super upset that she had seen both black eyes and busted lips before, Ventura said. Her friend called the police, Ventura said. "I answered a couple of questions, but when they wanted to know me, when they wanted me to say who I was talking about, I would not, I wasn't. So they left," she said. Johnson asked why she wouldn't tell the police Sean Diddy Combs' name. "Just in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him in that way. It was just too much going on," Ventura said, adding that she wasn't ready. Cassie Ventura testified that she could hear Sean Combs banging, kicking, yelling outside her door, trying to get into her apartment later that day following the 2016 hotel altercation. One of his assistants also reached out to Ventura to tell her Combs was trying to get in touch with her at her apartment, she said. The behavior outside her door, she said, was pretty normal for Combs. The jury saw a photo of Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs home after she went to do a movie fitting. She was dressed in a gown and wearing large black sunglasses. The sunglasses, she testified, were to hide her black eye. Ventura said she still had visible injuries during the premiere. "I had bruises on my body that weren't completely covered by the makeup. I had quite a bit of makeup on my face," she said. The jury saw a photo of Ventura and Combs from the premiere event. Some injuries on her body were still visible in the photo despite the makeup. Cassie Ventura reviewed a binder of more than a dozen of photos of escorts she and Sean Combs hired for freak-offs over the years in different cities. She said she typically reached out to escorts to arrange the freak-offs because it was her job. When she paid them, it was with the money that Sean Combs gave, Ventura testified. So they're trying to establish that the feds do have jurisdiction, and these freak-offs happen everywhere. Okay, the prosecutors have shown the 2016 hotel surveillance video multiple times during Cassie Ventura's testimony to support her credibility. CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Hong said, all right, Cassie Ventura testified that she tried to avoid kissing the escorts during the freak-offs because it felt too intimate and made me squirmish. But Sean would request to see it, so I would do it, she said. In January 2016, Sean Diddy Combs sent Cassie Ventura a text that he wanted to have a proper freak off where they didn't take ketamine. A successful freak off is one we remember, he said. Ventura testified that she preferred to take drugs for the freak offs because it was the most dissociative. The jury is stepping out for a 10-minute break. And it says, now Cassie's back on the stand. It says, Cassie Ventura testified that to celebrate her 29th birthday, she wanted to go to a club called the Blind Dragon and to do karaoke with her friends. But she said Sean Diddy Combs told her he wanted to have a freak off. I told him that I wanted to stay out and celebrate with my friends. And in my mind, I just didn't want the burden of having to do that at the end of the night, she said. I wanted to have my birthday. Ventura said they said that they went to the Blind Dragon for a bit, but she said Combs pulled her aside so many times she gave up. And we went and had a freak off, Ventura said. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs frequently threatened to release videos of her in those freak-offs when he was mad. He threatened her with releasing the videos usually when he was angry about something or just really wanted me to fear, Ventura said. One time it was over her dating another man, she said, when Combs threatened to put out two embarrassing videos. She feared he would one day be mad enough to release them. I fear for my career. I fear for my family. It's horrible. It's disgusting. No one should do that to anyone, she said. Johnson showed the jury a message Ventura sent to Combs in 2013 asking him to delete any videos from his phone, saying she was worried because too many people had access to his devices. She testified Wednesday that she was referencing videos of freak-offs. Combs responded that he already did and his iCloud wasn't on. All good, he said in the message. Ventura testified that there were times she was told videos were deleted, but she still saw them later. While the courtroom was in a short recess, privacy screens are being placed on multiple monitors in the courtroom. Says some of Sean Diddy Combs' children are in the court today. Okay, Cassie Ventura is testifying that she was told about a sexually explicit video of her while they were at an event in Atlantic City in March 2014. Immediately, my thoughts went to a freak off video. Ventura recalled of that moment. The jury saw a text message thread between Ventura and her former boyfriend, Sean Diddy Combs. Combs told her to find out more about what he knew. Combs told her to find out more about what he knew about the video and where it came from. Combs told her to ask the person what the room looked like in the video. You gotta tell him this your life. This is serious, Combs told her. She met the man and a DJ who had shown him the video at the restaurant in New York the next day. She brought security with her to intimidate the men at Combs' direction, Ventura said. Her manager, James Cruz, was also at the dinner. Cassie Ventura is describing what she and Sean Diddy Combs would do in order to recover after a freak off. Ventura said she and Combs would take IV fluids, get massages, and often take opiates. Opiates made me feel numb, which is why relied on them so heavily, she said, adding that Combs sometimes provided the drugs. Ventura testified she had regular gastrointestinal issues from the drugs she took and frequently urinary tract infections from the freak-offs. The UTIs were so frequent, she would often have an infection during the freak-offs, and typical medication stopped working, she said. In a text conversation, Ventura told Combs she had mouth sores from oral sex and taking drugs. Combs told her to see a doctor. Cassie Ventura, she said, felt empty after the freak-offs. Empty, I definitely felt just gross, she testified. Ventura said she felt worse when she didn't stay with him after a freak-off. Ventura said she felt like, okay, I did my job and now I'm going about the rest of my life. The same feelings over and over. Cassie Ventura testified that she and Sean Diddy Combs would go to sex clubs where she would have sex with Combs or an escort. Ventura said she didn't want to have sex with the escort, but Combs would request it. Ventura testified that she told Combs she didn't like sex clubs and that they made her uncomfortable. He usually just kept pushing, or just tried to convince me that that it would be a fun thing to do, that we wouldn't go for long. She said. She said he. She said she would often drink alcohol or do drugs before they went. Cassie Ventura testified that she was injured during a freak-off on several occasions when Sean Diddy Combs would put hands on her. She said it happened too frequently, and there were times when Combs would assault her with an escort still in the hotel room. Cassie Ventura is now testifying about a time in August 2013 when she was sleeping in her apartment after going out with some friends. She said she woke up to a commotion with Sean Diddy Combs in her apartment yelling about her being asleep and not packing for an upcoming trip. Two of her friends jumped on Combs' back because he was trying to attack me, she said. Eventually, we ended up from we ended up from the living room into the master bedroom, and they were still jumping on his back. And when he threw me down, I hurt my elbow on the corner of my bed, she testified, adding that she had a pretty significant gash on the side of my eyebrow. One of Combs' security guards took Ventura to a plastic surgeon that day to suture her injury, Ventura testified. She sent an image of her injury to Combs later that day with the text, "So you can remember. I didn't want him to forget what he did," she testified, saying that the very last, at the very least, I just wanted him to be sorry about it. The jury saw a photo of Ventura and rapper French Montana at a festival shortly after the incident. She testified that she styled her hair over her wound so it wouldn't look visible. Ventura, pointing out to her eyebrow on the witness stand, said she had a permanent scar from that injury. "I covered it with makeup," she added. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs frequently threatened her with releasing videos of the freak-offs if she didn't behave how he wanted. "That was a big part of our relationship," she said. Cassaventura said she and Sean Diddy Combs stayed on his friend's boat one time to attend the Cannes Film Festival when they got into an argument after he accused her of stealing drugs from him. He kicked me off the boat with no shoes early one morning, and I walked over to his staff hotel and I stayed in somebody's room, she testified. At an event at the festival, Combs kept giving her evil glares, she said. He would grab my leg and like squeeze my thighs as tight as he could, and I was wearing a beaded dress, so it was really painful, she testified. On the flight back home, Ventura said she switched seats so she wouldn't have to sit next to him. But then he traded seats with the person next to her. On the flight, he played videos of freak-offs that Ventura thought she had deleted, she testified. Combs told her that he was going to embarrass me and release them, Ventura testified. When they landed in New York, she said she went to dinner and then he wanted to have a freak off. So we had a freak off. Whatever was going to make him not be angry at me and threaten me, I was willing to do. I just didn't want to feel scared anymore. And it was the one thing he made me feel like I was good at, Ventura said on the stand. I'm almost caught up, y'all. All right. The jury is sent a message from 2013 which showed Sean Diddy Combs and Casa Ventura planning a freak-off and discussing which escorts to invite. It's just one more person knowing our secret, Ventura said in the messages. She testified Wednesday that she was referring to the shame of the secret of the freak-offs. I didn't want to do them, and I just didn't want to be a part of that, she testified. In another text message from a January 7, 2017, Ventura told Combs, nothing good comes out of freak-offs anymore, referring to the freak-offs, and they abbreviated FOs. You treat me like you Ike Turner, she wrote. Asked what she meant by the Turner reference, Ventura testified that Combs was abusive and controlling. I mean, he was actually physically abusive. He put me down a lot. As much as I was built up, I was put down quite a bit, she said. It's also just sheer embarrassment, like how he treated me in front of other people. Okay, so that says I am caught up, and let me see. I am caught up on all the threads. They're on a lunch break. And yeah, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our friend and maybe he can give us some more. All right, I'm on this side now. What up, DV? What up, Serena? I said purple. Kevin is on Twitter. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Let's go to our friend. Ooh, that was a lot of reading, child.
shows Sean Combs attacking her in a hallway. This is where the government ended its questioning of Ventura just yesterday. The beating marks the only time Ventura ever tried to leave a freak off early, according to her testimony from yesterday. And just moments ago, prosecutors showed an image of a man called Jules, who was the male escort present at the freak off held in 2016 at the Los Angeles hotel that Cassie Ventura said she was trying to flee when Sean Combs beat her back in 2016. And again, we are bringing you just some of the very latest updates, all right here on Live Now from Fox, as we continue to wait for more details from the reporters that are inside of the courtroom. Combs kept texting Cassie after she left the LA hotel following the attack. She testifies. She said he claimed police were about to arrest him, and when she refused to accept his phone calls, Combs told her that if she didn't pick up the phone, that she'd never hear my voice again. Cassie said. Jurors were then shown pictures of Cassie and Combs at a movie premiere soon after the March 2016 hotel attack. Cassie described bruises on her body that were visible in the photographs and said that she was unable to cover up all the damage with makeup. She wore dark sunglasses to cover up her black eye from the time. She also is testifying that she took selfies on her Uber ride away from the LA hotel. She said she wore sunglasses because she had a black eye. Once home, she said a friend of hers saw her injuries and was super upset because she'd seen me with black eyes and busted lips before. Cassie said her friend called police, but she declined to reveal who had injured her once police arrived, so that they left. In that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. She testified, I wasn't ready. So again, we are getting a little bit more about how this all unfolded back in 2016. We are hearing from Cassie relive those moments of being attacked at the hotel. Prosecutors just showed an image of Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs at an after party following her 2016 movie premiere, which took place a couple of days after her beating in the hallways of the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. It shows Ventura in a sparkly green V-neck dress. She is seated with her arm threaded through Combs, who is wearing a three-piece suit. In his other hand, he holds a drink. The government pointed out some apparent bruising from the hotel incident visible on Ventura's right shin. Ventura testified that she had a larger bruise on her thigh as well. So again, we are seeing that the prosecution continues to methodically go through this incident happened back in 2016, and we cannot overemphasize enough just how crucial this video is for the prosecution to really detail the lengths of the alleged abuse from Diddy and so far forth after that as well. But again, some of these images, of course, are very graphic for the jurors, so they are taking their time showcasing this, and then also showing the repercussions, the busted lip, and some of the selfies that Cassie took on the way back. And a lot of you will be thinking, and maybe even the jurors will be thinking as well, well, why didn't, if she was so upset and feeling so bad and hurt, obviously, from being attacked by Diddy, why didn't she just want to end it all and tell the police what happened and show the evidence and show what the details are? But later on in testimony from the government's witnesses, we will be hearing from a psychologist to talk about what it is like for domestic abuse, what it is like for the victims, and how they often try to cover for their attacker or their abuser. So we'll be hearing a little bit from that later on in this trial. But right now, again, prosecution continues with the star witness on the stand. And at this point, all the defense can do what they've been doing yesterday is taking notes on Cassie's testimony, waiting for some moments, of course, when this cross examination will be happening. And then what they'll try to do is their very best into try to um, put some holes into the testimony, into the memory of Cassie, and also describing the attacks that Diddy is alleged to do beyond what we just saw in this 2016, of course, hotel video. And again, we are waiting for more updates for you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. But this is all setting up to be a very, very emotional day on the stand once again for Cassie as she is reliving these moments back in 2016. And now we are seeing just how the prosecution is talking about days after what it was like for Cassie to be on the red carpet with Sean Combs just after that violent attack. No doubt they are trying to set this up and set her up for what the defense could say coming up here in this cross examination. They'll say, they'll talk about the video of the attack and say, were you just so scared of Sean Combs and so frightened by him that you went on the red carpet with him to these different A-list type of events? And um, were you that scared? Because it seems like from these photos and these images that you weren't scared of him at all. So again, those are just some of the things that the defense could be bringing up, and again, we'll be again showcasing all of the latest updates here on Live Now from Fox as we get them. The great court reporters inside continue to give us the rundown and the vibe check of what it is like inside of that courtroom right now. And again, very emotional testimony that continues. We are
Okay, so let me bring you something from the courtroom. So apparently, I don't think they're back from lunch yet. I got about 4 more minutes, but this is what's supposed to be going on with the council. Nope, not bad. He is also covering another case.
say, you know what, we know that did. And again, we are providing you these updates all in real time right now. And just earlier, before court even started, quite a lot of back and forth was going on right now about how Cassie Ventura will be cross examined and with what material. Prosecutor Maureen Comey has raised concerns that the defense has not turned over evidence it may intend to show the jury during its cross, which she says is unfair and contrary to a previous agreement. Included in this evidence are text exchanges between Ventura and Sean Combs. The defense is trying to show that Combs and Ventura had a mutually abusive relationship. When asked by the judge what she wanted, Comey replied, "I want their exhibits, Your Honor, and I want them all right now." So that was before court even started there. So we will again see just what kind of defense is going to be for this cross examination. All right, we're getting some more updates here on Live Now from Fox. Just yesterday in court, Cassie Ventura was shown photos of men alleged to have participated in freak offs and asked to identify them by name and to testify about how and where they were hired and in what cities they participated in the sex sessions. Now Ventura is being asked to do this again. The escorts are a racially diverse group of men, some of whom Ventura only remembered vaguely. She was unsure of some names. There were at least 6 men shown. Ventura said it was her job to hire these men, that it was expected of her by Sean Combs. Ventura said that she performed sex acts with all of the men shown, and that those who were paid with Sean's money. And just yesterday, we learned in the testimony that these people were paid anywhere from $600 to $6,000, and it was Sean Combs's money. He would hand it to her, and then she would hand it to the escorts there. So right now they are continuing to relive just some of those many freak offs that happened with Cassie and these male escorts hired by her, because she says in these testimony that she felt pressured to do so. And by Diddy, not only would he tell her the ones to hire, but he was the director, if you will, during these freak offs, and saying the positions and saying how long it should go. And from there on, again, these freak offs consisted of alcohol, drugs, and so much that is considered in these sex parties. So, again, viewer discretion is advised as we continue to talk and really showcase the latest updates that are coming from inside of the courtroom. And again, it is a very emotional packed day of testimony with Cassie Ventura back on the stand. We are awaiting more crucial information that, again, no doubt will be, again, relitigated by the defense in this cross examination. Back out live right now, worldwide, outside of a rainy day in New York City at the courthouse, where we are bringing you these updates all in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you as we continue to roll on, giving you the updates as the best that we can. We're just going through just some of the many highlights that have happened already. Just in case you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, again, we appreciate all our viewers continuing to be with us. So let's go back out to earlier this morning, where the government first asked Cassie Ventura to review the hotel footage from 2016, which shows Sean Combs attacking her in a hallway. This is where the government ended its questioning of Ventura yesterday. The beating marks the only time Ventura ever tried to leave a freak off early, according to her testimony just yesterday. We're not yet at the material found in two drives the prosecutor has asked Cassie Ventura about. The prosecutor is asking Ventura to flush out certain points from her testimony just yesterday. Asked whether she fought back when Sean Combs would physically attack her. Ventura said that she did earlier in their relationship. She said that she learned that doing so would make it worse for herself, that it would escalate the violence. Combs sometimes acted surprised and shocked that she fought back, Ventura said. Other times, this would lead to more anger and frustration. The hotel footage has no audio, and for stretches of time, Sean Combs is seen talking to Cassie Ventura. Ventura said that he was calling me out by name, in other words, insulting her and calling her slurs, and told her that she wasn't going to leave him there. The court is also being shown text exchanges between Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs from the day of the 2016 incident at the hotel in Los Angeles. In the messages, Combs is pleading with Ventura. "Call me," he texted, then said, "Call now. I went and checked everything and spoke to security. As long as you don't disturb the other guests, they'll leave you be," Ventura wrote to Combs in another message. Prosecutors showed an image of a man called Jules, who was the male escort present at the freak-off held in 2016 at the Los Angeles hotel that Cassie Ventura said she was trying to flee when Sean Combs beat her. They also showed a photo of Ventura taken after the incident. Her lip is swollen and she is wearing sunglasses with her hoodie pulled over her head. She took the photo in an Uber as she left the hotel. Cassie Ventura testified that after the incident at the hotel, Sean Combs came by her apartment banging on the door. This was normal, she said. He showed up quite a bit, Ventura didn't let him in. Later that evening, she went to the home of one of Combs' security guards who goes by the name D-Rock. Living in LA, I really didn't have a lot of people, Ventura told the jury. She considered D-Rock and his wife close friends. Combs also showed up there later that night, Ventura said. Sean Combs texted Cassie Ventura after he assaulted her in a hotel hallway back in March of 2016, demanding she return to the hotel where they just had a freak off, according to evidence presented at the trial just now. Combs told Ventura that police were coming to the hotel and she needed to return, but police had not actually been called. I have a premiere Monday for the biggest thing I've ever done in my life, Ventura texted Combs, referring to an event for her starring role in a film. I have a black eye and a fat lip. You are sick to think it's okay to do what you've done, she added. Prosecutors showed an image of Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs at an after party following her 2016 movie premiere, which took place a couple of days after her beating in the hallways of the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. It shows Ventura in a sparkly green V-neck dress. She is seated with her arm threaded through Combs, who is wearing a three-piece suit. In his other hand, he holds a drink. The government pointed out some apparent bruising from the hotel incident visible on Ventura's right shin. Ventura testified that she had a larger bruise on her thigh concealed under her dress. Just yesterday in court, Cassie Ventura was shown photos of men alleged to have participated in freak-offs and asked to identify them by name and to testify about how and where they were hired and in what cities they participated in the sex sessions. Now Ventura is being asked to do this again. The escorts are a racially diverse group of men, some of whom Ventura only remembered vaguely. She was unsure of some names. There were at least 6 men shown. Ventura said it was her job to hire these men, that it was expected of her by Sean Combs. Ventura said that she performed sex acts with all the men shown and that those who were paid with Sean's money. So I just want to rehash one of the, I think, biggest moments that have come so far from this courtroom setting today as Cassie Ventura is back on the stand. This is when we are learning a little bit more about the lengths that Diddy would try to come to Cassie Ventura just moments after the beatdown. This is what prosecutors are trying to showcase, that not only was he an abuser, but also that he would put fear and intimidation into Cassie. So I think this is one of the biggest takeaways right now that we are seeing back from this incident that happened in 2016. I want to rehash this. It says Cassie Ventura testified that after the incident at the hotel, Sean Combs came by her apartment banging on the door and yelling. This was normal, she said. He showed up quite a bit. Ventura didn't let him in. Later that evening, she went to the home of one of Combs' security guards who went by the name D-Rock. Living in LA, I really didn't have a lot of people, Ventura told the jury. She considered D-Rock and his wife close friends. Combs also showed up there later that night, Ventura said. So these are just some of the latest updates coming from inside of the courtroom, and we are getting these updates in real time, bringing them out to you. But I just wanted to again showcase what the prosecution is trying to deliver to the jurors right now in showing this pattern of not only abuse by Sean Combs, but then his relentless pursuit to try to put these intimidation factors by banging on the door saying, let me in, let me in. So we are waiting to see just how this is all going to shake out in the cross-examination. But again, very, very crucial right now. So far, an hour into today's testimony, the prosecution is continuing to really zero in on this 2016 incident that was caught on camera. The incident was caught on camera if you didn't have the images, it would be much more difficult for the prosecution to try to deliver home some of these allegations that they are putting forward on Sean Combs. All right, we are getting some new information right now. Text messages shown to the jury suggest Sean Combs was displeased when Cassie Ventura took ketamine. Ventura told the jury this was because it made her sexually inactive during freak off sessions. It took me out of it for too long, she said. We're just high and not doing any intercourse. We are also learning some of the view of Cassie Ventura on the closed circuit video feed at the courthouse. She has taken off her jacket and is wearing her hair down. There is a monitor in front of her on which she's viewing.
Okay, I think they're back in the courtroom. Let's see what we have. Okay. Okay, actually, they are extending the lunch to 1:45, but apparently the prosecutor, Emily Johnson, says she expects to finish Cassie Ventura's direct examination sometime after lunch, but before the end of the day. After the prosecutors finish questioning Ventura, the defense team will have the opportunity to cross-examine her. Says that the Combs attorney, and this is just a note for my analyst, Combs attorney says defense has to adjust strategy since Ventura's testimony was different than expected. In talking about what exhibits the defense might submit into evidence, Sean Diddy Combs' attorney, Tenny Garagos, said Cassie Ventura's direct examination went differently than the defense had expected, so they're adjusting their strategy. And those of us who have been over here since day one, y'all know when y'all hear the terms elements, what that means, strategy, what that means, evidence have to be the 3 R's, so on and so forth, right? Let me check the other chat. I have about one, two, three, four, five, six, 7 sources up, and that's not including our friend. um, and I am just and I'll make sure that I post the takeaways from today on the board. I'm trying to get the transcripts. So apparently they at the last minute something is going on with regards to the council, a Jane Doe. They're trying to print out some binders, I guess I don't know if it's for Cassie or maybe the next witness. I'm not sure. It doesn't say. Let me see if I can. Okay, I have something to interject. All right, as the jury is still at lunch, Judge Arun Subramanian spoke with the lawyers in the courtroom. Subramanian said he won't instruct the witnesses, but told the attorneys for the victim witnesses. And if you've been over here with me, you know who what a victim witness is, right? That's an alleged victim that's taking a witness stand against you. So it's not to engage in witness coaching or pass on messages from prosecutors to their clients while they're testifying. Oh, an attorney for victim witness Mia said he needed to be able to talk to her on breaks during her testimony. So I guess that's what I was just reading. I was getting tidbits from. Here's context. All right, we are not going to put words in her mouth, he said, but needs to be able to support her when she wants to talk about what she's experiencing on the stand. Candidly, her nerves are through the roof, he said, adding, she would have taken these things to her grave. These are the worst things that ever happened to her. The defense had asked that the victim witness be instructed not to speak to their attorneys or the prosecutors about their testimony while they're on the stand. So maybe that's why I said I didn't know if that binder was for Cassie or a new witness. Maybe the prosecutor. Now see, let me tell you something. Think about what I said yesterday. Or maybe earlier. I think it was earlier today. I don't know. But I said that, with this case, everybody's trying to figure out, like, why the 8 weeks. And as you heard, Cass is getting off the stand today. I said maybe, they we heard that it was up to 5 victim witnesses. We heard one was on the lam. Maybe they trying to, piecemeal this thing together, the prosecutors, right? And look at what we have here. Now I can tell that there's something going on with this witness. Okay, meaning, what I mean by that is maybe she was reluctant. Maybe she said she was going to testify. She's been reluctant to testify. They trying to hold her together. People trying to, make sure she, takes the stand. And sometimes that means that somebody has to follow that witness around. They have to stick to her. So they probably have somebody on walking around with her. Okay. She go to the bathroom, they on her. Oh Lord. You missed the judge's ruling? Oh well, the judge, he was just telling them that the judge instruct the attorneys not to engage in witness coaching, right? He doesn't want the attorneys for the victim witness to engage in witness coaching or pass messages from the prosecutors to the clients while they're testifying. Child, let me put my friend on. Why I
Just moments ago, how video of her from the freak off to
hold on.
blackmail her. She told the court that Sean Combs would threaten to leak the videos, a prospect that horrified her. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone, Ventura testified. The videos would make me look like a slut. Be ashamed. The government is now having a sidebar before they show the next items that will present to the court. Ventura slumped down in her chair and is looking around the room. The court appears to be discussing the presentation of freak off videos while the jury is on a short break. The defense attorney just asked if his team could see the evidence that is about to be exhibited so that they are not shown on the monitors. that are on their table. Lawyers and courtroom staff are busy during the break working out logistics for playing the freak off footage without the gallery being able to see it. All right, folks, we are worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox. We are still waiting for them to come back from lunch. They've been on lunch the last 45 minutes. I'm your host, Mike Page. As we continue to wait for these updates, we'll be keeping an eye on all of the action inside of court. Just wanted to come and check in with you.
Well, today, the prosecution's star witness, Cassie Ventura, was on the stand in New York in the Sean Diddy racketeering and sex trafficking trial. We've been following this case very closely over the last year and a half as so many different updates are now coming in. But again, today was the big day as we heard from the ex-girlfriend herself, Cassie. Let's go ahead and now bring into the conversation now legal affairs journalist Megan Cuniff. Megan, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Of course, we do know today was the big day as Cassie took the stand. We're finally hearing from her, hearing her story. Of course, that's been a thing that we've been waiting to hear from some of these details. Can you sort of now just break down the importance of Cassie deciding to take the stand and be the prosecution's star witness?
Yes, I think Cassie's really everything to this case. I mean, we can remember when the lawsuit was filed in November 2023 and the big splash that it caused, and then the rumors that started going around about a criminal investigation. There was even some kind of statement issued by the New York City Police Department that was then retracted, and it really just gave notion to the idea that this was going to be a lot bigger than a lawsuit, and I think that's what we've seen.
And so far today, again, as we're seeing Cassie, the two were in a relationship, Diddy and Cassie, for over a decade, between 2007 to 2018. And when we're diving into some of this testimony now, we do know that that infamous hotel video, the shocking video where we see Diddy on camera attacking Cassie in the hallway, hearing from her one of the first times, she says she was trying to flee one of those infamous freak-offs that has really been a central part of this case.
Yes, that was really the big testimony today. And prosecutors had set that up by talking about this in their opening statement, but then also introducing two witnesses who could talk about their interactions with Cassie, including a LAPD officer, Los Angeles police officer, who was actually working security at the hotel. So jurors saw this video yesterday during his testimony, and then they saw it again during Cassie's testimony, and she answered questions from the prosecutor about what was going on and what she was doing. And like you said, she confirmed that she was trying to escape one of these freak-offs.
And so when we're talking about these freak-offs, we also know it came out today in court that Cassie was often the one who contacted and paid some of these sex workers in the freak-offs. But one of the biggest keys that the prosecution is now planning their case around with this testimony is the coercion or forced nature of the sexual relationship between Diddy and Cassie and those others who participated in those freak-offs, the sex workers. Did we get that from Cassie's testimony on the stand today, or was that still left up to interpretation?
It's arguably left up to interpretation. She unequivocally testified that she did not want to do this stuff, and she felt pressured to do it. But of course, the defense is that is buyer's remorse. Perhaps has a different perspective on things now than she did then. So they're really pushing the consent aspect of this. And the dancer who testified yesterday indicated that this was equal participation on their part and that she's the one who actually gave him the money. But of course, her testimony is that this was forced. And that's where I think the video is just so crucial, because it's hard for anyone to look at that video and say, oh, this is consensual. I mean, he's clearly abusing her enough that his own lawyers had to admit in their opening statement that he is guilty of domestic violence. The big issue in this case legally with the racketeering charges, does it rise to the level of organized crime?
And that's the other question is, does this rise to the level of sex trafficking in particular as well? So when we're looking at the particulars on the legal side of things, how difficult is it for the prosecution to meet that burden of proof versus the defense saying, okay, Diddy's not on trial, like you said, for domestic violence, even though we've seen the nature of how he treated Cassie through that hotel video?
it's always just so much more difficult for prosecutors because the burden of proof is on them. But I think prosecutors would say that they feel totally comfortable about this case, that they feel like they have more than enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty of these crimes. So one thing is for sure is that this is going to be a long trial. We're only one day into Cassie's testimony, and we are hearing a lot of really shocking stuff and really personal stuff that I think so many people are, of course, it's to be expected, are going to take these details and just trumpet them and sensationalize them. I mean, it's hard to sensationalize them much more than it already is. But I think there's certain things that we can focus on as a society that don't just involve just finding the dirtiest details and obsessing over them.
And one of the things that we also know is that tomorrow the prosecution is going to continue their line of questioning that they have for Cassie. She'll be back there on the stand, 8.5 months pregnant, too, I might note. But after that, they said the prosecution estimated that they would need at least half the day to be able to continue that questioning. We're going to be hearing the cross examination from the defense. How intense do we expect that to be? How do we think ultimately that will go?
I think that's a big question of what kind of tone are they going to take with her. And I can't imagine they're going to take too rough of a tone with her, because a lot of the times in a case like this, a case of sexual violence and things that happened years ago, they want to present the defense of the accuser is not a liar, but perhaps they have a different perception now of what happened than what really happened. And I'm wondering if that's more of the defense we're going to see, but also there could be a different tone here, and they could take a little bit more of an aggressive tone as things progress. And I'm sure that's one thing they're talking about, that it's kind of a play by ear. You can plan out your cross examination only so much, but then there's some things that you want to improvise on depending on how things go.
And what else is intense about this case is that we know that Cassie's husband, Alex Fine, there's been a huge contacted conversation. You put this out on Twitter earlier today that Cassie's about to begin testifying in Diddy's trial, and his lawyers are saying that her husband, Alex Fine, can't be in the courtroom because they may call him as a witness. This statement alone caused so much uproar on social media. A lot of folks don't understand how the legal system works behind the scene. But we do know that Alex was in there for a portion of that conversation. But tomorrow, I believe once they get up to 2018 and things that happen afterwards, he has to leave. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's right. And a lot of the times, this is a common tactic, really, from prosecutors and the defense in a trial, if they think there's a strategic advantage to not having someone in the courtroom. But I think Diddy's lawyers would say that this is an earnest attempt by them, that they really do feel like they might need to call him as a witness to be good advocates for Diddy, to ask him questions about what things that happened in 2018, things that he knows about the situation, things that went on, just to try to shore up their own defense.
And it's right that Alex used to actually work for Diddy. He was a part of his camp before he and Cassie began their relationship together. Obviously, the two are now married and expecting their third child.
Yes, he is a big part of this case, and like you said, he was allowed to stay in the courtroom today, but there is going to reach a point where he is going to. We're so far with him in the courtroom today.
All right, Megan, before I let you go, any final thoughts about things that came out in court today, or really what else we should be looking out for the rest of this week?
No, but I just think it's going to be a long trial, and I do think that there's so much information coming out, and there's so much interest in the case, that I just hope people can be responsible in the way they're presenting information, and not just be too gleeful about all these sensational details, because this is a really serious case of domestic violence and sexual violence, and there's a guy who's potentially facing life in prison. A man could lose his freedom over this.
And it has been, like you said, unfolding. And we're watching and waiting as those details continue to come out there from the New York courtroom. Again,
all right, folks, worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting some updates after a slight delay is happening for the afternoon session. Court is now set to resume in about 3 minutes, but we are learning some new details. During the break, lawyers for accusers who plan to testify emphasized how nervous their clients are. The lawyer spoke to the judge to ensure that they'd continue to be able to communicate with their clients during breaks in the trial, in part to calm their nerves. The judge told them that they could still talk to their clients, but were disallowed from advising them about things they should or shouldn't say or otherwise affect their testimony. One lawyer said her client, who will testify as Jane, has had very serious breakdown moments in preparation for this trial. Another lawyer said his client, who will testify under the name Mia, will tell about the worst things ever to happen to her. Those things, he said, she otherwise would have taken to her grave. He said she will want emotional support during her testimony. Candidly, her nerves are through the roof, he said. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss the pain she's going to experience from having to tell the world about her worst experiences ever. So those are just some of the back and forth that is going on right now as we wait for more updates from court. And we are back for you here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to give you the updates in real time. We are learning now that prosecutors have showed an image of a man called Jules, who was the male escort present at the freak-off held in 2016 at the Los Angeles hotel that Cassie Ventura said she was trying to flee when Sean Combs beat her. They also showed a photo of Ventura taken after the incident. Her lip is swollen and she is wearing sunglasses with her hoodie pulled over her head. She took the photo in an Uber as she left the hotel. She said she took the selfies on her Uber ride away from the Los Angeles hotel. She said she wore sunglasses because she had a black eye. Once home, she said a friend of hers saw her injuries and was super upset because she'd seen me with black eyes and busted lips before. Cassie said her friend called police, but she declined to reveal who had injured her once police arrived, so they left. In that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way, Cassie testified. I wasn't ready. The court is also being shown text exchanges between Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs from the day of the 2016 incident at the hotel in Los Angeles.
Okay, so he's just on repeat. Um, they should just be coming back in now. Um, in my opinion, these men, where they error at with all this freakiness and all this mess they want these women to do, is that they don't get people who, get down like that. And they don't understand it when and once somebody tells you that they don't want to do it no more or whatever, you shouldn't force them. You shouldn't try to keep persuading, because understand this, right? When you are persuading someone, you on the line, okay? Because that can be seen as enticement, as the law defines it. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to be careful. And just get people that's into this freak nasty stuff. My God. Why you need to do all of this anyway? Mm-mm. But then I tell you, sometimes in the pursuit of love, women turn to hoes, turn to dummies, turn to stupid people, whatever. I ain't never been asked to do nothing crazy. And they know if you ask me, you ask me about, you know, having sex or making love or whatever you want to call it, and I tell you no, don't ask me no more. And don't be harassing me all the time. No is no. Leave me alone. So goddamn well, I'm not finna sign up for all this stuff. They doing all this craziness. Like that's crazy to me. Neo, he's out there with 3 or 4 women or whatever, and they seem like to be a big old, happy family. And I know I put on my wall that Sean Combs, he seems to run with a happy non-traditional family. He have Misa there, and I know she got a child from him, but you got Misa running around with the children and the mama. Kim apparently was friends with her. Kim apparently was friends with Cassie. Like, I don't know. That's about a ball player. All right. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? But if you're into that type of stuff, and there are women that's into it and that will agree to do it and all this extra stuff, whatever, then you might need to holler at them and keep them close. But the problem is, a lot of times they don't want to wipe that type up, but they want to have all this foolishness going on. Well, let me tell you, that's probably the best type to wipe up if that's what you want. Because if not, you're just gonna end up stepping out anyway. Like, that's crazy to me. That is the craziest mess. I don't know how these people these men keep getting in trouble with this. Like, my goodness. Ugh. Mm-mm. Yeah, not me, baby. Let me see what I do saying.
Sparkly green V-neck dress. She is seated with her arm threaded through Combs, who is wearing a three-piece suit. In his other hand, he holds a drink. The government pointed out some apparent bruising from the hotel incident visible on Ventura's right shin. Ventura testified that she had a larger bruise
My
on her thigh
Cassie
as
and
well.
Kim
So
are
again, we are
Kim and
seeing
Misa.
that the prosecution continues
Queen
to
E.
methodically go through this incident that happened back in 2016, and we cannot overemphasize enough just how crucial this video is for the prosecution to really detail the lengths of the alleged abuse from Diddy and so far forth after that as well. But again, some of these images, of course, are very graphic for the jurors, so they are taking their time showcasing this and then also showing the repercussions, the busted lip, and some of the selfies that Cassie took on the way back. And a lot of you will be thinking, and maybe even the jurors will be thinking as well, well, why didn't if she was so upset and feeling so bad and hurt, obviously, from being attacked by Diddy, why didn't she just want to end it all and tell the police what happened and show the evidence and show what the details are? But later on in testimony from the government's witnesses, we will be hearing from a psychologist to talk about what it is like for domestic abuse, what it is like for the victims, and how they often try uh, to cover for their attacker or their abuser. So we'll be hearing a little bit from that later on in this trial. But right now, again, prosecution continues with the star witness on the stand. And at this point, all the defense can do, what they've been doing yesterday, is taking notes on Cassie's testimony, waiting for some moments, of course, when this cross examination will be happening. And then what they'll try to do is their very best and to try to um, put some holes into the testimony, into the memory of Cassie, and also describing the attacks that Diddy is alleged to do beyond what we just saw in this 2016, of course, hotel video. And again, we are waiting for more updates for you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. But this is all setting up to be a very, very emotional day on the stand once again for poor Cassie as she is reliving these moments back in 2016. And now we are seeing just how the prosecution is talking about days after what it was like for Cassie to be on the red carpet with Sean Combs just after that violent attack. No doubt they are trying to set this up and set her up for what the defense could say coming up here in this cross examination. They'll say, they'll talk about the video of the attack and say, were you just so scared of Sean Combs and so frightened by him that you went on the red carpet with him to these different A-list type of events? And um, were you that scared? Because it seems like from these photos and these images that you weren't scared of him at all. So again, those are just some of the things that the defense could be bringing up. And again, we'll be again showcasing all of the latest updates here on Live Now from Fox as we get them. The great court reporters inside continue to give us the rundown and the vibe check of what it is like inside of that courtroom right now. And again, very emotional testimony that continues. We are seeing the government use the woman prosecutor to continue to talk and ask questions to Cassie. And right now, the defense for Diddy is just having to wait and take the notes to the best of their abilities on what they could possibly ask Cassie and try to bring those holes and try to just create some doubt for the different jurors, because at the end of the day, you just need one juror to have that doubt in them to say, you know what, we know that Diddy is an abuser. He's caught on video doing that. Even the defense saying that he is guilty of domestic violence, but the defense is going to be saying that just because he is that he is accused of domestic violence and is guilty of that, that does not mean he is a uh, that covers up in prostitution and also is a sex trafficker as well. So those are just some of the big takeaways that we are going to be listening for and really, again, waiting for that cross examination that could come sometime after lunch here, because they did say, the prosecution, that it would take about a half day. And again, we are providing you these updates all in real time right now. And just earlier, before court even started, quite a lot of back and forth was going on right now about how Cassie Ventura will be cross-examined and with what material. Prosecutor Maureen Comey has raised concerns that the defense has not turned over evidence it may intend to show the jury during its cross, which she says is unfair and contrary to a previous agreement. Included in this evidence are text exchanges between Ventura and Sean Combs. The defense is trying to show that Combs and Ventura had a mutually abusive relationship. When asked by the judge what she wanted, Comey replied, "I want their exhibits, Your Honor, and I want them all right now." So that was before court even started there. So we will again see just what kind of defense is going to be for this cross-examination. All right, we're getting some more updates here on Live Now from Fox. Just yesterday in court, Cassie Ventura was shown photos of men alleged to have participated in freak-offs and asked to identify them by name and to testify about how and where they were hired and in what cities they participated in the sex sessions. Now Ventura is being asked to do this again. The escorts are a racially diverse group of men, some of whom Ventura only remembered vaguely. She was unsure of some names. There were at least 6 men shown. Ventura said it was her job to hire these men, that it was expected of her by Sean Combs. Ventura said that she performed sex acts with all of the men shown, and that those who were paid with Sean's money. And just yesterday, we learned in the testimony that these.
Okay, our friend is updating us on yesterday. They are back and there is something going on. Let me give you some context. Okay. Okay. So, okay. As to Exhibit 619, the objection to the defendant's proposal is overruled. Let's have Ms. Ventura back and then we'll bring in the jury. Let's see if we can find out what is 619. I'm working hard, honey. That girl came out and said that, oh, Diddy and the prosecutors got into it, whatever. And I think it was, she meant to say Diddy's attorneys and the prosecutors got into it. Like, girl, had me posting that mess on my wall. I'm like, ain't you in there? Let's see, a notable absence for Wednesday's testimony, Sean Combs' daughters. The three sons are there. Hold on, let me change this. Okay. Okay, New York Times, you gotta go because you keep asking me about $1. Okay, is there an update? Okay, hold on, maybe I got something. All right, the AUSA says I have a binder for the court. The gallery will not be able to see these exhibits. Ms. Ventura, I will show you some exhibits 2A through 404. Who is it? Ventura says she worked for Sean. Lord, I wonder is that Christina lady. Hold on, let me see if I got some context. Yeah, even the regular news media is updating like this, using sources that's on the ground. Even as this guy, our friend that's reading, he's actually reading one of the sources I have open. He's just reading it behind me. Let me tell you what's different, right? When the R. Kelly case was going on, that was a live tweeter. So far, it's I just have just one person live tweeting. With R. Kelly, I had like two or three of them. Nothing yet. Let's see what our friend's saying.
You are sick to think it's okay to do what you've done, she added. Prosecutors showed an image of Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs at an after party following her 2016 movie premiere, which took place a couple of days after her beating in the hallways of the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. It shows Ventura in a sparkly green V-neck dress. She is seated with her arm threaded through Combs, who is wearing a three-piece suit. In his other hand, he holds a drink. The government pointed out some apparent bruising from the hotel incident visible on Ventura's right shin. Ventura testified that she had a larger bruise on her thigh concealed under her dress. Just yesterday in court, Cassie Ventura was shown photos of men alleged to have participated in freak-offs and asked to identify them by name and to testify about how and where they were hired and in what cities they participated in the sex sessions. Now Ventura is being asked to do this again. The escorts are a racially diverse group of men, some of whom Ventura only remembered vaguely. She was unsure of some names. There were at least 6 men shown. Ventura said it was her job to hire these men, that it was expected of her by Sean Combs. Ventura said that she performed sex acts with all the men shown and that those who were paid with Sean's money. So I just want to rehash one of the, I think, biggest moments that have come so far from this courtroom setting today as Cassie Ventura is back on the stand. This is when we are learning a little bit more about the lengths that Diddy would try to come to Cassie Ventura just moments after the beatdown. This is what prosecutors are trying. All right, folks, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase the latest in day 3 of the Diddy trial. And the lunch break took a little bit longer than usual, but they are back now in session. So I'll be giving you the updates that we are getting in real time. We are learning a few details right now that Cassie testified that she complained to Combs once about the sexual things he made her do and the abuse that came with it by telling him, "You treat me like Ike." The comment was a reference to Ike Turner, who was described in singer Tina Turner's autobiography and a film adapted off of it as an abusive lover. We're also learning that the prosecutor in this case says videos of Cassie involved in sexual experiences will not be shown during direct examination, but it's unknown whether the defense will show some in cross. So we'll be waiting on that for you here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to showcase some of the day's biggest takeaways right now. Again, the court is back in session. Prosecutor Emily Johnson has handed Cassie Ventura a black binder, the exhibit feed, which shows onlookers and the press what evidence the government is presenting for the jury has been turned off. The evidence they are showing to the jury now is under seal. We should also let you know that a notable absence for today's testimony is all of Sean Combs' daughters. They were present yesterday as Cassie Ventura recalled graphic details of sex and violence. Combs' 3 sons, Christian and Justin Combs and Quincy Brown, were.
Let me give you a little context about that girl Mia. Okay, about the remember I told you there was a witness in distress, right? Says a woman who is due to testify about the alleged sexual abuse she was subjected to by Combs and had very serious breakdown moments while preparing for the trial, her lawyer said. During the lunch break, the lawyer asked the judge, Arun Subramanian, for assurances that he would be able to communicate with his client, not only as Jane during her testimony. The prosecution has said Jane is a single mother who Combs allegedly forced to have unprotected sex with escorts and take drugs. Another witness, known as Mia, will have to testify about the worst things ever happened to her, experiences she otherwise would have taken to her grave, her lawyer Michael Ferrara says. Candidly, her nerves are through the roof, Ferrara told the judge. I don't know how to support her if we can't discuss the pain she's going to experience from having to tell the world about her worst experiences. Mia is a former personal assistant to Combs. Subramanian advised both lawyers that they could speak to their clients while they gave evidence, but were prohibited from advising them to do anything else that could influence their testimony. So that's two more that's nervous as hell. Y'all know Mia? Okay. Remember, she was just shown, Cass was just shown a video, and she said she worked for Sean. Prosecutor asked, we will call her Mia. Uh-oh. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working? Cassie said no, they were broken. Government says, put up 602A. That's an exhibit for Miss Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin? Cassie says oil. Uh-oh. All right. Prosecutor Emily Johnson showed Cassie Ventura an image of Mia that has been admitted into evidence under seal. Ventura said Mia is a longtime friend of hers and worked for Combs. Johnson showed Ventura an image of one of the escorts they commonly use for freak-offs, which was also admitted under seal. Ventura said the still image was taken from a video of a freak-off that was on one of her devices she turned over to investigators. Johnson said Johnson showed Ventura an image of her and a different escort in a freak-off. This image was also taken from a video on one of her devices, Ventura testified. Let me see it. Okay. Let's see if we have any more. Context. All right. The prosecutor had handed Cassie the black binder, the exhibit feed, which shows onlookers and the press what evidence the government is presenting for the jury has been turned off. The evidence they are showing to the jury is under seal. Just looking for context, y'all. I'm not gonna always go back to my friend because he's on a loop and he's gonna repeat it over and over. Okay. So remember, the prosecutor asked to put up Exhibit 602A. Cassie said that was oil on her skin. So the prosecutor asked, when did Sean first hurt you physically? Cassie said it started in the first year. What staffers were present when Sean was physical with you? Objection. Physical is vague. And the prosecutors asked, punching, hitting? All right, let me look for more context. Okay, let's go back and see do we have anything else. Okay, let's go back to our friend. It is raining.
During freak-offs, Cassie told jurors she felt trapped by the hip-hop mogul. Just also continuing to showcase some of the highlights from earlier as well. Asked if she was ever injured during a freak-off, Cassie Ventura replied that Sean Combs would often grab me up, push me down, hit me in the side of the head, kick me, you name it. Sometimes the pair was alone during the attacks, she said. Sometimes she knew an escort had overheard the assault because they would ask her afterward if she was okay. One time, she said, the escort known as Jules witnessed Combs attacking her directly. These assaults would happen too frequently, Ventura said, and she says it would happen a lot, unfortunately. Some other details that we are learning. Cassie Ventura testified about an incident at her Los Angeles home in August of 2013 when Sean Combs allegedly became livid that she had been sleeping on the couch. She said her friends tried to block Combs from beating her, but he hurled her against a bed frame, she said, leaving her with a wound on her eyebrow where she still has a scar. Ventura took a photo of the injury, she said, because I didn't want him to forget what he did because it's awful, and at the very least, I just wanted him to be sorry about it. Ventura had been packing to travel to a music festival when Combs exploded, she said. She went to the event with her hair styled over the gash on her eyebrow. Prosecutors also asked Cassie Ventura if she ever left a freak off before it was finished. She said she had sometimes tried to when it was a bad time or when she became scared of Sean Combs's behavior. She said she would typically find a back exit at the hotel and leave through an alley. She testified that the only time she actually left the premises during a freak-off was in March of 2016 at the Intercontinental in Los Angeles, the same incident in which Combs was seen on security footage chasing her down and beating her in the hallway. Every other time, she said, she ended back in the room where the freak-off was happening. Again, we are taking you to some of the biggest updates here as Cassie Ventura back on the stand right now as the trial continues. Day 3 of the Diddy trial. And again, prosecution still with their direct questioning. We have not had the opportunity to have the defense cross examine. Prosecutors say that they could be wrapped up before the end of the day with Cassie. Cassie said, she was always drunk when she visited sex clubs with Sean Combs because I didn't want to be there sober. Cassie Ventura was also asked about the health issues she had as a result of the frequent freak-offs. Ventura said she had a lot of stomach issues because of the constant drug use. She would also have frequent urinary tract infections, sometimes back to back, and sometimes participated in freak-offs while infected. It got to a point, Ventura said, that she was using common antibiotic treatments for UTIs just no longer worked for her. She would also have stinging and uncomfortable sores on her tongue, the result of the freak-offs, the friction in my mouth, and substance abuse. Emotionally, she felt empty after the days-long events, she said. The government has asked Cassie Ventura how she and Sean Combs used to recover after freak-offs. She said they used IV fluids, massages, and meals prepared by a chef. Ventura also had an ongoing off and on addiction to opioids, she said, which she would take to come down from the drugs she had taken. Opioids made me feel numb, which is why I relied on them so heavily, Ventura said, adding that it was her way of disengaging with what was really going on in her life there and to try to hide from the shock and trauma of it all. Again, we are providing you these updates in real time from some of the biggest takeaways in court right now, awaiting more updates from officials. Okay. We are also learning a new information that Cassie Ventura was shown an image of Mia, an alleged victim who will be testifying under this name, and asked whether she is familiar with her. Ventura said she was. She next identified an image of Jules, a male escort she previously referenced in testimony. These images were from a freak-off, Ventura confirmed. Ventura identified another image of herself and Jules at a different freak-off. These are still images from videos that were taken from Ventura's personal devices. Also working to get you some other updates from court reporters that currently inside the courtroom. All right. The Assistant U.S. Attorney Johnson saying, "We will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working?" "No, they were broken," Ventura said. Assistant U.S. Attorney says, "Put up 602A for Miss Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin?" And Ventura said, "Oil." Another question by the prosecutor, "When did Sean first hurt you physically?" Ventura said, "It started in the first year." Prosecution asked, "Which of staffers were present when Sean was physical with you?" And the defense objected, saying physical is vague. And the assistant U.S. attorney saying punching, hitting, trying to clarify that. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of those takeaways right now as well, as we wait for more updates, as she is now being shown pictures from these videos that have been taken by her device. Again, we are continuing to update you in real time of day 3 of the Diddy trial. It's great to be with you. I am your host, Mike Page, as wow, it's just been...
Okay, got some more updates. All right. All right. It says prosecutors admit photos and evidence. Prosecutor Emily Johnson showed Cassie Ventura an image of Mia that has been admitted into evidence under seal. Ventura said Mia is a longtime friend of hers and worked for Combs. Johnson showed Ventura an image of one of the escorts she commonly used for freak-offs, which was also admitted under seal. Ventura said the still image was taken from a video of a freak-off that was on one of her devices she turned over to the investigator. So I know I read that, but apparently this person reposted that and added some more. Johnson showed Ventura an image of herself and a different escort in a freak-off. This image was also taken from a video on one of her devices, Ventura said. Ventura identified another photo of herself sitting alone on a couch during a freak-off. She's wearing a pair of very high shoes in the photo, Ventura testified. The sexually explicit images being shown in court now are out of view of the public inside the courtroom. Prosecutors handed binder to the judge and Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers with more than half a dozen still images taken from freak-off videos. The photos were then shown on screens before Cassie Ventura, who is currently testifying, and the jury. The images were not shown on the monitors at the lawyers' tables to avoid any members of the public or press from being able to view them. When one of the images of an escort was referenced, Combs leaned across one of his lawyers to get a better look at the images in the binder. Cassie Ventura testified that earlier on in their relationship, Sean Diddy Combs' security personnel and drivers saw him physically abuse her. In later years, assistants, including one named Mia, witnessed the abuse. Some assistants told her they quit after witnessing the abuse, she said. The jury is now seeing sexually explicit images taken from some of the freak-out videos. One female juror let out a deep breath and rested her hands on her chest. Child, the lady was clutching her pearls. Lord have mercy. Oh no, baby, this is over. um, Hands on her chest as an image was placed on the monitor before her. A male juror looked at the screen at one of the images and his eyes appeared to move away quickly. A different male juror wrote on his notepad. Oh Lord, Puffy. Cassie Ventura testified that there were times when she initiated physical fights with Sean Diddy Combs, but never saw any injuries on him afterwards. She said after he abused her, she would have to recover for days, usually by hiding out in a hotel room. Anytime he was physical, there would there would at least be some trace, a bruise or something, she said. Let me tell you something. They coached her real good because you see what I'm saying? They got her because she had to get in front of it because most likely he got evidence or something saying that she initiated some of those fights. But she eased on in there, but he was never bruised, which would put a contrast and a comparison in the heads of the jurors, like to say, hey, he hit her and left bruises. She hit him and it didn't leave bruises, right? I told you, an attorney's job is more than what you see them just asking questions. No, they have to land some things, establish some things, make some things, make some points, um, deal with the jurors, make sure that the picture that is being painted it goes in their favor. Got a lot to do. That's why I duck that smoke, honey. I stay in the office. Let me see. Let me upload. Okay. Let me see if we got anything else for context. Chat must be so bad, honey. One of my little sources saying I got the content keeps being removed, and I have to do something to be allowed to view it, child. Oh, have mercy. All right, maybe this will give us a little more context. Says jurors did not have any notable facial expressions as they looked at the series of freak off photos shown during Cassie Ventura's testimony. Some looked at their screens briefly as each photo was shown and then switched their gazes back to Ventura or the prosecutor. Others occasionally took a second or third look or stared down at their screens, situated at lap level. For most of the time, they were displayed. Jurors at big trials often remain dispassionate even while viewing disturbing court exhibits or hearing unsettling testimony. So that's another reporter with a different view. Says Cassie Ventura was asked by the government if she ever started a physical fight with Sean Combs. Ventura said she did. Prosecutor Emily Johnson followed by asking if she ever seen injuries on Combs as a result of a fight. Stated Ventura said she hadn't. Johnson then asked if Ventura was injured as a result of him becoming physical. She said she had been. There would be at least a bruise. These fights would require days' worth of recovery, she said. She was about to elaborate on where she would hide out. She said hotel rooms before Sean Combs' lawyers objected to this line of questioning. Both sides are now having a sidebar with the judge. Okay, so we're at the sidebar, and I'm just moving along through the sources. But this ain't really a source. You not giving me no updates. Why you lied? Oh, she coming. This lady coming out the courtroom giving updates. Nope. Let me go back to Twitter. Let's see if I can get something out of Twitter. All right, we have something. Now, all right, I'm not sure what she was asked, but it says Ventura said, I was on the floor of the car and he stomped on my face. How long did this last? 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. Who? Roger Bonds. What did they, and she's asked, what did they tell me? Well, she must mean, what did they tell you? And she said, go to a hotel. Cassie says, they snuck me into a hotel covered up so no one could see my face. Prosecutor says, how long was you there at the London hotel? She says, a week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream. What was the assistant's name? Genevieve. Let me see if I can get some more context for that. All right. Cassie Ventura is now testifying about the first instance of violence with Sean Diddy Combs, which she said happened in the first few years of their relationship. Ventura said that she was at dinner when she saw Combs flirting with somebody else. Another person saw that Ventura had noticed, and she just shrugged her shoulders, and she testified. When they got in the car after dinner, he hit me in the side of my head and I fell to the floor of the car, Ventura said. His security and driver was also present in the car, she said. I was just shocked and I didn't necessarily understand what happened and why he was so angry, except for the little bit he said as he was hitting me in the car, she said, and I just went home and kind of hid out after that. But then when she went to the hotel, and so remember she said that his assistant's name was Genevieve, right? And this was when they went to the London hotel. The prosecutor asked, did you feel you could leave the London hotel? She said, no, I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made. She's asked, when were you taken to the hotel after the assault? She says, no. So she's asked, did you feel you could leave the London hotel? She says, no, I understood his capability, his access to guns, his threats he made. Okay, and then she's asked, when were you taken to the hotel after the assault? She says, no. Then she's asked, did you know that this assault incident, did you know that this assault incident was reported? She said, I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names. And she's asked, who raised the blind item to you? She said, my mother. Defense's objection. And then the prosecutor says, not for the truth, meaning that this is hearsay, but it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Okay, and the judge said overruled. Oh, so you can admit hearsay that is not for that is not for proving the facts that they're talking about. It's just for it's just to establish something in this case. Hold on. Because it's somebody's live tweeting and it's kind of confusing. Hold on. Okay. Let me see if I get a live date to give us more context. With hearsay, that's it only admitted with an exception. So why did they allow that? Okay, let me move this source over closer. Let me stay staring at this particular source real quick. I'll let our friend talk.
Name and asked whether she is familiar with her. Ventura said she was. She next identified an image of Jules, a male escort she previously referenced in testimony. These images were from a freak-off, Ventura confirmed. Ventura identified another image of herself and Jules at a different freak-off. These are still images from videos that were taken from Ventura's personal devices. Also working to get you some other updates from court reporters that currently inside the courtroom. All right. The Assistant U.S. Attorney Johnson saying, "We will call her Mia. When you gave your devices to the government, were they working?" "No, they were broken," Ventura said. Assistant U.S. Attorney says, "Put up 602A for Miss Ventura and the jury only. What's on your skin?" And Ventura said, "Oil." Another question by the prosecutor: "When did Sean first hurt you physically?" Ventura said, "It started in the first year." Prosecution asked, "Which of staffers were present when Sean was physical with you?" And the defense objected, saying physical is vague. And the assistant U.S. attorney saying punching, hitting, trying to clarify that. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of those takeaways right now as well. As we wait for more updates, as she is now being shown pictures from these videos that have been taken by her device. Again, we are continuing to update you in real time of day 3 of the Diddy trial. It's great to be with you. I am your host, Mike Page, as it's just been a wild day already, again, with these accusations continuing, and really all the defense can do is continue to take their notes and try to get ready to poke some holes into Cassie's testimony and really try to ask her questions about the freak-offs and the style of the freak-offs, as well as Diddy's participation and level with those freak-offs that would be at hotels in Vegas, Miami, and in Los Angeles. So we are continuing to showcase.
All right, I have some more context regarding that fight. Okay, so Cassie recounted once initiating a physical fight with Sean Combs as they rode in a Cadillac Escalade in Los Angeles. She said she punched Combs in the face as hard as she could, after which his whole demeanor changed. His eyes went black and he began to attack her, Ventura said. She took shelter under the back seat of the Escalade, she said, and she tried to cover her face as Combs stomped on it. God damn. You think Jules is Jonathan Odie? Oh Lord, girl, you drive me crazy on that. Just be. We're not the same. Okay, I don't just run with shit and just say shit or whatever. I know anybody can have fan photos and stuff like that. You don't know what I have. I don't just be saying shit and putting shit out and all that type of stuff and whatever. That's not my purpose. That's not my point. I know anybody can have fan photos. Anybody can go to a bar and just take pictures with people and stuff like that. No, you don't know nobody. You just walking in taking photos and stuff like that. That's not what that. If I said I had proof, I got proof. Why we got to go through all of this? But I got to lock up. You think Jules is Jonathan Oddie? I mean, I don't know about that. Okay, hold on. We got some updates. My mic on? Okay, yeah, it is. All right. Ventura said that see, they be missing stuff. Okay, let me see if this gonna give me context of what I'm gonna read. All right, let me read this and then I'll go back to the live tweet because I don't know if that's gonna give me context. Okay, it says Cassie Ventura is describing another time Sean Diddy Combs was violent with her. She said that after a party at a Los Angeles club, Combs called. Wait a minute. She said after a party at a Los Angeles club, called Combs called must be mean her names. Ventura said he drunkenly punched Ventura said she drunkenly punched him in the face in response, which prompted Combs to beat her, stomping on her face as she lied on the floor in the escalator. When they got to the house, she said she jumped out of the car and tried to run down the street, but Combs security eventually caught up with her and brought her into the house. Ventura said she finally looked at her face once she was at Combs' house, and she didn't recognize herself. Just knots and bleeding, swollen, everything. I look horrible, she said. Let me go to these tweets. So Cassie says, this was before FaceTime was very popular, so I couldn't hide myself. She asked if it was me, and AUSA says, what did you say? And Cassie said, no, I didn't want my mother to know something of that magnitude. And being in danger. So they're talking. She's talking about. Remember when she said she saw something on the internet about that incident, and then the AUSA says, when you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened? She said, I saw executives from BET. Then I heard that Sean was there. And she's asked, what did you do? She said, I left. I ran out as fast as I could. She said, asked why. She said, I thought he was angry. These tweets and stuff. Is it a reason that you can only see like two at a time? Or what the hell is going on? Do I have something wrong? Okay, she's asked, did he come to the hotel where you were staying? Ventura said, yes. He beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised. The AUSA says, this photo, who is it? And she says, Scott McCooty, known as Kid Cudi. We dated in 2011. Uh-oh. She's asked, did Sean find out? She said, yes, in my phone. Huh? Let me see if we get another update. Okay. Here's an update. It says Cassie Ventura said that the fight in the Escalade happened in front of an assistant and a security driver by the name of Roger Bonds. She said the aggression didn't end until they arrived at Sean Combs' residence, at which point she ran out of the car. Bonds caught her and brought her into the home, she testified. Inside, Ventura saw her face. I did not look like myself at all. Just knots and bleeding, swollen everything, she told the court. She recalled that she was vomiting when Combs appeared and his demeanor transformed once again. The person he switched over to during the car ride was now gone, Ventura said. Combs was freaking out over her injuries. She said he told her to sneak out of the house with security and hide out at a hotel. She checked into a room that night. Oh, God. Why she couldn't stay at your house? Oh, he is terrible, child. Okay. All right, let me check this other trap real quick. So NBC, y'all so far behind that this is crazy. Let me check this tweets because we're gonna have to do something how to fix this Twitter or something. This is ridiculous. Okay. Ventura said Sean went through my phone. Okay, remember, so she was talking about Kid Cudi. She said, the AUSA said how Sean found out. She said, it was in her phone. And Ventura said Sean went through my phone during a freak out. He found an email, and she's asked about what. She says, taking my toiletry bag to Kid's Cudi house the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Scott on a burner phone. Scott is Kid Cudi. And she's asked, where did you go? Girl, this is some craziness, honey. Let's see if NBC has something. This is okay. They just on the beating on the car. Let me see what the tweet says, honey. Mm. Let's see what my guy is talking about.
Pressure, and most importantly, the impact on the baby in terms of um, delivering that baby too early, something we
Yeah,
call
just yes, Queen.
preterm birth, um, having a low birth baby, and then having impact on that on the baby's future life in terms of mental health, developmental delays, impulsivity, ADHD. All of that has been studied very well in the medical literature, and we know that for sure.
And what about it? You know, it would seem that I'm just going off. I've never been part of a trial here, but it seems like when you get so many questions and you are under the spotlight for really not only the jury but really the whole world.
Okay, let's stop with that. All right. So remember she called Kid Cudi on a burner phone. And the AUSA asked her, "Where did you go?" She said, "To Kid Cudi's house." Then I talked with Capricorn Clark, one of Sean's assistants. God damn, who was all these people? And then she's asked, "Then what?" And Ventura said, "I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Scott and I," which is Kid Cudi. And she says, "What videos?" And she said, "The Freakos videos of me." Mm-hmm. Trying to get, see if I can get open this other guy. Is he updated as well? Hold on, let me see if he's updated. Oh, he just putting up paperwork. Shabuki. Okay, let's see. We got an update. All right. It says Cassie Matera testified that what happened after she said Sean Diddy Combs beat her following a party at Los Angeles club. When Ventura said that Combs told her that she needed to sneak out. Ventura said that Combs told her she needed to sneak out of the house and go with security and stay at a hotel. She testified that she snuck into the hotel covered up because no one can see me like that. Ventura said that she wanted to stay at Combs' house instead of going to the hotel, but said Combs wouldn't allow her. Remember, I asked why she stay with him. She told Combs and his staff that she wanted to leave the hotel where she had been staying for about a week. But Ventura also said that she didn't feel like she could leave and she didn't think it was safe for her to do so. "I didn't have the resources I needed to get out and move, to get out and not have anybody stop me, she said. I understood Sean's capabilities, his access to guns, and the threats that he made prior to that. Mature said her mother read a description of the incident online that didn't include her name and reached out to see if it was about her. Remember, so that was we have context about what was all going on. So this is some context about that. It says, I didn't tell my mom the truth because I was ashamed, but I also felt like at that point I didn't know what was going to happen. She testified, I didn't want to put my mother in danger of knowing anything of that magnitude. Mm. Let me see, what is this? Okay, it's talking about what happened. All right, so here goes just some context about that beat in the car, right? From another source. I'm gonna put this source in front of this one because this one updates a little quicker. Says Ventura recalled a violent outburst by Combs that she said happened early in their relationship that left her shocked and angry. Ventura said that she had spotted Combs flirting in a restaurant with another woman, and when they got back in the car, the rapper knocked me around in an outburst that allegedly happened in either 2007 or 2008. So that happened back then. We didn't have the years. Okay. All right. So remember they were talking about the that Combs threatened her about releasing the videos about the freak offs and stuff like that. So Ventura said, I sent an email to my mom in Capricorn from my flight to Boston and Connecticut. She's asked, what did you write? She says that Sean said that he would release the tape of me on Christmas and he had Kid Cudi and I hurt. He said he would be out of the country then. I said, what were these photographs? She said, my mother took, wait a minute, my mother took, it must be me. My mother took them in Connecticut of the bruises on my back. She says, she's asked, were you entirely honest with your mother about the abuse? She says, no. I said, this was the first time. She's asked, did you tell her about the freak offs? No. Mm, of course she didn't tell her mom about no freak off. She further on says, Ventura says, is it possible to take a break? And the judge says yes. So they're on another break. Let me see if I got something for context. All right. It says sometime during the first half of her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs, Cassie Ventura and her friends went to a party at Prince's house, child. No, don't put Prince in this. She testified. She said she didn't tell Combs about it because she thought he wouldn't let her go. Once she arrived at the party, Ventura caught a glimpse of Combs and could tell he was angry. So she said she ran out as fast as I could. Combs later burst into the room at the hotel Ventura was staying at. She said they went into the bedroom so her friend who was sleeping on the couch, wouldn't hear anything. He beat me up in that room, she testified. He was throwing luggage at me. He just was calling me all kinds of names. Ventura said she had bruises on her face and knots on her head afterwards. Oh, Lord. Ladies, y'all taking y'all chance by staying in relationships with that and starting down paths of doing anything, not telling somebody no, just because you want to be in a relationship or you want to be loved. I told you, being in pursuit of love and relationships can turn you into a hoe, can turn you into an abused woman. Like, mm-mm, I'm fine just like I am. All right, let's listen to my boy. Okay, he ain't saying nothing.
We also learned earlier, attending a film festival in 2013, Cassie beamed as she posed for photographers. But after getting into a fight with Combs, away from the glitz and glamour, she said she didn't have a place to stay.
Mm.
Cassie testified Combs accused her of taking drugs from him and kicked her off of the yacht where they were staying. Cassie said she left the boat without shoes, her passport, and other belongings were also left behind, she said. Cassie said she ended up crashing at a hotel where Combs's employees were staying. On the way back to the U.S., she said Combs threatened to release videos of her having sex during freak-offs. Cassie told jurors she felt trapped by the hip-hop mogul. Just also continuing to showcase some of the highlights from earlier as well. Asked if she was ever injured during a freak off, Cassie Ventura replied that Sean Combs would often grab me up, push me down, hit me in the side of the head, kick me, you name it. Sometimes the pair was alone during the attacks, she said. Sometimes she knew an escort had overheard the assault because they would ask her afterward if she was okay. One time, she said, the escort known as Jules witnessed Combs attacking her directly. These assaults would happen too frequently, Ventura said, and she says it would happen a lot, unfortunately. Some other details that we are learning. Cassie Ventura testified about an incident at her Los Angeles home in August of 2013 when Sean Combs allegedly became livid that she had been sleeping on the couch. She said her friends tried to block Combs from beating her, but he hurled her against a bed frame, she said, leaving her with a wound on her eyebrow where she still has a scar. Ventura took a photo of the injury, she said, because I didn't want him to forget what he did because it's awful. And at the very least, I just wanted him to be sorry about it. Ventura.
All right, I already read that, but I have another little update. It says the jury is now being shown, they on break, but it just came through. It says the jury is now being shown an email Cassie Ventura sent to her mom and one of Sean Diddy Combs' employees in 2011. The email says that Combs had threatened to release explicit sex tapes of her, including one on Christmas Day. In the email, Ventura also said Combs threatened to hurt her and Kid Cudi, also known as Kid Cudi. Well, I mean Scott, also known as Kid Cudi, who Ventura was dating at the time, but not with his own hands. Combs said he'd be out of the country when it happened, she said in the email. Mm.
Again, prosecution still with their direct questioning. We have not had the opportunity to have the defense cross-examine. Prosecutors say that they could be wrapped up before the end of the day with Cassie. Cassie said, she was always drunk when she visited sex clubs with Sean Combs because I didn't want to be there sober. Cassie Ventura was also asked about the health issues she had as a result of the frequent freak-offs. Ventura said she had a lot of stomach issues because of the constant drug use. She would also have frequent urinary tract infections, sometimes back-to-back, and sometimes participated in freak-offs while infected. It got to a point, Ventura said, that she was using common antibiotic treatments for UTIs just no longer worked for her. She would also have stinging and uncomfortable sores on her tongue, the result of the freak-offs, the friction in my mouth, and substance abuse. Emotionally, she felt empty after the days-long events, she said. The government has asked Cassie Ventura how she and Sean Combs used to recover after freak-offs. She said they used IV fluids, massages, and meals prepared by a chef. Ventura also had an ongoing off and on addiction to opioids, she said, which she would take to come down from the drugs she had taken. Opioids made me feel numb, which is why I relied on them so heavily, Ventura said, adding that it was her way of disengaging with what was really going on in her life there and try to hide from the shock and trauma of it all. Again, we are providing you these updates in real time from some of the biggest takeaways in court right now. We're waiting more updates from officials. Okay. We are also learning a new information that Cassie Ventura was shown an image of Mia, an alleged victim who will be testifying under this name, and asked whether she.
Okay, so he's just repeating himself. This is terrible. Maybe that's why he likes him so thin, child, so he can just toss them around like rag dolls or something. Good grief. That's crazy. That is crazy to me. I just don't understand. That's why our work is never done. You have to tell these young women that this ain't what you gotta do. And what killed me, right? What kills me? These men will get with these women that just refuse to tell them no. Just, I mean, whatever. I don't know what be going on. And then stay in those relationships with them, and it be forever until they make them an honest woman or whatever, right? They end up cheating on them and do all kinds of stuff like that. And then you look around, they go wipe up the next one. And then I've seen women, and even if you listen to K. Michelle, you remember when she said, like, remember when she was talking about when she used to date Idris was trying to hide her. I mean, Sean ain't hide Cassie, but she was, K. Michelle said Idris was trying to hide her. And then he turned around and married what she considered, a little Teletubby, right? Because she said here she is trying to keep her body right and doing this and third. And he essentially married, a bigger woman, but that woman you can tell had some substance, right? Like I'm not saying that she wouldn't be doing all this type of stuff sexually, but probably not the stuff that K. Michelle gets down with. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of these women think getting down that way and all that whatever is a good way to keep the man. I was like, that is crazy to me. That's why I put respect at the top of my list, honey. Love somewhere is down there number 3 or 4 or something. I have to have respect. That's it. I ain't gonna be able to do it. Mm-mm. And thank God that people, when they enter into my life and they see the cast of characters around me, they don't even try me. They be like, oh, Lord. But I mean, that's crazy, right? Like, come on. Jesus. You ain't got to do all of that. Let me see. This girl go to the bathroom. Is this a fitting? Okay. What does this say? So let me interject a legal analysis right here. So analysis says why the jury's reaction to seeing explicit images at trial matters. The jury on Wednesday was shown a sexually explicit image taken from some of the freak-off videos while Cassie Ventura was on the witness stand, sparking a visceral reaction from several jurors. Now, remember, one said they ain't see, no jurors reacting to it, and somebody else, and this third person that said there was a visceral reaction. Second person, I'm sorry. It says, if I were at the defense table, I would be very concerned because the picture speaks 1,000 words. CNN legal analyst, trial attorney, and podcast host Mercedes Collin told CNN. Cassie was describing in the direct examination. Now you can see it in a picture. These still images, Collins said, are graphic enough to show and really hit home that Cassie was not in a relationship as a consenting adult. Yes. That's what I said, baby. That lady who grabbed her, that juror who grabbed her imaginary pearls and probably went back and said, oh, honey, that's it. That lady gonna fight to the death in that deliberation room. Says the sexually explicit images that were shown are out of view for the public inside the courtroom, seen by the jury via binders that the prosecutors prepared and on screens seen by Ventura and the jury. When the images were shown to the jury, one female juror took a deep breath and rested her hand on her chest, while separately, a male juror looked at the screen at one of the images and his eyes appeared to move away quickly. So now I got a question. Why didn't they have the binders ready prior to trial? Like, is it a is are they having to do a lot of changing of direction up in there? Like, what's going on? What? What is it? Lord, can we get Shador, please, so everything could be everything? Can we do that? Come on, Mr. Shaka Khan, get your money together. I like my men to be just as crazy as I am. Crazy fun, right? Not trying to beat my ass and make me have freak offs and all this. I can't do all of that. Like, what? Do what? Maybe a fight to the death. You hear me? All right, they back in. Says they're back. The judge says, Miss Johnson, any estimate? And she says, yeah, an hour more. Says the goal is to finish the direct and allow the start of the cross examination today. To bring the witness back in. It's 3:15. Now, who told that lie that they was only be gonna go to 3 o'clock for the rest of the trial? They just be making up stuff. So they done went there to Prince party and I'm finna turn it out. Ugh. Okay, the juror entering. The prosecutor asked, did anyone come to see you in Connecticut? Cassie said, Kid Cudi did for a few days. I broke it off with him. It was too dangerous. Defense says objection. Overruled. Sean said that he would hurt both of us. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. Remember, she said she broke it off with Kid Cudi because Sean said he would hurt both of them. She's asked, where did you go after Connecticut? Said, I went to see Sean. He was in Arizona, his son college. I told my mother I was going to LA for work. Did Sean talk about Kid Cudi's car? Says Sean said he wanted Scott's friend to see Scott's car blown up. Meaning kid cutting. Hold on, somebody must have came up. You up here, but I don't know. I can't see you. Say something. Hold on. You disconnected.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I don't see myself on the screen. I gotta tell you, I don't like this new system you have, and I don't know it, and I don't trust it.
You up
It's
here though?
it's showing like it's just scrolling on my end, but I mean, I guess I'm live. I don't know.
You
Anyway, how are
live?
you?
I'm good.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't really have much to say. I was just coming off with some commentary.
Oh, you good? You good? Ain't much. Oh shit! I thought. Oh man. Oh man.
I missed some of
Okay.
the commentary on Kid Cudi, but I will catch back up. Oh my
Yeah.
god,
No,
I
they
really
was
don't
just.
like this restream shit. It's just showing like a scroll and like on your screen, not mine. It's just showing like a scroll. It's not even showing me on the screen.
Yeah. It's because I'm not showing us on the screen. I'm showing my friend, the white man.
Oh, okay, but it's just showing as it's scrolling. Now I did notice a lot when I was watching I don't know if it was a catch up live or since the trial, but it was all since you've been using this, it would also when I was just watching it, it would also kind of show that scroll on the screen. Like I guess if you were replaying things, I'm not sure.
What you mean scroll? Like it's buffering?
Yeah, like it's loading. Yeah.
Oh. So that's what I was trying. Okay. But see, it's not
Yeah.
showing me that on. It's showing me on this, but
Go
it's
watch
not doing it now.
go watch some of your replays since you've been using the system. It does tend to show that for me. I don't know about for other people, but I've definitely seen that
Okay.
even on replays.
Mm. All right. Let me get this up there. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, okay. So you said asked about the car, right? So check this out. So she said that Sean said he wanted and I'm gonna call him Scott because she keeps using the name Scott. But when I say Scott, I'm talking about Kid Cudi. She said
Mhm.
Sean said he wanted Scott's friend to see Scott's car blown up. The She's asked, well, what happened next? She says, we met Sean, Scott and me. Scott said, what about my vehicle? And Sean said, what vehicle? And that was the end of the meeting. And then the AUSA says, put up the photo. And says, what is this? And she said, me and Sean in Kingston, Jamaica for Sound Clash. So I guess they're going to get to the car got blown up. Let me see if they're going to get
But
to
wait,
it.
why was her and Kid Cudi meeting with him? That's what I missed.
Well, it doesn't say that at this
Okay.
point.
Okay.
I have to see if they're going to give us some context.
I will say that with
Yeah,
all of this press coverage, I'm actually you would think that I would think the more resources or like the more sources, I would feel more informed, but I actually feel I feel the opposite. I feel like at least with the R. Kelly trial, there was less people actually covering the transcripts, and I felt like I could go to certain people and I didn't have a lot of variation, so I could just get it from them. Plus, we
yeah,
also had transcripts, so I think that
yeah.
helped a lot.
Trying to get them. Yeah, trying to get them.
Hi, everybody in the
Uh,
chat. Hey, Kiki. Hi, Miss Frugal. I will tell Keller. Hi, Serena. I don't know you, but hello. Um, who else is in here? Queenie. Hello, Jaguar. And I don't know who else in here. I
girl
think that's it.
Jaguar, you are an antagonist.
I'm not an antagonist. I just don't believe a lot of foolishness. I'm just not inclined to believe it just because it might sound good. I'm just not.
hold on. Let me do this update. It says, okay, so remember, hold on. Remember they went to Jamaica, and she's been asked, "Were you bruised?" She said yes. And this photo, what is it? She said, "Me in Sean's bathroom in September 18th, 2015." She says, "What were you doing there?" She says, "Recuperating from being beaten up by Sean in Las Vegas." She says, "We were having an after party in our suite. I talked to a producer, and Sean Tate tapped me on the shoulder, called me into our room, and beat me, kicked me as I tried to hide behind the toilet." She said, "What stopped it?"
Hide
And she
behind the
said,
toilet. How is that even physically possible?
D Rock and James Cruz came in. You can't interrupt my goddamn
I'm
update.
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm unprofessional.
You
I'm
gotta wait
sorry.
till I stop reading. It's
My
already
bad. My bad. I'm just, hey man, I'm just learning about this legal commentary stuff.
Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, they still ain't. Hold on, they still ain't back. Hold on. This is crazy to me.
Oh yeah, it's all crazy. Why are you interrupting yourself? Keep going.
No, because it's not. When I stop, that means there's nothing that's come back in.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it is all crazy because I feel like in these sorts of abuse stories, we're more inclined to believe like they probably had a lot of good times aside from the abuse. So it's believable. But it's hard for me to believe that he watched this woman. I mean, a week is only 7 days. You gotta have sex with an escort for 2 of the days and recover for another 2 of the days from the drugs and the alcohol and the lack of sleep. It ain't much left to the week. So I'm not really believing that he ever really treated her kindly. Like I don't understand, and if he did, it would have been just the bare minimum to keep her around. Like this is some real sick sadistic shit. And I I like a little freak, but this is something I don't
This
even
ain't
I don't
free. Yeah,
understand
this ain't
somebody want jacking off for days at a time. What are you talking about, sir?
Yeah, hold on. I got another update. Okay, so check this out, right? So remember, um, she said she was getting beaten in the bathroom um, at an after party, right? She hid behind the toilet, and she said D Rock and James Cruz came in and stopped it. Okay, she said it made D Rock sad, and she said, asked, "What are these communications?" She said, "From D Rock to me." He says, "Where you at? It's time to ice your face." She said, "Why?" She said, "I just had gotten beaten by Sean." Ooh. Let me see if I can get some more context. Hold on. All right, it says the jury has been shown photos of Cassie Ventura with a black eye, which was mostly concealed by sunglasses. The photos were taken in Jamaica in 2013 or 2014, she testified. Ventura testified that she doesn't remember exactly how Sean Diddy Combs gave her the injury, but she recalled hiding from Combs underneath a tractor with a friend for several hours. Tractor. So here's the thing, right? Now I told you, anytime you don't have specific dates and you can't recall and all this type of stuff, that is only giving the defense an opportunity to challenge you on that stuff, right? So they'll go to challenging your memory, which with in legal speak, which goes to your credibility, right? It not only if you telling a lie or not is a testament to your credibility, but if you can recall things or not, right? If you can't remember, if you was on drugs and all that type of stuff, they will go. They will probably start challenging your memory, right? And then she also can't remember what year it was or whatever, so it's um they can always try to introduce something that says, well, he was if you said it happened in 2013, he was in Los Angeles while you was in New York or something like that, right? So the prosecutor has to do make sure that they introduce enough evidence that it's pretty much accurate and can pinpoint those dates and times. So it's only giving the defense over there, something to challenge. They got Bra on the defense team now. And you know how Bra do. We saw him in YSL. You know how he do.
Yeah, but in this case, she was actually on the trip with him with the black eye, and she testified that she was constantly abused. So I think the likelihood that it could just be any old body. I mean, he was there with her. I mean, it would seem.
Well, but
I
no,
feel
but
like
I'm
he.
just saying if they can't pin down a date and whatever, I'm not saying these things work. I'm saying this is what the defense can use as a part of their defense to try to say, hey, well, you're not sure about this, whatever. They have already conceded to, and let me read this, get this out before it's drop off. Okay, remember this made D-Rock sad to beat up, right? And D-Rock told us time to ice your face. So she was asked, were these all the times he beat you? She said no, there were more. She's asked, with who else did you see Sean be violent? She says, I saw him drag an assistant out of bed. I saw him punch Eli in the in his head. One time in Turks and Caicos, he dragged a person. So he's beating ass in US and overseas. He's just beating everybody's ass.
He's
Everybody's
an
ass.
listen. He's an international tunist, equal opportunist all across the globe. Okay.
He beats ass. Okay, you
Yeah.
mess with Sean, you're liable to get your ass beat. I see. Lord
Mm-hmm.
have mercy. Can you imagine working for somebody that might beat your ass? Like
Listen,
what?
Mystical raped. If a woman owed Mystical money, he raped her. All right. I don't understand how you owe somebody $150, $200, and they rape you. I don't understand. But that's what was going on. He
That's
raped two
crazy.
women because
That's
they owed the
crazy.
money. Okay.
That's crazy.
That's real
That's
crazy. And it wasn't even large amounts of money. It was a couple $100, and you were getting raped, bitch.
yeah,
Pay me
like
what you
damn.
owe me.
Are you gonna get this D? Like that's crazy to me. Who does that? These
with
celebrities
Diddy,
be
with Diddy, I guess I can, and I'm not being a rape sympathizer, but or an abuse sympathizer, but I guess I could understand at least the allure. He was, you know what I'm saying? Like even amongst famous people, he was up there, right? Like you would want to be around him. So I guess to that extent, I can understand it.
mm, yeah.
Not
I
saying it makes it
mean,
okay, and I think more people should have said no, but I could understand if there were somebody, if there were someone, I guess it would be the Diddy's of the world. But men should definitely have more pride than that getting punched in the head and shit.
yeah, like baby be on and popping.
Have you heard? Did you read about the story about the nipples?
Hold on. What tell my what nipples?
So apparently, so remember, Cassie testified that sometimes towards the end of the sessions or whatever that Diddy might join in.
Right,
I don't know
putting
if you.
and remember
Okay.
and I read that um something was put on the nipples, but I never did could get contact. You got contact about what was on the
Yeah.
nipples?
Yeah, I read on the New York Post because I heard somebody mention it and said it was too graphic for them to report back. They said that when the sex workers would come, that when he would want to then have sex, I guess with Cassie one on one, he would want her to take the sex workers cum and rub on his nipples
Oh,
and his chest.
oh,
I'm gonna stop hitting this link. This is a funk ass link. I come up here and say all kinds
oh,
of disgraceful stuff.
oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop
Lord,
calling
now we know what was
them.
on it. I was hoping it wasn't the stuff.
It was the
Oh Lord.
jizz. It was the jizz all on the
Oh,
nipples and
Diddy,
all
that's
on the
kind of
chest.
gay, Diddy.
I don't
Oh
even know
Lord.
why. I don't. Listen. Yeah,
Oh
that's,
no.
that's what the listen. Maybe the New York Post got it wrong, but that's what they said because other people said they couldn't report it. So other people said we can't even touch it. But yeah, that's what they had said.
Okay, so I got some more context. Hold on about the Kid Cudi's car. So Sean Diddy Combs told Cassie Ventura that rapper Kid Cudi's car would be blown up. Ventura testified. Ventura testified earlier that she was dating Kid Cudi at the time. Combs told her that he wanted Kid Cudi's friends to see the car blown up in the driveway of Kid Cudi's home. At some point, his car blew up. Sometime after the car blew up, Combs, Ventura, and Kid Cudi had a meeting at the Soho house about their relationship. When Kid Cudi asked about his vehicle, Ventura said Combs responded, "What vehicle?" The meeting promptly ended after that. Okay. So we just gave us a little more detail. Try now you got to go meet somebody that done blew your car. I don't know.
If
This is
anybody's typing in the chat, I can't read. I'd probably have to leave and come back. But just FYI, my last message says messages from audience will display here, but I don't see no messages. But yeah, he was rubbing the nut all on his chest. I just can't even imagine this being life
you
every
got that
week.
from just me because you know now your source. You know how you do. You be coming in
I
with.
read. You think I'd be lying talking about I read something on the New York Post? You
No,
can't be
you
talking.
just get your stuff from sources that ain't. I forgot you said New York Post. You be
You
getting
are
your
a
stuff
lie.
from
I don't
sources.
even watch most of that bullshit that you watch. I don't watch it. I don't listen to it. I don't read it. None of that. Those
I'm
in.
talking about sources. You can bring me the messy sweet spot.
I did like her coverage of that Fox Soul stuff, but I've been stopped watching her. Once I find out that people are full of shit and they'll say anything like, "You still watch Tisha Tales?" I don't watch her. I don't find her
I
like a
don't watch no
legitimate source.
damn. Hold on. I clicked on Tisha Tales because it came up and she was reporting. That helper came right out that courtroom today and said Diddy and the prosecutors was going at it. And I'm gonna put that on my wall. And then to hear her say, I'm like, well, when you gonna say
But
what happened?
that's the
Girl,
difference. You would have saw that. I would not have saw that because I don't watch stuff like. I think you should see very clearly. I'm not just a believer of anybody just getting out here and making a platform for themselves and saying it and reading it and believing it. Now, it's sometimes that a whole bunch of bullshit might happen and I might get the two stories confused. But for the most part, I don't have unreliable sources because I won't watch them. Like I hate this era that we're in where anybody can get on the internet and spread news and gossip and don't have no legitimacy to the story. Like I actually really hate that. So I'm actually offended, not really, but kind of that you would say that I just be having bullshit sources. I
yes,
don't.
you
I read
do.
that on the New York Post. I'll be talking to you and you be like, "Did you see that on Housewives?" No, I read it on the New York Post.
No, you give Keller bad information. I'm like,
I've
oh
never
my.
given Keller bad information. Keller depends on me for a whole lot of information, actually. I keep him up to
Yeah,
date
so
on social things. I keep him up on date on political. I keep him up to date on a whole lot of things. And I'm pretty sure he'll tell you that.
if you somebody don't be right,
If you say so. You talk to a whole bunch of full of shit people, so I'm sure you might confuse me with some of them.
I do not talk to a whole bunch of bullshit people. No, I do not.
Yes, you do. Yeah, you do.
Oh, who I talk to a whole bunch of bullshit.
Hey, we
Hold on,
ain't
hold
got to
on, hold
name
on,
names.
hold on. You might be right, right? They don't believe I believe what they say, and I definitely
Well,
don't come
but
in
I
here and
but
repeat
it
it.
clouds your mind. So when you
No,
talk
it
to
does
other
not.
people,
No, the
you be
hell
like,
it
"Oh,
don't.
you be giving me bad information." No, you confusing what I be telling you with the people that's full of shit. I don't cloud my
No,
brain with full of shit people.
I go and check anything somebody
Mm-mm.
tell me. I check it.
Mm-mm. One person. I know when I see full of shit people and I stop listening to them. I don't even be talking to them. They don't never have a chance to cloud my mind because I'm gonna not be listening, and they could
Nobody
be in my
clouds
rear.
my mind. Nobody clouds my because I don't believe shit anyway until I see it. Hold on, let me update this. It says, wait a minute, let me go to this dude because he be typing. texting half of the shit.
Is there anybody in the chat? I really can't see anybody. Like, it'll look like it's reloading, like it's jumping down, like there's a new message, and then there'll be
Yeah,
no
hold on,
message.
hold on. I got to update. It says, okay, so remember she was talking about all the ass he beats, right? And he done drug somebody in Turks and Caicos. She says, I believe we had a freak off in Turks and Caicos. And she's asked, what floor did you live on in 875 Comstock? She said the 17th floor. She says, did her friend stay with you? She said, yes. Sean came and held her and threw her on the patio floor, on patio furniture out on the balcony. So let me give you some more context about another beating. So it says Cassie Ventura is now testifying about the altercation in 2015 in which she said Sean Diddy Combs beat her in the Las Vegas hotel while he hosted a party in the adjoining room. He punched me, kicked me. I was trying to run away and I made it to the bathroom. She said, describing how she tried to hide underneath the toilet to get away from him. Okay, remember about the toilet situation. Said members of Combs' security and management team finally came into the room to end it. Ventura said, describing how she had black eyes and golf ball sized knots on her forehead. She said that one of Combs' security guards started to cry when he saw her. Ventura said she had to stay at Combs' home for a little less than a week to recover from the injuries. Combs' son was also staying in the house with Ventura at the time. She said, oh, he in the courtroom, y'all. Said when Combs saw her injuries during a FaceTime call, he told her to put more makeup on so his son wouldn't see the injuries. She testifies. So remember, I said something about FaceTime and I didn't have no context. Well, that's where that came in at. And
Hold on,
let's see.
Angie. I'm just seeing some comments on the side of your screen. No, you and Just V told me the case should be thrown out. Y'all were Team Bonjean the other night. When is this a joke?
Who was that?
Mo, I know that's good. That must be. Is that some what I can't even think of the word. When you're not serious but you're joking. Is that
Rhetorical.
not rhetorical?
Sarcasm.
Sarcasm. Is that sarcasm? Is Mo being funny? Because if so, she missed the mark on that one. Because I know damn well I wasn't on Team Bonjean, and I
He
don't
said
doubt you
that.
were. I doubt you were. Now see, Mo might have the wrong information. Mo might be out here drinking. Mo, you better not be out here drinking and driving, talking about people who are Team Bonjean. Now you know.
Mm-mm.
I done charged up every R. Kelly supporter in the chat earlier today just because I can't. Like they trying to act like they don't really support the abuser, but they really do. Like they like kind of like indirectly victim shaming, like, oh, you stayed there for so long. Oh, she was a terrible person, but I told you Diddy was toxic. Yeah, but you're still really victim blaming. Like that can't be me, Mo. It might have been Angie, but it sure wasn't me.
Oh man, how you gonna girl by?
I
Hold on,
mean,
let
I
me
mean, if
finish
it
this.
had to be anybody, it was you. It wasn't me for sure.
No, it wasn't me. No, 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 ma'am.
Well, Mo might have
As
been
much
drinking
as
and
I get
driving.
accused, as much as I get accused of being on the prosecutor's side, no, I just
Hey
get both
man,
sides.
but that's coming from R. Kelly support. It's coming from Mo. I think Mo. I don't know. Mo might be drinking and driving out there. I really don't know. I hope she's out there being safe.
Hold on, I gotta update y'all. I gotta update. So remember, Sean came in and threw her friend down on the patio furniture, on out on the balcony, okay, at her apartment. And Cassie said, I saw Sean bring her back in from over the balcony, then throw her on the patio furniture. She's asked, and Carrie Morgan, Ventura said, I saw Sean hit her in the head. And she said, did you get drugs on your own? And she says, occasional drug dealers, opiates, Xanax, and Valium. So right there, they're trying to just concede to some things, trying to get in front of it because they know that the defense is going to use it against them, right? So check this out. So let me read this other update. It says Cassie Ventura also witnessed Sean Diddy Combs physically abuse other people, including some of his employees. She said she recounted a time she said she saw Combs punch someone in the head. On a separate occasion, on an international trip, Ventura testified that she saw Combs drag his assistant Mia out of the bed onto the deck outside her room after she resisted when he tried to take her phone. Ventura went on to describe seeing Combs hold her friend over the balcony railing at her Los Angeles apartment early one morning. God damn. There was an incident where I was asleep in my room, and when I came out, Sean was holding her and threw her onto the patio furniture, Ventura said. I saw him bring her back over the railing of the balcony and then threw her onto the patio furniture, she said. Prosecutor Emily Johnson displayed a headshot of Ventura's friend. Ventura testified she is still friends with the woman. It says Cassie Ventura said her friendship with her best friend of 17 years ended in 2018 after an altercation with Sean Diddy Combs. He came in, saw that we were going to do drugs, and he hit her in the head with a hanger. She said nothing that it was a nothing. Said, oh, I'm sorry, noting that it was a wooden hanger.
Well, that's the only hanger that would really make a difference. I guess it's bad for somebody to hit you with a plastic hanger or a wire one, but
Yeah, but
uh,
if you hit somebody with a wire or a one of those thick plastic hangers, that could, I mean,
it
I
could
don't
hurt.
know.
But
It
I think
would.
it's only substantial if it was probably wooden, like and then clock you over the head. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Point is, you shouldn't be hitting anybody with any type of hanger. Well, I
What's
wish she would
this?
reconcile with her friend. I always like to tell my friends I feel like we fall out with friends over the craziest of things that we forgive men for. Um, but that is crazy that he was abusing her friend like that, and her friend. I just it's. I mean, you never know what's going on in people's private lives, but I would have never thought all this was going on. Like this is crazy town.
It's a lot. Hold on, I got some more. Hold on. So remember, she just said that he got mad because he came in and saw that her and her friends were going to do drugs. She said Sean would put the pills in a vitamin C bottle on the sink and in the New York apartment. He said you can take you can take them. He had doctors who would write scripts in the name of the assistants or in my name. She said your brother's birthday party in Connecticut in 2013. What happened? And she says, my mother told me someone was taking pictures of me. I went and punched her in the head. She
Oh,
said,
they was both punching people in the head.
yes. And the prosecutor says, you testified your relationship with Sean ended in 2018. How was your health? Hold on, let me see if I get a quick update. So they're you see the prosecutors, y'all, they're getting in front. I mean, yeah, the prosecutors getting in front of this because this is
Mm-hmm.
probably considered. Remember, I told y'all you have people that's considered an imperfect witness, and she's seemed to
Mm-hmm.
be one of them. They just getting in front of it. But the defense about to rip her ass, honey. This is crazy. They got Bra on the side too. Hey,
Well,
Bra.
hopefully people are able to see that even if people was fighting each other or fighting other people, it still doesn't mean you should be forced into having sex and peed on by strangers and sitting in pools of inflatable pools of baby oil if you don't want to and you don't think that's safe. Like mm,
Right. Yeah, because again, right? This is about his behavior. We know, that they have to mount a defense using whatever they can use. But this is about his behavior being aligned with the elements on that indictment.
Which sounds
So,
like things he did. I mean, you flying
right.
people in to have sex with Cassie domestically and internationally, and she's saying she's testifying that she didn't want it. You're most likely not going to testify. So that's the sex trafficking. The RICO is what the can just be blowing up the car and I forgot some of the other elements.
The
Blowing up the
record
car
two, two he needs two
elements.
racketeering acts.
But what
Yeah.
were the
Wait,
other ones?
the other he got sex trafficking. What was on that Rico? Sex trafficking, some
I
other
know it was
stuff.
blowing up the car. I want to say maybe witness. I'll have to take another look. And then, so it was transportation for prostitution, sex trafficking, and then the RICO. But I don't remember exactly what was under the RICO, but I do believe it had something to do with blowing up the car. Um, I think drug trafficking, which I don't think he was a drug trafficker. I think he was just a drug addict. Um, can't really remember anything else outside of that.
I'm gonna pull it up maybe
I don't know if
read it.
I don't know if I would need to leave and come right back because I feel like I can be more. I'll just leave and come right back because I feel like I could be more interactive if I could see the chat. I'm only seeing chats like on the side, and I think some of them might be delayed. Like I think Queenie is still talking about me saying calling her Jag, and I think that, and that's what I see. But I think that that's like
That's
old, and
late.
like
That's
yeah, I think.
very old.
But I see the bottom of the screen it jumps, but then there's never a new message. So I'm just gonna leave and come right back.
You don't see where it says what do you see? You see just
I
all
see all.
Queenie
I only
messages
see
up here.
I only see old messages. Like the last message I see was me telling Karen J about like Cassie. Like how do you know Cassie? She was the person who made the shaved head popular. So the shaved side of the head. So I'm just gonna
Yeah,
leave and come right back because everything is really old.
yeah, okay, because
I'll
I
be
see
right back.
more than that. Okay, I see more than that. Okay, so let me go to this tweet. So check this out. Okay, so remember she said that he would get drugs in the name of his assistants and also in her name. Um, and they last asked about her health. I hear you. Hold on. Let me. Okay. All right. You're up here. Okay. Hold on. So they asked about her health, right? She said, I was sleepwalking. I had PTSD. Defense says objection. Judge overruled. She's asked, what is this? She says, a photo of my front door in 2018. She's asked the prosecutor published it to the jury. Why is there a knife there? She says Sean was coming around a lot, so I had it. She's asked August 2018, what happened? She said we were having a closure conversation at a restaurant in Malibu. He was trying to convince me to go to the Burning Man. And she says, "Were you any seeing any more?" She says, "She said, were you seeing anyone?" I guess, and she says, "My now husband." He's typing it wrong. I don't know who all up here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, came back in and it's still not loaded. Like the messages that's on the side is still not showing at the bottom, and there's no option for me to type in the chat. You got to get rid of the studio restream person. We don't know her and we don't like her. Just FYI.
I'm trying to get it. Karen, I'm trying to get him. So I
She's
have to
not
get.
friendly. She's not friendly. We don't like this girl.
Well, I like it because it has some other stuff. Hold on. Let me see. It
Yeah, but
says
like if I come up here, I can't type. I don't see current messages. If you weren't showing them on the side, I wouldn't even know that some of these things were being said. and it's hard for me to see it like from my phone because obviously it's small. But I don't know. I
So
just
it's
don't.
just an inconvenience to you. That's what
Well,
you're saying.
I mean, I'm not saying just to me, but I imagine if somebody else came up here, would be the same inconvenience. The last messages I see now are like DVD Wow saying hello to Queenie when she had just came in. Queenie is saying hello to me and sending me hearts. Now you know that since then I done told her that she was an R. Kelly supporter, so I don't really believe her. So you know that this was ancient messages, so they're not as current in the chat part as they are on the side, and there's no option for me to reply, and they just keep like loading at the bottom. It'll like blink, but I don't see a new message.
Okay. Well, okay, y'all, hold on. Well, let me deal with these transcripts. Now, I'm trying to get them, and I mean that's good. Y'all will coordinate behind the scenes. We'll coordinate behind the scenes. Cause I definitely at least want this week's on because I want to know what the hell is going on. Hold on, let me read this update. Okay, so she said she sent her now husband, and AUSA said what happened next. She said Sean came to my house and raped me on my living room floor. His eyes were black. It was like um I mean it was like taking something from you. And the AUSA said you cried. What did Sean do? She said he continued and finished inside of me. Then he got up and left. Okay, let me see if there's another update on that before I try to find context. Says she says, "Did you ever have sex with him again?" She said, "Yes, voluntarily. We had a good night. I went back to his house." She's asked, "Can you explain why you did that after he raped you?" She said, "We had been together for 10 years." Prosecutors trying to cover their ass, right? And what I mean, not like they don't have done anything wrong or whatever. Again, they know that she's not a perfect witness. Just me, you'll hit mute real quick because I'm getting a feedback on your end. That's that crickety thing I
Yeah,
sent.
sorry, I don't know. Give me a minute.
Okay, so she said they had been together for 10 years. That's why she did it. All right. Let's see. Okay, now says Cass Ventura said her friendship with her best friend for 17 years ended in 2018. I read that Cassie Ventura testified that she often took narcotics from and with Sean Diddy Combs, and she said there was a period of time where she took opiates daily. She would um, feel ill if she didn't take them, she said. Ventura said that she was heavily dependent on opiates throughout her relationship with Combs. She said that she sought professional help for the opiate use 5 or 6 times during the span of the relationship. She said that she last did drugs in 2022 and she no longer uses narcotics. I went to rehab and sought professional help, she said. Cass Ventura testified that she wedged a knife in the door handle because at the time she was getting a lot of unannounced visits from Sean where he was really angry. Prosecutor Emily Johnson showed a jury a photo of a 2018 of a large knife in the door handle. Kill two birds with one stone, lock it and have a weapon, Ventura said. Oh. So she fighting back like Jennifer, like J Lo in enough. Okay, let me see what we got a Twitter update. This shit is crazy. Okay, she said after she's um responded to why you got back with him after he raped you. She said we have been together for 10 years. Then she's asked, who did you stay in touch with? She said most people thought I pulled away. She said asked, what did you what did you message Sean after that? She said just checking in. What did he send you? That he had iPads full of images. Get him his money. Huh? That's what he told her. Let me see if I can get some context around that. He said, get him his money. You done beat my ass and I can't keep the money? Like what?
Am I still giving feedback?
Yeah, hold on 1 minute. Let me read it. It says, turning once again to her drug use, Cassie Ventura testified that she first took opiates when she got her wisdom teeth removed at 19, and then Sean Combs had them. And I took them with him, she added. She said Combs would procure drugs like Vicodin, oxycodone, and Percocet for her, sometimes using his employees to fill prescriptions. She would take opiates with and without him present, she said, until at one point she was using them daily. Ventura said she last used in 2020. She testified after going to rehab. So the other person said 2022. She said 2020. You up here?
Yeah, I was just still looking for a place to chat, but I don't see.
It does it tell you how to hit the chat on your side?
There is an option, so it shows like a person's, like where it has two heads, and you can see who's on the screen, on the stream with you. Then the second option is the chat, and the third option is the private chat. I see how I could type in the private chat. Maybe there is some sort of allowance I need to allow for the personal, I mean for the public chat, but still don't see it, and it's still, excuse me, it's still old messages like, this is still when Queenie is telling me it's not games. I know him very well. The young lady is something else. Da 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 da. It doesn't even match up with the messages on the side of the screen, which are still kind of old, but not as as old. Sorry.
Hold on, y'all. I got some pictures to show y'all that I don't think we've seen before. Check these pictures out. So y'all remember the hotel, right? Y'all remember the hotel? That's her. I've never seen that photo. And I definitely didn't see this one of the hotel stuff all cracked up on the floor like that.
I just don't understand the psychology of this level of sexual deviancy. Like I mean, I don't understand liking children, but I feel like I at least knew R. Kelly better. He just like underage girls and to pee on 'em. This is I like this is some real deviant behavior. Like you just want to do the sickest of weird shit. Well, R. Kelly did too. I mean, he did make his girlfriend smear poop on them. So I can't. I don't want to be like an R. Kelly supporter and think that okay, well, Diddy's worse than R. Kelly. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying I don't understand the psychology of the sexuality in this. Like I don't understand wanting to
How it
masturbate for
turned to
hours.
yeah, that's weird.
Like masturbating for hours and days at a time. Who does that while just watching your girlfriend
And
have sex with other people?
I be side eyeing, people that be talking about they do it every day. I'm like, what?
I think doing it every day is fine. I think masturbating every day is fine. I think
No.
even if Cassie would have said they tried this one time, I could at least understand that. But for her to say that she had to spend most of her week doing this or recovering from this, like doing this like that's weird to me. Like no one needs to jack off that much. I do not understand it.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot, honey. That is a lot.
It is just sick and weird. I understand sometimes he will join, but I don't know. The psychology of it, like I say, is just very, very strange to me. It's just, mm-mm.
Yeah, like, what is going on? I want to know why this NBC News thing keeps talking about. I got
And then I don't
messages.
know if you saw where apparently afterwards he would ask her like, "Did you like that D?" And like, I mean, I don't know. I just don't get it.
Mm,
And I feel like this is above swingers because I talked to a swinger couple and they were nice people. They ain't present with none of this weirdness. Um,
well, you can be a nice person to be a swinger.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand Diddy.
Okay, hold on. I got something else coming in. All right. So remember, they're trying to figure out who do you stay in touch with, and she just, I guess, out of blue, just said, just checking in. I don't know if they were on a break or if this was a final break or what. Then remember, he asked, what they. She was asked, what did he send you, and she said that he had iPads full of images. Get him his money, and she said, money for what? And Ventura said, for having paid my now husband to be my trainer. And she's asked, what did you write back? She said, do you want me to tell the truth? It's much deeper than iPads. There was abuse more than freak offs. Hold on, let me see. What is she talking about? Is she finna, Lord, is she finna drop the bomb about Tupac Biggie? What's she
Well,
finna
I'm
drop the
definitely
bomb
confused, so you
for?
better have some answers.
Hold
I'm
on, let me
accuse
see.
you of not having your information right too.
This man. I'm typing. I'm reading what he's typing. Okay,
Hmm.
so he says. She says, "Do you want me to tell the truth? Is much deeper than iPads. There was abuse more than freak off." She says there was a time I couldn't take the pain. Tried to walk out in traffic. My husband wouldn't let me. I had trauma therapy. She said, "Did you write?" Ventura said, a book with chapters. My mom helped. She's asked, what did you want with the book? She said, that Sean read it. That Sean read it. I don't know what's going on with this. Let me see if I can get some context with this other update. I don't understand that. It came in gibberish.
Where are you getting these updates from? Because that could be part of the problem.
I'm getting it from a reporter that's in the courtroom
No, no, no,
and
no. I'm
other
not
people.
saying.
Oh,
I'm just
no,
thinking
no.
that the depending on the source, right? Like they might just be so happy to put out something. There is no context to when they're putting it out. That's all I was thinking.
No. I'm getting context from other places. I know
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
doing. I got other
Okay.
sources.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay. So let me give you some context about. I'm going back a little bit. All right, about the rape in the front room. It says Cassie Ventura is testifying about how she went to dinner with Sean Diddy Combs in Malibu in August 18th. Oh, no, that's not new. Why they updated and say it was new? Okay, no, it's not new. Hold on. Cassie Ventura is testifying about she went to dinner with Sean Diddy Combs in Malibu in 2018 in August for what she thought was a closure conversation. She said, "Go on mute. I'm just be doing that." I don't know why I have that feedback like that. That rickety
I
rick.
really think it's this new app, but I'll go on mute.
No, because you do that on the other app. So she said she was seeing her now husband at the time. Okay, the dude in the courtroom said Combs was playful and romantic at the dinner, she recalled, and then he drove her home. After a long pause sitting on the witness's stand, Ventura said, and then he raped me in my living room. I just remember crying and saying no, but it was very fast, she testified. She said she wasn't sure if he even noticed her crying. Ventura said she was intimate with Combs voluntarily one more time after that instance. She also testified that she and Combs had a few check ins since they ended things in 2018. Just checking in, sending love, nothing crazy, she said. So that's where the check in came from. So, where this guy in the courtroom can't type all of that, I'm filling it in with context from other reporters that is sitting in the probably sitting in the overflow or maybe even outside somewhere. So check this out right here. Here's some more context. Um about the knife. Yeah, that's not really. Oh, I'll read it. It says, Sean Combs' defense attorney are expected to argue that Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs had a mutually toxic relationship and that she also was violent towards him. Prosecutors have been asking Ventura, their star witness, to volunteer some of these episodes before she is cross examined. Ventura testified that once she became enraged when she learned a woman took a photo of her while she was drunk in a birthday party in a bar. She found the woman at the bar, she testified, pulled her out, and I was punching her in the head, she said. Prosecutors also showed Ventura a photo of a Santaku knife lodged in a door handle at her Los Angeles home. She said she put it there as a message to Combs in defiance of his frequent unannounced visits. So she put the knife there to say, "Yeah, I'm ready for your ass. You come in here with that it's gonna be on and popping." That's why she put that knife there. Child, this is crazy. It was just easy to break up. Okay, let me see if we got any more updates. Let me see. Okay, so she's asked, how did you get the chapters to Sean? This is in reference to the book she wrote, right? She says, through my attorney, and I reached out to KK, that's Christina Korn. I asked her if he read it. She said it was not taken seriously. She's asked, how much did you ask for the book? She said 30 million. She said, did you sue? She said, yeah, in 2023. She said, what happened to the lawsuit? She said it settled for 20 million in 24 hours. So now we got the actual amount. Remember, everybody was speculating, even the news, even the
Right.
credible sources. We got it now. It's 20 million. She
Mm-hmm.
says, she's asked, why are you testifying in this trial? She says, I can't carry this anymore. What's wrong is wrong. I tried people like they were disposable escorts, anybody. I don't, that's what he typed. So this is crazy. Let me see if I got some context about anything else. Hold on, let me see if I get an update.
So
It's
interesting enough, I was watching Simone Bowine, I think her name is. She was one of the attorneys that was with Al Reynolds when he first started his little judge show. I don't mean to call it little, but I'm just saying. And she has her own channel, and she was saying she got some tea that Diddy is that. So you remember that girl Gina that was on Tasha K doing an interview and basically said like she loved Diddy, but he abused her and she was pregnant and he wanted her to abort her baby.
yeah,
That she is the missing witness, so she would be witness number 3. So she was saying that supposedly also at the same time they're working out a settlement, and that it's quite possible that maybe her lawyer told her, you know you could get the settlement, you don't have to go to court, which she was saying legally you do have to go to court, you're responsible for being there, otherwise you can get a warrant.
right.
But was saying, but if she got the money and disappeared and that's possible. So just throwing that out there, that's what she said.
Oh wow, they were speculating that it was that submitted to the witness. Hey, I just got some more context about that the ending of the relationship or whatever. It says the prosecutors are jumping around quite a bit in their end of day questions for Cassie. So they are jumping around. So if you see me jumping around, they are jumping around. I'm trying to keep it all, trying to, in sequence so you can understand. Just we're gonna meet real quick. I don't know why your phone be doing that.
I have no idea.
Okay, it says that prosecutors are jumping around with end-of-day questions for Cassie Ventura, which can make timelines of some incidents hard to follow. Their questions have mostly been linked thematically, focusing on alleged violence against Ventura's friends and her drug use. Ventura is now being questioned about her interactions with Sean Combs after their 2018 breakup. She said they maintained constant contact with each other after their romantic relationship was over. Let me go to my dude and see if he's tweeted anything. See, I wonder why. Hold on, let me read this. Okay, so she's asked, how many freak offs did you have with Sean? She says, impossible to know, hundreds. She's asked, after you broke up with Sean, did you ever do a freak off? She said, no. No further question. They rested. Sidebar before the cross. Okay, let me see. Let me check this update. Maybe some context with something. Okay. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Diddy Combs continued to threaten her after the relationship ended. In messages from 2019, Combs told Ventura, if I was you, I would get my money. Ventura said that Combs wanted to be reimbursed because her current husband, Alex Fine, was formerly her personal trainer who Combs paid for. Combs also messaged her, you will not be threatening me. And said that she had too many iPads full of skeletons. In the messages, Ventura said, do you want me to tell the truth? It's way deeper than iPads. There was way more than freak off, she testified in the courtroom. There was abuse, there was many things that happened over our relationship. So that's just a little more context. But yeah, so maybe they'll end it right here today, or maybe they'll get started. Child. I don't know. Woo, this is crazy, y'all. He wanted that money back for the trainer that's not her husband. Boy, this is a lot. You're talking about keeping it all in the family. This is, hold on. Why can't I update that? Hold on, let me see if I got another. Hold on. Okay, they still on break. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I got another. Okay, hold on. So, Cassie Ventura broke down in tears as she talked about going to rehab and trauma therapy in 2023. Now it says 2023. So we've gotten 3 dates: 2020, 2022, and 2023. Okay. She said that she was having flashbacks during a shooting for a music video with another artist. She also said she was suicidal. I didn't want to be alive anymore at this point, she said. I couldn't take the pain that I was in anymore. And so I just tried to walk out the front door into traffic, and my husband would not let me. Okay, so that's, remember when I got a little piece that was talking about she walked out and the husband stopped her. That's more context about that. Let me see if I got another update before Just V tells us what she thinks. Well, yeah, she done gone. What kind of damn peekaboo shit is that? She done gone. All right, y'all, let me blow my nose real quick. Let me put our friend on. Let me see what's going on with these text messages. I mean, these messages on the side. Maybe if I take it off the overlay.
That they love you. Jurors saw photos
Okay, Mo.
showing a large dark bruise on Cassie's lower back and other bruises on her shoulder and thigh that she said she sustained in the altercation. So again, prosecution continuing to try to really showcase this back and forth of alleged sex abuse and alleged violence by Diddy. And again, we are bringing you this coverage here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide, continuing to get these updates from all of the jurors inside the room. They're getting their different reactions from the court reporters. We're working also to get you Fox 5 New York's coverage as well. We got you covered worldwide as always, bringing you these top big moments from.
I was asking you to mute because you was doing the crickety thing. And then when I was done, you could came off mute because I was thinking you was going to tell us what you thought so far.
Day 3 trial that is just loaded with alleged evidence of not only sexual abuse but also violence towards her. We are learning also that Ventura said that there was too many incidents of abuse during her 11-year relationship with Combs to recall them all, but she remembered that some of his staff were visibly upset by her treatment. When D-Rock saw me, he started to cry, Ventura said, referring to one of Combs' regular security guards as she recalled a beating that left her with black eyes, golf ball-sized knot on my forehead, and a busted-up lip. As the trial goes on, prosecutors may ask some of Combs' former employees to talk about the aspects of Ventura's testimony. So keep an eye on that as this trial does progress and we get more witnesses on the stand. But again, prosecution still having their star witness on the stand, continuing to take questions.
I swear, every time I go out to do something, this thing goes to buffering. Okay, I might not. I may have to use you restream as something else. I don't know what the deal is, but I'll go back to StreamYard. Yeah, I figured that they should. I mean, they should stop the start with cross like fresh in the morning. Give the defense time enough to get their stuff together. I'm trying to see how this case is going to be 8 weeks. Something went wrong. They miscalculated something. All right, so let me look at the indictment real quick. Let's take a look at this indictment really quick. Because this says jury's out. She said, judge says, why don't we put off the cross till tomorrow? She said, yes, we like to start. No, wait a minute. Hold on. The AUSA said, no, we would like to start now to be sure to finish. Judge says, Miss Estavo comes, okay, She would be finished by the end of the week. Judge said no cross today. So Judge Tumer said, we'll just make up the time in other ways. Get the jury. The witness can be excused. Judge says yes. Wait a minute. Says, hold on. Okay, let me see if I can get in the context of this closing. All right, so let me give you some context about that book, okay, and the lawsuit. The Cassie Ventura is now testifying about the, well, you know she's gone, but we're talking about the book that she wrote in 2023 saying that she didn't think that Sean Diddy Combs understood the pain she was in. I didn't think he understood. I don't think after all those years of begging for sorries and for him to actually recognize the pain that he put me through, I just wanted him to understand, she said. Ventura said she sent the book to Combs through a lawyer and told him that he could buy the rights to it for $30 million. I wanted to be compensated for the time, the pain, and the many years of having to fix my life, she said. Asked how she reached that number, she said, I really didn't do any research. I just picked a numeric hat I felt like would alert him. She later reached out to Combs' employee to ask if he had read her book and was told that it hadn't been taken seriously. She said she didn't receive any compensation from Combs or the rights to her writing. In 2023, she filed a lawsuit. Ventura testified that she agreed to settle with Combs and his companies for $20 million less than 24 hours after filing the lawsuit. Let's see if I added anything else. Okay, Ventura told the court that she said that her litigation against Combs is over and that she is testifying against him to do the right thing. I can't carry the shame, the guilt, Ventura said, noting that she took part in hiring escorts for the same freak-off parties where she says she was abused. I was guided to treat people like they were disposable. Baby, she was prepped good. Baby, what I'm trying to tell you, it's a reason why. If I'm not mistaken. Those jurisdictions in New York, in Fed court, I believe they have the highest conviction rate out of all of the jurisdictions, the federal jurisdictions. I may be wrong, but that's how it was. When I say when I was there, I don't mean in New York. I'm just saying when I was part of the crew. Ventura testimonies end. Let me see if this updated over here. Okay, so let me give you a little bit of context, right? So talking about the assault of Cassie's two friends, says Cassie says she saw Combs physically assault her female friend on at least two occasions, including when he held one of them over the 17th floor balcony railing at her Los Angeles apartment. Boy, that's crazy. The alleged incident was referred to in a 2024 civil lawsuit brought by Brianna Bama Bongolan, a fashion designer, against Combs. But Bongolan, whatever, sought $10 million in damages from Combs for the terror and abuse she had suffered at his hands. Describing a separate incident, Cassie testified that Combs struck her friend Carrie Morgan in the face with a wooden coat hanger. Cassie said that Morgan had been her best friend of 17 years, but they are no longer in contact. So that's the girl that she's no longer in contact with. Okay. So, wow. This is nuts upon nuts. Let me see. Oh, dude. All right. So, I guess they're still in the courtroom talking about some last minute things, right? Okay. So, check this out. The jury entered. Judge says, he was sorry to bring them back, just to send them home. Gave them their directions and the jury exit. So the judge said, Miss Comey, and the AUSA says, here's Combs says, here's what the defense sent about Rule 412. Now remember, yesterday I was telling you guys about Rule 412, where you can't ask all of those questions. You can't ask, certain questions of sexual assault victims. Who got up here and said that they were asked those? Oh, remember that attorney said he would ask, the attorney on one of them shows would ask those kind of questions, whatever. And I said he was wrong. You can't ask, certain questions about, someone's sex life and treatment and different things like that, but based on Rule 412. Well, this is what they're talking about. And the AUSA says, we believe we had agreed that other sexual acts by the witness were not admissible, but we understand they intend to cross-examine her about other relationships with texts about sex about Miss Ventura. And I mean, this is typed out. I guess the prosecutor said this. And apparently, lawyers aren't supposed to talk like I do, but she said in court, with texts about sex about Miss Ventura fucking someone else. Why is this necessary? And here's the thing, right? Now, I'm going to get y'all. Because you don't run in those circles, right, with people who y'all perceive that think or believe that they're high class. I don't know where we ever think that of me. That you don't think that two things can be true. We can be, oh my gosh, and also cuss your ass out, right? So the lady said that in the people courtroom. Oh! All right, so let me give you some context about Kid Cudi in that car, right? Because they didn't give us much, right? Let's talk about this. So Scott McCuddy, also known as rapper Kid Cudi, was just mentioned in the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Kid Cudi has been a player in the story of Combs and his former girlfriend Cassie Ventura since her civil lawsuit against the mogul in 2023. Ventura, who is on the stand for the second day, testified that Combs learned that she was dating Kid Cudi during a freak-off in 2011. She said that Combs told her he was going to hurt Scott and I. Ventura also testified that Combs told her Kid Cudi's car would be blown up, which at some point it did. The testimony mirrors a statement Ventura made as part of her civil lawsuit. Ventura alleged in her civil claim that Combs found emails between her and Kid Cudi and became enraged at Ventura, later telling her that he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car, and that was around the time Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. Representatives for Kid Cudi confirmed Ventura's account to the New York Times back in 2023. This is all true, a spokesperson for the artist said at the time. CNN has reached out to representatives for Kid Cudi for comment today. In the government's indictment, Kid Cudi is accused of, in the government's indictment, Combs is accused of acts of violence, including arson, though it is unclear if prosecutors are referring to the same incident with Kid Cudi. So let me see. Now look like everybody want to update, want to give context. Now, child, they just giving all this context. All right. Let me give you some more context about when she tried to walk off in traffic. After approximately 10 hours on the witness stand, the prosecutor has concluded their direct examination of Cassie. Towards the end of her direct testimony, Cassie broke down in tears as she spoke about having suicidal thoughts over the trauma of her experience with Combs. I didn't want to be alive anymore at that point, she said. I couldn't take the pain that I was in anymore. And so I just tried to walk out the front door into traffic, and my husband would not let me. She said that she eventually sought help in 2023. Cassie said that she received $20 million from Combs to settle a civil lawsuit in 2023. So, now we all okay. So they're still talking about that Route 412. A USA Comey said, I don't want to read these into record, so I'll hand a copy up. Just asking for the defense, and Attorney Agnifilo for Combs says these are messages about jealousy in the vocabulary of, are you fucking that person? That's fair game. This is the real world way people express hurt. The prosecutor says the rule requires that this be sealed. The judge said, let's proceed without specifics. I guess he tired of all the effing in the courtroom. So Agnifilo says, saying, are you fucking that person is just a vulgar way of asking, are you cheating? Both sides open on infidelity. That is not 412. Remember, I told you about that rule yesterday when that attorney got there and told us that he would ask about this, that, and the third. And I told you instantly, no, there's a rule 412 that say, unless the judge allows it, unless you're trying to prove something. And I read to you exactly the two things that, that a person's sexual history or whatever, questions about that. And let me pull it up again, what you can use it for. And that would be you could use it for evidence of specific instances of a victim's sexual behavior if offered to prove someone other than the defendant was the source of semen injury or other physical evidence, or evidence of specific instances of a victim's sexual behavior with respect to the persons accused of the sexual misconduct if offered by the defendant to prove consent, or if offered by the prosecutor, and evidence whose exclusion would violate the defendant's constitutional rights. Okay? So that line of questioning, meaning that type of evidence, has a very specific use. Other than that, it should probably be inadmissible. And I don't speak in absolutes, so you never know what the judge will allow, right? So it's still in here challenging that rule 412. So that attorney to get his ass back on this show and correct the people. Hold on. I'm still trying to see that 8 weeks. I mean, unless it's going to be, they're going to put on a bunch of witnesses that work for Combs, that I don't see the 8 weeks. Wait a minute. Just can you see the comments now? Are they do they seem to be y'all? So let's see if our friend is giving us any information. Hold on. I mean, Tisa came right out there and said that, and I don't listen to her. But when she comes down on the timeline and she says she's on the trial, and she did help prove something.
His hand and pen against his face as he studied the image.
That's crazy.
Just intently. One woman on the panel pursed her lips.
I'm gonna use StreamYard tomorrow.
Many took notes as Cassie described what was happening in those images. She said they showed her with male sex workers at various stages of the sexual encounters. Again, waiting for more updates from the court reporters, but they're doing a good job of giving us this stuff in a timely manner right now that we're able to report to you in real time. On live now from Fox, everybody. But again, we continue to wait for more updates. I'm your host, Mike Page. Great to be with you. We are live bringing you these top stories from inside of the court. I know so many of you have been saying, if this was on camera, this would have been bigger than the Johnny Depp trial. This would have been even bigger, some say, than the O.J. Simpson trial back in the early 90s here. So, yeah, I would have to agree with you. This would be because of the celebrity nature. You have the sexual accusations as well. So many eyes would be on this and continuing to want to get updates. But of course, that is not the case. We are getting our updates from those court reporters inside of the courtroom right now as Diddy continues to stand by with his attorneys, and the attorneys continue to take notes here on this direct testimony from Cassie Ventura, who again is now detailing to the jury some of the sexual situations that she found herself in while she was part of these freak offs. So that is some of the latest takeaways that we have seen for you here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to showcase still more updates when they do become available right here to you. We're also seeing that the sexually explicit images being shown in court now are out of view for the public inside the courtroom. Jurors have seen explicit freak off video images in court. One female juror sighed, hand on her chest. A male juror quickly looked away. Another took notes while looking at the freak off images. Worldwide for you here on Live Now from Fox, again, bringing you some of the biggest takeaways from the Diddy trial. Day 3, Cassie Ventura still on
I think
the stand here. There was a noticeable.
I don't see that chopping up like this. Yeah, I don't like that.
Longer lunch break.
Okay, so he's is on a loop. He's on a loop. So what I'm going to do, if I can find the tab. Okay, let me share my screen with what we have for his indictment. Okay. That apparently ain't right. Sorry about that. Get the indictment. This is crazy, child. Okay. All right. He has count 1 racketeering conspiracy. You have to establish these facts and these elements. And them darn transcripts are high as hell. All right, so for racketeering conspiracy, they have to prove that there's a pattern of racketeering activity, right? Two racketeering acts within the last 10 years. They have to prove that there is an enterprise. They have to prove that there was an agreement to participate in a RICO enterprise, right? And they also have to have knowledge of the conspiracy. They don't have to. So, meaning you could have co-conspirators, right? Have we heard that thus far? You think he's proven that? The prosecutor's proven that thus far? That's why you got to be careful with those RICOs. Because again, the statutory language is written so broad so that anybody can get caught up because they'll make the crime fit the elements. Okay, they'll point out something you did that will be parallel to those elements. And then they got you. That's just crazy. Right. But it's so crazy. And what kills me when it comes to damn transcripts and all of that, we could have literally kind of pooled the money together and whatever, and just put them out. You know, it'd have been cheap on everybody. But these people think just because they don't like each other, they can't work with each other. And this person try to outdo this one. This one wants to break it first, and this one wants to do this. It's just so crazy. It's like, Lord have mercy. Just do you. Here's the thing, right? If the people don't like you, they're not coming to you anyway. Whether no matter if you put it out last, put it out first, put it out the best, put it out whatever, it don't matter. People gonna go wherever, they are with the people they like, right? But it could have been, I'm trying to tell you, all those people, we could have been paying $5 per, each person could have been paying $5 per transcript. It'd have been a lot easier. Because I know I have talked to people, whatever, and I'm not just trying to showboat or whatever. They'll tell me that they're short or whatever. I'm like, well, how much more you need to get that day's transcript? Keller and I, when I tell you, tell me some money about some transcripts, girl, I wish a motherfucker would. I had it going both sides. Okay. Two federal court cases, and those cases were long. Like, that was crazy. That was crazy to me. Like, who in the world don't have enough common sense or can't control their attitude, their impulses, or whatever, and to save money, or just to work with somebody, or whatever, get the scripts or what? Who can't do that? I mean, you crazy. That is so crazy to me. All that money, I think about the money I put in, I just get mad. That's why I be cussing y'all out. I think about the money. Bunch of ungrateful. Oh, Dusties. That's how Dusties do. That's how Dusties at. And you got that big old fat. Hold on, let me do this indictment because I noticed that I have people that are here for Diddy only and not for my shenanigans. So I apologize. Let me get through this. So now you can decide on your own if, and let's be honest, we still got a bulk of the trial to go. But most of these charges was based on Cassie. You can make a decision on your own whether or not the prosecutor, it seems like they're pretty much making their case, right? Based on what I just read, those elements. Queenie, I hit you back. So, what's the next count? Because we don't know if the arson that they're talking about with blowing Kid Cudi's car up is the arson that is mentioned. Because we didn't know that Puffy was over here hitting people all in the head and overseas hitting people. We didn't know he was beating up everybody. We didn't know that. How did I go past those counts that quick? Wait a minute. Am I missing something? Okay, that is count one. Hold on, I don't know, I'm crazy. Okay, so I'm gonna let you advance it. Okay, count two. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. That also can be with regards to Cassie. Let's see. Yeah, there we see victim one, so that's a Cassie charge. Okay, yeah. Count three is transportation to engage in prostitution. Let's see if this also a Cassie. Yep, that's a Cassie charge. Count four, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That's a victim two. That's somebody else. Count 5 is for victim 2. So remember they were talking about other victims in the case? Remember they were talking about victim 3? I remember them up to victim 3. Somebody said it was up to victim 5. I don't know. I have to go back and look at those superseding indictments. Well, it seems like what happened. Like I said, some people must be fell out. I will go with the other indictments. Like, don't play with me. Thank you, man. I appreciate y'all. Because I'm telling you, it was crazy. It was crazy. Kelly and I would be pooling up money, child. Getting, child, as I tell you, oh, Lord, honey, it was crazy. I'm like, you got to be, you can't be serious with this mess. Uh, and then, you have, and then I pulled documents as well. Like, that, I don't even want to think about how much money I spent. I get mad when I think about it. Like, these god darn ungrateful. I'm not just pulling it and just highlighting it and promising to read it to you and don't. Like, hold on, let me. And some on my other computer. I get my other computer out and charge that up. Okay, is this, which indictment is this? Hold on, people, because I'm trying to figure out, was my guess accurate with all these victim witnesses they're supposed to had and then turn around. And they bye bye. Okay, that's the first superseding indictment. because, like I said yesterday, if people dropped out or something about their case changed and they didn't tell the defense, I mean, they didn't do anything wrong. They just didn't tell the defense because the defense could be slick and make a big deal out of it. You understand what I'm saying? So I'd be like, yeah, what's happening to your case? Ah, oh Lord. Like, what's happening to your funky case? Right? Okay. So okay. So let me bring up the first indictment. Now the first indictment has, let me see if it'll let me do control find. Nope, it's not letting me do control find, so I gotta search it myself. I will put it on the screen so y'all just won't be. Okay, that's the first indictment. And so we always be trying to get ahead of the darn case, child. We don't have time to be waiting. God darn freak offs, child. I just want them to stop talking about them. And they make me uncomfortable, like, oh no. And I heard, like, yesterday, like when a lot of the news outlets was wrapping up in the media and people online, whatever, they was like, what made them uncomfortable is when they're talking about the peeing in the girl mouth and stuff. I'm like, oh my God, like what does that do for y'all? What kind of mess is that? Hey, the people that is all into that in the chat, y'all are watching, y'all come and tell me what's up with that. Y'all like that? What it do for you? Okay, that's victim one. So the first one started out with victim one, right? Look, the second one. Let's go up the second one. That man, that attorney yesterday on something. I asked for this, and what about the sex that you had with this? Nah, like, oh no! You can't ask that girl all of that. Are you crazy? And it might not be high crimes. It might not be his field, or I don't know what area he worked on, because even if y'all listen to the attorney I played yesterday, or maybe the day before, I think it was yesterday, who said sometimes he didn't know, but when asked about a civil question, like, yes, because like the lady said on Sylvia, like the attorney said on Sylvia's channel, You graduate, you gravitate toward your specialty in law. That means 9 out of 10 times, you're going to forget everything about other areas of law. I would literally be the water girl at the council table for major crimes, high crimes. This ain't what I do. I'm literally the secretary. Okay, major crimes. No, darling. Okay, so that's a victim one in this. Oh, this is where we found victim 1, 2, and 3. Hold on. Okay, now that is the superseding indictment. Which one is this? This S1. Okay, that's S1. So let me see what it was on S2. S2 has what? Hold on, I got y'all. One thing about it, anybody who went to the institution of higher learning, definitely, if you did 4 more, you don't know nothing but research. Baby, didn't they have us? Oh my gosh. Y'all know I had to research, but I'm talking about especially at that point of master's. What we did, we did a whole bunch of research and a whole bunch of group work, which got on my goddamn nerves. All that meeting up. And I'm always in there with white folks. They want to meet every day to do homework and schoolwork. I don't want to do all of that. And I don't need to do all that. I don't need to have all those meetings. Y'all, y'all be all nervous and stuff. Y'all be making those chain links with paper clips and be making those rubber band balls and stuff. And y'all be having those squeezy balls and be tapping your pencil. I ain't that nervous and I don't need that much workup or whatever to just put out a decent project. I don't need all of that. We ain't got to keep doing all this meeting. I got a child. I be hungry. I got to watch my shows. My part be right. Like, God darn. They want to meet 4 and 5 times a week. All at the Starbucks and Lord, or at some bookstore. Like, Lord, tell me I'm lying. I'm like, oh Lord. I have to be my daughter tell you she done been on. I bring her to school with me, and definitely too when we had to do studies and stuff. Okay, so as what is this? This is the second superseding indictment. So we had y'all see right there. We had victim 1, 2, and 3, in count 3, right? So, oh my gosh. Let's see, which one is this? This is the second superseding indictment. I'm like, if you don't quit, I don't feel like doing all of that. I'm not running where y'all are, so if y'all saying anything, I can't see it. But yeah, I'm like, baby, I don't have time for all of that. I got a child. I know you don't care, but just because you don't care don't mean I still don't have one. I don't have time to keep running up to the Starbucks or to which whenever them them bookstores that got them little places where you can sit in there and the little coffee. I don't even drink coffee. Like, I only drink it to like out of them K cups that make all of that those the ones with the froth on top and all of that. And I have those machines, but that's the only time I really want to drink when I want to make something like that. That's just once every 7, 8 months. That's not now. I don't be hung. I don't like to read. To be honest, one is too boring. I have to be with an action. My mom used to, oh my God, my mom used to go off on me. She told me, you always got to be somewhere where the action is. Light skin, you always want to know what's going on. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now this is the last indictment. Okay, in this indictment, in count 3, they back to just having victim 1. And then victim, in count 4, you have victim 2. Ah. So, as I predicted yesterday, some people did drop out. They ain't said nothing to that defense, right? But again, they ain't talking to lay people. We notice, we know what's going on. So, little Bri and them over there on the defense counsel, Agnipolo and Garagos and all the rest of them, they know something is funny. So look out. When you see the prosecutors, you see they let me see something before I say it. Which indictment did they have all those people? You got it. But you, okay, in my heart, yeah, got it. Okay, so I'll put up on the screen. So, in count 3, that's where you see victim 1, 2, and 3, right? This is the second superseding indictment, right? Isn't this the second one? Yeah. Count 3, you see victim 1, 2, and 3. There is no count 4 or 5. Yeah, so yes, it is boring. Oh, it's over with. I'm just going over indictment. Hey, did you bring that thing to build a house? Did you bring the thing to build the house? The little thing. Yeah, but you can use the one that's in the corner. I'll show you. No, no, no. Are you home? Okay, the one by the deep freezer that's sitting up. Yeah, yeah, right there. That's on the bottom that you got on. Yeah, you can use that to build a house. All right, fine. So now you see. So somebody dropped out. Somebody dropped out prior to we knowing that there was another witness or victim witness in the win. So somebody, because remember, these were already these have already been issued. The last one was issued with the changes dropping one of the victims by 4/7/2025. Now, since the trial has started, there is somebody else. They said it was missing or whatever. They said that in court. So it's not this person that's on the indictment. It's a someone else. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say? Y'all, let me know if y'all understand what I'm trying to say. As I said yesterday, girl, why I can come up with, but I cannot come up with the right 6 numbers for that lotto. I don't get it. Because one is my wheelhouse and the other one ain't. That's why. Like, yeah. So, ooh, y'all. Hey, Daniel. Are they gone for the day? Karen. I'm just going over the indictment. Trying to, how we try to stay ahead, so we don't have to catch up. Yes, I like that. We stay ahead, so we don't have to catch up. And Lil Rod, y'all seen Lil Rod? He was walking in there. Sylvia had got him on camera. He was walking in there like he done got swole or something. You know how them guys walk when they look like they done got swole, but they not really swole. That's how he look. Man, we got off topic question, but do y'all mind Blue Ivy like dancing and stuff like that and be out there like performing numbers with her mom and all of that? Do y'all mind her doing that? Y'all mind? I really don't care, but so let's see if we can gather some opinions around. Hold on, I'm closed out. Who's that? Needed to be free. 'Cause it you I'm just my chain, mine. Could have been 14. I don't close out the thing. I like they put the excerpts up there. But let me look around and see who has any updates from today. Um, updates today. I might take my day one. I don't know why I be thinking, expecting them to have their updates. Good. I mean, I have a couple. I can put on the reel. Give me a sec. So this is not day two. This is day three. So that's behind. Well, it's some crazy. I can't believe this dude was doing all of this. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay. Let me take off Ryan. Why is Tisa on my thing? And how many? Wait a minute. What? Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. I thought I closed this out. Maybe I can start. What? I mean, why is Tisa on my thing? Like, what are we doing? because that's old. I don't know how Tisa got on my thing. Why is it? Is this Wednesday, isn't it? It's on my day 2 of her testimony. Oh, Cassie's test. Right? Yeah. I'm gonna say now. Hold on. No, I'm gonna put that. Okay. All right. Let me put this on the screen. Hope it acts right. There was Miss Janet.
So as you can see, just family members there. Diddy's children.
What kind of purse is that?
His mother as well, leaving the courthouse today. Getting in that kind of big black Mercedes-Benz van. And to Kaylee Schuyler's point, they have been somewhat of a, added benefit for Diddy, a moral support, so to speak. In the meantime, though, we do want to bring into the conversation here former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. And Nima, good to see you here. I just want to show our viewers this because they didn't get to see this live. But Nima, I have to ask you this. What did you reports coming out of day 1 of Cassie Ventura's testimony? This is the prosecution's star witness. This was the moment a lot of people have been waiting for. What are you hearing? How did it go?
I thought it went well, but the real test will be tomorrow when she's subject to what I expect to be a very aggressive and grueling cross-examination. Today we saw a very pregnant, 8.5-month pregnant Cassie Ventura take the stand. She was somewhat quiet and whispered during parts of her testimony, but I thought she did a pretty good job laying out her history with Combs and really the extent of his control. So let's sort of walk through it. If you're the government, you want to prove the sex trafficking. So you want to prove the coercion and the force. And with respect to the coercion, she provided testimony that the freak-offs would happen almost weekly and would last days, and that Combs would provide her with drugs, so much so that she would throw up at times. And I think that was good evidence of coercion. And with respect to the force, she discussed Combs's many firearms, his security, how he and they would track her, and they would actually find her if she wasn't responsive or otherwise was unavailable. So I thought we got some good evidence of force as well. And of course, paying the sex workers for prostitution, that also came in. So you have the elements of the crime, Andrew, but you also have the graphic and explicit details. We talked already about her throwing up, being urinated on, her having sex while she's menstruating, really disturbing details that those jurors had to listen to. And I could tell you from the reports in court, they were paying attention to her every word, unlike some of the prior witnesses where maybe they were looking around that courtroom.
I had asked some of your contemporaries in the last couple of days whether or not they thought this very graphic video that was displayed yesterday of Diddy abusing Cassie in the hallway of this hotel, whether or not that was the kind of prosecution's smoking gun, so to speak, or are they putting too much of their eggs in that evidentiary basket? What do you think about that question? What side do you come down on that question, Nima?
Well, I'm a former prosecutor, so I'm usually going to side with the prosecution. I think there is a reason why they are putting all their eggs in that proverbial basket because that video does not lie. It cannot lie. And we've been discussing this case for a year and a half, Andrew. When that video came out in May of last year, I mean, it was so powerful that Combs had to finally apologize publicly. And even the defense in this case, they're really tailoring their entire strategy around this video. They are admitting physical violence. They've said that Combs is essentially guilty of domestic violence. Now, maybe that's not conceding a whole lot because he's not charged with physical assault or domestic violence in this case, even though it can be a RICO predicate act. But they're trying to draw this distinction between physical force and sexual assault. And I'm not sure the jurors are going to buy it necessarily because they're saying that this was a mutually violent relationship. I'm sure they're going to really bounce on Cassie's own words today that she was insanely jealous. I expect to hear testimony that she too was violent and that this was essentially mutual combat. But, to the extent that we're talking about Cassie having a black eye, being dragged by the hair, bottles being thrown at her, I don't think that's anything that any human being can consent to.
We're watching TMZ video posted online of Cassie Ventura's partner and husband, Alex Fine, walking out of the courtroom there, as you can see. He was with his pregnant wife just today there in Lower Manhattan. In the meantime, though, Nima, I have to ask this. So the defense's argument goes as follows. Yeah, Diddy may be a jerk. He may be a sexual deviant. He may be into kinky sex. Those aren't crimes. What do you make of that? What would the jury make of that argument?
It's a good argument because really all they can argue is consent here. I mean, that's what separates sexual activity between consenting adults from sex trafficking. And they have to admit the physical force because it's caught on video. So when you're talking about consent, and this is something that we see in a lot of domestic violence and sexual assault cases, you have someone like Cassie Ventura that remained in the relationship for many, many years. When they broke up, she chose to leave on her own. So the argument is that, well, if you're really being raped, if you're really being sexually assaulted, why did you continue to go back? The prosecution tried to elicit some of that testimony on direct, and it's true that Cassie loved Diddy, and she would perform these sex acts both because she loved him, but also because she feared him. And we're going to hear from an expert witness that's going to talk about the psychology of abuse. And I've tried many cases involving sexual assault and domestic violence, and jurors often tell me afterwards that they know of someone in a toxic relationship and with an abusive partner, and they understand why maybe someone would choose to stay, even though they would not, or you and I would not. That is part of the cycle of abuse, so it's not surprising in this case.
So is another kind of arrow in the prosecution's quiver going to be the juxtaposition between Cassie's life then and Cassie's life now? Do you think they're going to make that distinction? And will it sway the jury, so to speak?
I think so, even if not explicitly, because her life now isn't necessarily relevant, but people are going to see that she's about to give birth and that she is in a loving relationship right now and she has healed from this past trauma. And it really, when we're talking about what can someone consent to? Can they consent to, being forced to have sex with a male prostitute while, their husband covers them in baby oil and directs them what to do? Is that really within the boundaries of consent in a decent society? I think it's a very tough argument for the defense to make. It's the only argument they can make. Frankly, they have to accept some responsibility for all of this. But I think they're really trying to thread this needle, Andrew, and I'm not sure they're going to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I have so many hypothetical questions. I mean, I know we're still very early on in this trial. Two of them are as follows. Will some type of plea deal be struck throughout the duration of this? Or will Diddy testify? Will he be called to testify? Will the defense put him up to testify? Those obviously remain to be seen. What other questions do you have? I know we're early on in this trial, Nima.
Those are two of the biggest questions. I'll answer them, and I'll come up with some of my own. Will there be a plea deal? I think it's unlikely, and this is why. There's really not any type of deal that the prosecution is going to offer that will not result in significant prison time for Combs. He obviously was trying repeatedly to get out on bond. Here's someone that doesn't want to spend any time in prison. He's not some sort of career criminal in terms of his criminal history and being incarcerated. He's fought charges before and won the New York nightclub shooting case. And he really has unlimited means. And, when people talk about these high profile cases involving celebrities, and sometimes people think celebrities get a pass, but I can't imagine the Department of Justice giving any type of deal that doesn't result in at least double digit or 10 years in federal prison, because there's so many eyes on this case. Imagine the uproar if they gave away the farm by offering him probation or, 1 or 2 year sentence. That's just not in the cards. So I don't think there's really any room to negotiate here between what the defense would accept and what the government can offer in a case like this. With respect to Combs testifying, I don't think it's going to happen, but I don't think we know yet. It's really going to depend on how that cross-examination goes. Okay. If indeed they're able to beat up, and this is obviously metaphorically, Cassie and victim 2 and 3 on the stand, and they think they've made a strong enough case to poke holes in their testimony and raise reasonable doubt, I don't think they'll put their client anywhere near the stand, because imagine the questions that are going to be thrown out at him. I mean, prosecutors will be, licking their chops for something like that. That's what you live for if you're an assistant U.S. attorney. The other questions that I have is, victim 3, the government talked about her. She disappeared for a while last week. This is a former employee of Combs. Is she having cold feet? Was she potentially paid off? And the reason it matters is, you're the government, you really want to support the testimony of Cassie Ventura with other victims who are telling the same story. I'm not saying that Cassie's testimony isn't enough, because the law says the testimony of one victim is enough, but sometimes jurors have a tough time believing one victim. That's why if you see in cases like Bill Cosby or Harvey Weinstein, you really see the government putting on victim after victim, R. Kelly, who are telling that same story. That's how you overwhelm the defense. So the question I have is 2 or 3 victims, is that enough to get a conviction here? Should the prosecution have maybe put on more, 5 or 6 victims, when where there are probably upwards of 100 people that are raising these types of allegations? Did the government go all in on Cassie Ventura in this case?
Yeah, those are some of my questions as well. Nima Rahmani, can't thank you enough. Your insight and analysis has been so invaluable. I know it's only day 2. We'll talk soon. Thanks so much, Nima.
Okay, let me see what's coming up next. What I got coming up next? Okay, let me skip to the next.
Now we are going to check in with Law and Crime's Elizabeth Milner. She has been in the courthouse the entire time. Throughout the duration of this case, she's been to every hearing, and she's been there for the trial every day. She has been in the courtroom. So, Elizabeth, I'm really interested to hear from you about what's been going on this morning in the courtroom. Some really compelling testimony. I've been reading online that the jurors have been seeing some photographs from Cassie Ventura's electronic devices that show maybe some bruising and some other things like that from injuries she says she suffered at the hands of Sean Combs.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of a majority of what the focus was on today. We saw a lot of exhibits in front of the entire gallery, as well as the jurors, too. A lot of text messages, a lot of photographs, either photographs from the red carpets after, physical abuse that Cassie was talking about during her testimony today. We saw text message exchanges between Cassie and Diddy, who, in some text messages, he's referred to as the name of Pop Pop, and Cassie is referred to as baby girl in these types of text messages. And so that was kind of a lot of focus of what this morning has been so far. Cassie is still under direct examination by the prosecution. She's being questioned by ASA Emily Johnson. Diddy today appearing in a different color today. He had a cream sweater on, a white undershirt. He had gray slacks on, whereas Cassie, she had a nice, a very gray long dress on. She came in with a black trench coat. Whenever she had walked over to the witness stand, it was kind of the same situation as it was yesterday. She didn't look over to the defense's side. She didn't eyeball Diddy. From what I could see of her walking up to the witness stand, it seems like she was just laser focused on getting there, sitting down. The jury would be brought in afterwards. They would sit down. She would kind of, look at their direction, definitely not looking at the defense's direction. And from what I could see, even during her line of questioning, it seemed that she was just, again, laser focused on just answering the prosecution's questions. She kept her eyes on the prosecutor, again, that being Emily Johnson, while she was asking her questions. A notable thing that I also saw while sitting inside the courtroom today is that, Diddy's support looked a lot different today. Normally we're seeing his entire family members. We're seeing some of the mothers of his children come into that courtroom. And today was a little different. Today it was just Christian Combs, aka King Combs, Justin Combs, Quincy Brown, Janice Combs, Diddy's mother. But notably, none of his daughters were inside that courtroom today. They had been there Monday and Tuesday, but not sure if maybe it was the rain that didn't bring them in today, or maybe it was the fact that they knew, Cassie would be testifying for a couple more days, and just kind of the graphic nature of her testimony. They were just kind of like, let's not come today. But that is some big standouts that I definitely noticed while sitting in the gallery today.
This is some really graphic and difficult testimony. And Sean Combs' daughters, I mean, these are young women, teenagers in some instances. And I mean, this has got to be difficult for them to hear. A woman, these are graphic sexual details, physical abuse, drug use. I mean, these are really difficult things to listen to. And this is their father. And this is another woman. So this has to be difficult for them to hear. And I think I was reading the other day, Elizabeth, that they actually walked out at different points during some of the testimony.
Yeah, they walked out specifically during Daniel Phillips' testimony. He is one of the escorts that Cassie had spoken about as far as being involved in the freak-off, someone that they would use pretty often. And so during that time, especially when it came to, like you had said, Anjanette, just some of those graphic details, sometimes I really kind of get lost in just all the notes that I had because at this point I'm already on notebook 2 from this trial, and we're only on day 3. So a lot of stuff kind of going on. But yeah, for the most part, it is a lot of hard details to kind of listen to. Look, I'm older than Diddy's daughters. I am older than Cassie was when she had met Diddy. And even for me, myself, it was very hard to kind of listen to that testimony. I recorded a sidebar yesterday, and there was just a moment that I had to take myself because, just to kind of hear from her perspective and kind of, the physical abuse that she says she endured during her relationship with Diddy. Because even as somebody, like myself, who is always on social media, always following pop culture, always kind of invested in, what is going on with celebrity lives, for a long period of time, it seemed like they were this quote unquote picture perfect couple. Every time you would see them, Cassie would appear very happy. Diddy was always on her arm. They were traveling all around the world. They were taking private jets. They were doing, just essentially living the high life. But then hearing this graphic testimony, hearing that, after a red carpet premiere that she would have to go and do a freak off, hearing that, on a birthday where she just wanted to hang out with her friends and do karaoke, things like that, because she was in her early 20s to late 20s when this relationship was going on. And it seems like she, from her perspective, just wanted to live like any normal 20-something where, she would spend time with her boyfriend. She would only be intimate with her boyfriend, but at her boyfriend's direction, which is something that she had talked about throughout the duration of her testimony, that she participated in these freak-offs because that made Diddy happy. That was something that he fantasized about. That was something that she essentially wanted to do to please him. And so, just hearing through all of that, it is very hard to kind of digest that and unpack it. And as much as people may say, like, I don't understand how Elizabeth can deal and listen to all of this, I don't understand how Cassie can testify to all of this because it is so graphic, and I can only imagine how she feels having to do this in in the general public, having to talk about doing freak-offs when she had UTIs or when she was on her menstrual cycle or that type of sort. It's very, very graphic details that she is laying out while the prosecution is questioning her.
I'm sure it's just got to be traumatic for her to to relive this. I'm wondering, Elizabeth, from your vantage point in the courtroom, how is the jury, if you can get a good look at them? Because I know it's sometimes in these courtrooms, you're trying to look around, it's crowded, you can't always see, and sometimes jurors are very stoic. But are you able to see the jurors and see if they are reacting at all? Is there any facial expression that you can see from them as they're listening to Cassie and as they see that awful hotel video from 2016?
Well, the hotel video, the jurors had already seen even as early as Monday. And so that was something that they were very familiar with. As far as, reactions, there was no visible reactions from what I could see. I couldn't see anyone necessarily, wiping away tears. For the most part, I saw, some jurors were taking their notes down. Some jurors were, because whenever the exhibits are shown, they're displayed on a screen right in front of them, very much intently analyzing these messages, looking at them, looking at the contents of it. Because in addition to the messages that we saw, even the red carpet photos that we saw, we also saw photos of Cassie with a fat lip, as she had called it. It was bruised, it was swollen, as you could tell from the photograph. We saw her with a cut on her eyebrow that she had to go to a plastic surgeon at Diddy's direction so that way they could get it fixed. You see photos of her with bruises on herself. Some of the photos that we even have in house of Cassie and Diddy on red carpets and that sort. But as far as the jury's reaction to it, for the most part, they were again looking at either the exhibits, taking their notes down, or even just directly looking at Cassie herself. I feel like her testimony comes off very compelling, very credible. Even for the most part, if there's a question that, she doesn't necessarily have the answer to, she's very open about that. I don't remember, I don't recall, I don't remember exactly what he had said. She comes off very credible. And even Diddy himself sitting at the defense table, he's doing kind of like a tennis match look where he's looking, at ASA Emily Johnson, then he's looking at Cassie, he's looking at the jurors. And, as much as, I talk about Diddy very much, being a part of his defense, he definitely is, because he is very laser focused on the testimony that is coming out. He is very laser focused on what Cassie is saying, and if there is something that she had said, he's writing some notes down, he's handing it off to his defense attorneys. And so, yeah, it seems like for the most part, a lot of people are just very much intently listening to just what she all has to say, and a lot of people for the most part are just being laser focused on Cassie and everything that she has been describing throughout the duration of their on and off relationship for an 11-year time period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's something our viewers have been asking about today, Elizabeth. How long were they together? And 11 years. I mean, it's a long time, and she was a very young woman when she got together with him. So there's a lot to go over through her testimony. I want to get back to what you were saying about Sean Combs, and you're saying he's a really active participant in his own defense, and of course he would be. I mean, his life is on the line here. He could, if he's convicted, spend theoretically the rest of his life behind bars in a federal prison. I was reading the other day that he was kind of just sitting back and looking at her intently, at Cassie as she testified. You're saying it's like a tennis match. He's kind of looking back and forth, passing notes, things like that. Are you seeing any emotion from him, or is it just more like, okay, we've got to get down to business, and he's just kind of intently focused on this? I mean, are you seeing anything from him at all?
It's looking kind of like a little bit of both. There are times where his head is down, especially as they're talking about things like the number of escorts that were brought in. Some of these other testimony that was brought in as far as just how often and frequent it is. For the most part, I'm not seeing too much of a reaction, even as far as, the physical assaults that are being talked about in this testimony. I'm seeing, for the most part, again, him just kind of either he's keeping his head down because he's jotting a note down, or maybe keeping his head down because his family is behind him, and in their respect, also kind of looking, at Cassie and Cassie's direction, looking at the exhibits that are displayed into the gallery. And so for the most part, it does seem like he's not having too much of a reaction. Not sure if that's just a defense strategy that they're having, so that way it doesn't come off, possibly prejudicial or anything like that. But for the most part, he just seems to be just kind of looking on, not having any type of reaction as far as feeling bad or anything like that. But again, I'm not in his head at all, actually, so I don't know fully what he's thinking in his mind. But for the most part, it seems that if there is a point that, he wants his defense to talk about or something like that. He is just jotting it down, handing it off to his defense attorney, but just for the most part sitting quietly at the defense table, but not even really looking at his family for, affirmation or anything like that. He really is just very much so kind of being inside that courtroom at the defense table, focused on what the testimony is.
Very interesting. Well, Elizabeth, we are going to let you go. Court should be resuming fairly shortly, and we know you need to get back to it. Thanks so much. It's been great talking with you. We will let you get back to work. Elizabeth Milner, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to get back to your questions with our panel. We have some great guests here. Melba Pearson is a former prosecutor based down in Florida, and Tyler Bailey is a criminal defense attorney in South Carolina. So guys, first of all, before we get to more of the questions from our viewers, and they're sending in some really good ones, Melba, just some thoughts on what Elizabeth had to say.
Again, just continuing with the heartbreaking nature of all of this, because, much like Elizabeth, I was a huge Diddy fan back in the day. This is a couple that we followed on socials. And again, you had that glamorous image and you really thought that this was, a great couple. And then, okay, they broke up, whatever. No clue the horrors that were going on behind closed doors, and everything that she endured is just, it's just gut wrenching. And it also kind of makes us kind of, I guess, as fans feel guilty that, wait a minute, we were supporting this monster all along. I mean, I think folks kind of felt the same way in the wake of R. Kelly and all of those allegations coming out and then his eventual criminal conviction. But I think it's just, again, it's a gut check in terms of worshiping celebrity and sort of like who you follow and what the real story is, and the fact that they are human and subject to all the human frailties, both good, bad, and indifferent.
Yeah, I think this is a good reminder that no matter what you see, these pictures on social media, Tyler, whether you think Sean Combs is actually guilty of a federal crime, you never know what is going on behind closed doors. And obviously, it's very evident there was domestic violence here.
Yeah, and what I found really interesting about what Elizabeth just told us was the lack of emotion that she could see from the jurors. We know about Mr. Combs and these allegations, and they're hearing this horrendous testimony and live in that courtroom, in that solemn courtroom, by a competent AUSA who's prosecuting this case. And she said she did not see much emotion on the jurors. I don't want to read into that too much, but that could be that the jurors are really doing their job and taking in all evidence and not rushing to an early conclusion, that they could have been aware of what they were going to see and they weren't shocked by what they're seeing and hearing. But it's real early in the case, and we'll see what that means later on.
Yes, we will see. We will see. Let's get to more of your questions now. This one is from Corey Evans. Melba, do you believe this trial warrants the government spending millions of dollars solely to arrest him for participating in a few freak-offs? I think the government would say it's more than a few freak-offs.
Yeah. I've heard a number of comments around that. And again, let's remember, we all have sisters, mothers, aunts, women that we care about. And I think that it is critical that the government, whether it be on the state level or the federal level, takes these types of cases seriously. Because again, it's not just about a couple freak-offs. It's about the fact that someone was brutalized and forced against their will to go different places and perform sex acts. That's not okay. So yes, absolutely. I think that the government should be spending millions of dollars to let folks know that it doesn't matter how wealthy you are or how broke you are. If you are abusing people, you need to be held accountable. Period. End of story.
Our next question is from J. Mack, Tyler. Diddy's lawyers in court documents has stated he has a tape on Cassie trying to extort Diddy for money. If she's caught doing that, what happens, or the tape proves exactly that? So this would be possible impeachment evidence.
Yeah, it will hurt her credibility. Right now, you just heard Elizabeth say that she seems to be doing a good job giving her testimony, that she seems very believable. But during cross-examination and possibly as impeachment evidence, if they pull out this video, I think it could show the jurors another side of her. And I think that's exactly what the defense is going to do. They have to show the jurors another side of Miss Ventura. As we said earlier, she's 8 months pregnant. She seems competent. She's a beautiful woman who went through horrendous things. And the defense has a job to defend Mr. Combs and hopefully, in their view, get him acquitted. And by doing that, they're going to have to pull out all punches with a velvet glove, with a hammer, or whatever they see fit. But they're going to bring this out.
I want to mention, too, we've been asking our viewers some poll questions in the YouTube chat. So one of the poll questions we've asked is, do you believe Cassie Ventura's versions of events? 88% of the voters in the chat say yes. 12% so far are saying no, they don't believe it. So the lion's share of the voters believe Cassie. Our next question is from S. Lee. Melba, this one's for you. How does Cassie's testimony at trial affect her settlement agreement? And I'm assuming this is referring to the civil lawsuit. And of course, there was an NDA probably attached to that. So where they probably promised not to speak about this publicly and that type of thing. But oftentimes, NDAs, when it comes to testifying in court, that doesn't, that supersedes an NDA.
Yes, absolutely. So first off, whatever settlement agreement they had, one would assume the money's been paid or a down payment has been paid, whatever the case may be. So that is pretty much concluded. Now, in terms of the NDA and her being able to testify, again, a government subpoena is a government subpoena. If you disobey a government subpoena, you can be held in contempt of court. So the NDA does not hold water when it comes to being subpoenaed to speak in court about, a particular issue. However, how it would come into play is that the settlement may not necessarily be the feature or be discussed in the trial as a general premise. What's going to be discussed in the focus would be on all the underlying issues that were raised in the civil suit, so to speak.
An eye on some of those takeaways right now as well, as we wait for more updates. All right, folks, we are getting some new updates that I want to bring to you back out live Live Now from Fox Worldwide, continuing our coverage from inside of the courtroom in New York City. Okay, we are learning that there is some breaking news regarding this trial. Cassie has broke down on the stand. She began to sob and cry. So right now, Cassie breaking down on the stand. Court is going to have to take a break. They're trying to take about a 10-minute break. We wanted to bring that to you. It all happened because prosecution has been asking for the last 20 minutes or so a timeline of abuse allegations that Diddy did to Cassie. So I'm going to read out just some of the transcript here for you. And let's go back in time about 20 minutes. Let me do that for you. All right, let's go back here. So the assistant U.S. attorney saying, when did Sean first use violence on you? Ventura says, in New York City, we were in a car with his security and he knocked me around. What did he do? He hit me on the side of the head. I fell to the floor of his Escalade. Assistant U.S. Attorney said, in January of 2009, did you attend an event in L.A. with Sean? Ventura says, yes. What happened as you left? I've been speaking to a producer about music. Sean called me a slut and I hit him in the face. I had been drinking. Then it goes on to say, did you see any injuries? Ventura says, no. And then Ventura says, I was on the floor of the car and he stomped on my face. How long did that last? The government asked. 10 minutes. Then I tried to get away, but Sean's security brought me back. Who? The government asked. Ventura responds, Roger Bonds. What did they tell you? To go to a hotel. They stuck me into the hotel, covered up so no one could see my face. How long were at the London hotel, the government asks. Ventura says a week, a little more. An assistant brought me ice cream. What was the assistant's name? Genovese, Ventura replies. Also, the government asking, did you feel that you could leave the London hotel? Ventura says, no, I understood his capability, his access to guns, the threats he made. Then were you taken to the hotel after the assault? Ventura says, no. The assistant U.S. attorney then says, did you know if this assault incident was reported? Ventura says, I know there was a blind item on the internet without our names. Who raised the blind item to you? Ventura responds, my mother. Defense objects, and the judge overrules. Assistant U.S. attorney then says, when you went to a party with your girlfriends, what happened? Ventura says, I saw executives from BET. Then I heard that Sean was there. Assistant U.S. attorney says, what did you do? I left, Ventura says. I ran out as fast as I could. The assistant U.S. attorney says, why? Ventura says, I thought he was still angry at me. So again, we are bringing you just some of these major updates right now on the Diddy trial, and really a timeline of alleged abuse here that just moments ago, Cassie was talking about. The assistant U.S. attorney then says, did he come to the hotel where you were staying? Ventura says, yes, he beat me up and called me names. My face was bruised. The government asked, this photo, who's in it? Ventura says, Kid Cudi, we dated back in 2011. Did Sean find out? Yes, in my phone. Ventura says, Sean went through my phone during a freak out. He found an email. Government says, about what? Taking my toiletry bag to Kid Cudi's the next day. Sean put a wine opener in his hand and threatened me. I called Kid Cudi on a burner phone. Where did you go? The government asks. Ventura says, to Kid Cudi's house. Then I talked with another associate, one of Sean's assistants. Then what? I went to the house Sean was staying at. He told me he would release videos and hurt Kid Cudi and I. What videos? Freak-off videos of me, she responded. Ventura then said, Sean kicked me in the back. I got a bruise. Where'd you go? To my hotel. Still holding the burner phone, Cassie says. The room was torn up. Someone had peed all over the floor, pooped in the toilet, and didn't flush it. It was gross. This was just before Christmas. Ventura says, I sent an email to my mom and Diddy's associate from my flight to Boston and Connecticut. Government asks, what did you write? Ventura says that Sean said he would release the tape of me on Christmas and he'd hurt Kid Cudi and I. Then he said he would be out of the country then. Assistant U.S. attorney said, what are these photographs? Ventura says, my mother took there in Connecticut of the bruises on my back. Were you completely honest with your mother about the abuse? Ventura says, no, I said this was the first time. Assistant U.S. attorney says, did you tell her about the freak-offs? No, Ventura says. And then Ventura started to break down in court. Is it possible to take a break, she asked. Yes, let's take a break, the judge did say. So again, we are following it for you right here worldwide on Live Now from Fox of the abuse timeline, the alleged abuse timeline that was just discussed about 30 minutes ago. And it really had this questioning format, this back and forth from the government to Cassie, and then it just became too emotional for her, and she did break down there on the stand. So they're taking a break right now. We'll be back with much more updates when we get them. Here on Live Now from Fox again, bringing you some of the biggest takeaways From the Diddy trial, day 3, Cassie Ventura still on the stand here. There was a noticeable longer lunch break today. That's because the court was discussing some procedural and evidentiary issues the entire time. And these issues included the kind of contact that alleged victims can have with their personal lawyers while testifying, and the timelines of the defense showing exhibits that they'd like to use to the government. To give the parties time to get lunch and for the government to get its binders ready, we're now, again, we're in that delay, and that's some of the reason. I know many of you are wondering, okay, why are we still just showcasing some stuff that happened in the morning session. We are also learning that jurors have returned from the break as well. And again, the prosecutor says videos of Cassie involved in sexual experiences will not be shown during a direct examination, but it's unknown whether the defense will show some. Cassie testified in the morning session that she complained to Combs once about the sexual things he made her do and the abuse that came with it by telling him, "You treat me like Ike." The comment was a reference to Ike Turner, who was described in singer Tina Turner's autobiography and a film adapted off of.
This is the Fox 5 News Block.
New Jersey Transit bracing for a potential strike. The agency scrambling to find a way to keep commuters moving if trains grind to a halt. Prosecutors showing the jury photos of the star witness with a black eye and swollen lips. Fox 5's Michelle Ross live in Lower Manhattan with the details coming out of court today. Michelle.
Steve, prosecutors have also shown the jury sexually explicit images from freak-offs, not videos. Now, the press and public were not allowed to see these images. But the jury reacted when they saw them. Now, was extended for lunch today, but on the way back into the courthouse was Diddy's family returning to the courtroom this afternoon. More than a half dozen still images were captured from freak-off videos. And after seeing one of the pictures, one female juror let out a deep breath and had her hand on her chest. A male juror looked at the screen and he seemed to have moved his eyes away from the screen quickly. And another male juror wrote something down on his notepad. Earlier before lunch, Cassie testified that Diddy would threaten her with releasing these videos when he was angry about something, and that she once texted him in 2013 to delete any videos from his phone, saying she was worried because of all the people who had access to his devices. And she said that when she would try to recover from these so-called freak-offs, they would get IV fluids together, massages, and that she would often take opiates
It's not
because it
letting
would
me
make
be
her
great. We're gonna be on what's the name tomorrow. I can't do this. I tried restream. I tried. I can't do you. I can't. Why you say he signed on a false pretense? Red Bunny, how you streaming that? How you weaving that together, boo? How you doing that, Pumpkin? How you putting that together, baby? How you doing that? She signed the deal. She signed the contract to him, and she got involved with him, and they never put out work. We always hear something going on when it comes to Diddy and his workers, right? And the people that he signed to a label and all that type of stuff, right? We always hear that it's something happened. Oh, they saying Shador doing good. Hold on, let me put that on the wall. Y'all see how I don't be reading this stuff? Sometimes I don't have a I don't have a chance to read it. I just see it comes up. I said, let me throw it on the wall for later. So I'm having time. Y'all, I'm serious. I find that reading is so boring. I do. I be like, oh my gosh. And my daughter, um, used to talk about me when I've gone back to school and stuff like that to get another credential or degree or something. She talks about how, like, I don't even open the books and how how the way I study is different from the way she studies because she got to open a book, highlight, do all this writing and all this type of stuff. Do you know I discovered that she doesn't even y'all the people that went to school, y'all know how to use that rewrite button to get around, turn it in. Mm-hmm. She knows how to rewrite, and I know how to do it too. But why do it if you don't have to? The fuck. Now, if it's a subject or something I'm writing on, I just know it just at my soul. I just freestyle it, right? Other than that, I'm hitting that rewrite button. You got me fucked up, right? I already found the answer, found what I want in the paper. I'm hitting that rewrite button, making sure makes sense. She does it by hand. What? Who does that? I'm like, girl. Oh, that's your opinion. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know. See, that's what I be saying, y'all. Y'all have to put, that's my opinion, or that's what I believe. Because if not, people take it as fact. That you saying that, if, you know, not in theory, but as a fact. But yeah, honey. that rewrite button, you better get into it. I hate reading. Oh, it's so boring. You gotta sit there and read. No, boy. But y'all, I got to get that special back up to y'all. Cause I think the regulars in here now. We can cut the food. We gonna play. I will never see you. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Y'all, I got to run this back. The Booger Bell would not heed my warning. Leave me. He keep hollering about somebody fucking with him. I'm on the Bozo now. I'm back on the Bozo. Somebody keeps fucking with him. And he the one just sitting up there telling lies with his big black furry ass. I'm sick of him. I am sick and tired of his fat ass. And then we have the dummies always chiming in, or at least the consistent dummies that do his bidding. Now get you something to do. This ain't definitely what the hell you want. But anyway, since the Bozo likes to play shit, like I don't know, you know, he's trying to say, yeah, like um like I don't know what the fuck he's trying to say. Everybody know I argue with everybody. So let me tell you something. How in the hell he gonna talk about I'm a motherfucker that need a friend when I argue with everybody and anybody? Cuss them out, invite them to get their ass beat, all kinds of shit. That's not indicative of a person who. Let me make sure I put that on my damn wall. Hold on, this nice fat ass. Hold on. I have to. I'm on his ass. It's 24/7 with that bitch. Call my child name like, you don't play that. Baby. Yeah, he talking about I'm gonna need a friend, worry about having a friend. And I cuss people out and leave it right where it is. Huh? And I said, if you get that little reach out from me, trying to make sure, hey, we good, we cool, whatever. then I must have some type. I see some kind of value or whatever. Oh, I'll find out. Even if I don't have your number or whatever, I'll find a way to reach out to your bitch ass. Duh. I can track you somewhere. But if I don't, okay. Shit. But anyway, y'all, we gonna hear from now. We gonna since he wanna draw some kind of parallel between I guess Sylvia and I or Round and I whatever, and he got this little motherfucking mud monkey bitch coming up the rear with some bullshit. That the only motherfucker that know what they know is myself. And even if I told you, you wouldn't even understand. And I don't give a fuck, because one, it ain't your goddamn business. And you'll never fuck my shit up. So think what you want to think. All I know is this right here.
Huh? You want to know? Y'all want to know who Dana J is? Do you? Huh? You want to know?
Yeah. It's your boy.
Listen closely.
Now, is it AI? Is it still AI?
You're going to hear us talking about what happened this week with Whack 100, the brother. You're going to hear it all. Let me put this thing down. Put this close.
And you hear R. Kelly talking about he contacted Whack. This big ugly furry motherfucker sat around his motherfucking channel and said that he didn't call Whack and all this type of shit, whatever. Just lying. Always undoing shit. And he most certainly called motherfucking Whack. He most certainly called motherfucking Whack. He called. Now, I can only verify the shit I can verify. Anything else, I ain't got nothing to do with that. But the shit I know, motherfucker, I know. I told you, it's more than one way to verify if somebody calls somebody. Now, I ain't never tell y'all what the other ways are. Because if R. Kelly truly called you, you would have it. How about that? I know he called Storm. I know he called Whack. I know he called that Lion King woman. I know he called that beautiful, sexy Dre. I know he called Levi. Who else I said? I know he called them girls to wish them goddamn happy birthday. Now, common sense is with a few of them, right? Apparently, I'm not. They're like with the girls with the happy birthday. That's common sense. You hear him talking about happy birthday. You hear the recording. You hear all of that. And it doesn't sound like it's manufactured. And those people wouldn't have a reason to make up that R. Kelly, called them or whatever. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just telling you what I feel. I have nothing to do with nothing else because I don't know nothing about nothing else. But there is more, and that's what I always say. I can 100% tell you that R. Kelly called that motherfucking Levi all them times. I don't fuck with him. I never fuck with him because I don't fuck with people like that. Just, talk behind your back and then accuse you of doing the same motherfucking shit they do. Huh? These men must be don't know. I will swing on your ass. And back in the day, I will send somebody to swing on your motherfucking ass. Stop playing with me. I don't give a damn about no man or whatever. That's why I talk to them like, yeah, because I'm trying to tell you, if you present yourself as a person that, questionable, that's how I'm going to carry it. It's too easy to be real. Keep that shit 100. And when you can't keep it 100, shit, at least keep it at 99. Yeah, I'm do that. Fake ass people and shit like that. I don't get down like that. I'm Latin type people. But I ain't got to stoop as low as they do and lie on people. Like I said, it's more than one way to verify. But you heard that big old fat furry motherfucker say that R. Kelly ain't called whack. Are you kidding me? Just lie. Just that motherfucker is, if his ass wasn't in front of it, his ass didn't have nothing to do with whatever. He always try to motherfucking sabotage it. That's why R. Kelly can't stand his motherfucking ass. Now, you know, he was forgiving soul or whatever. As far as I can gather, he probably don't forgot all about it. But I know at one point that motherfucker couldn't stand that motherfucker. And some of it had something to do with what they was reporting back to R. Kelly, what the motherfucker was doing. Whether it was true or their opinion of what he was doing. Nonetheless, I don't give a damn at this point now what they reported back to him. He can't stand his ass. That boy sat there and tried to pretend that he talked to R. Kelly and all that kind of shit. He got no proof, nothing. Nothing. But I guess these two supposed to be buddy back again. So was Levi lying then? Or is he lying now? Which one is it? Huh? You and your buddy need to go live and get this straight so we can know. How about that? You want to try to pit people against each other? Well, you got me fucked up, nigga. I am the best at combat, bitch. Got me fucked up. Nobody gives a fuck about what you playing. And I'm only addressing it because I know it fucks with you. How about that? We're going to continue to listen to what his friend asked R. Kelly about.
Close to this so y'all can hear it for yourself.
We listen.
I don't know this dude. He has been the most destructive, the most divisive. He has everything that we try to do. He comes on his channel and tries to promote. He's telling people that he's your son.
That's what your friend said about your fat furry ass. Huh? But you gonna come out and lie and say, you know, Levi said it or whatever, and then Levi ain't gonna say nothing about it. No, we ain't gonna play that game. We ain't gonna play that game. This is checkmate, bitch. That's what you got to keep playing, motherfucking old shit, whatever. Listen, I'm trying to tell you, I'm going to fuck you up with a coup de grace, bitch. With a double entendre, motherfucker. Huh? Fuck a checkmate, bitch. Take this. Take this. Take that.
Zayla J is out here telling people that he's your son. You put him through college. That you are his father, and that is what's distorting things with people. Lying and good. You know why? Mm-hmm. Because the distorted is not with me. That's right. Okay, so
he said the distorted is not with him. And in this call, they are talking about you. And you are the distorted. Ha! Take that, take that.
The distorted is not with me. Absolutely. You move a cord around, man, and you get a shortage. That's right. If you can move it a certain way, right, and there's no shortage, it's clear. That's right. I got you. The people that's distorted, you have to move away from and get it to the cord where it's clear. Wherever it's clear, you take the cord right there. Take it right, leave it right there. I don't care if it end up being just two people. Absolutely. I would rather have two people that's clear than a billion that's distorted. That's real right. That's so right. In my corner. That is so right. So it's okay. It's okay because all it lets you do is just letting you know. They used to say the more the merrier. No, I've learned this in 5 years. The less the merrier. Wow. Wow.
He's saying the less is the merrier, meaning your ass could stay where your ass been. And that's not on the other side of his motherfucking phone. He done called everybody but you. Strangers and everybody. Wishing them happy birthday, singing lullabies, songs, and all this extra shit. He ain't called your bitch ass. His cousin will put him on the line with every motherfucking body but you. How about that? No, you keep fucking with me. You want to keep playing shit and whatever and talking all these lies, saying all this lying ass shit and trying to put me friends with other people and all this extra motherfucking shit. No, we're going to tell the motherfucking truth. And I come with the proof and the goddamn evidence. Ask him why he put him on the line with you, since you want to get shit, think you gonna get stuff started and people arguing all this, which is not gonna happen. I don't give a fuck what you and your henchmen motherfucking put in posts, whatever. I don't give a fuck. You ain't figured that out yet? I ate asparagus for the first time on Mother's Day. Me and my daughter don't eat healthy like that, But the asparagus was good as hell. I don't know what that had to do with what I'm talking about, but I just, need to let y'all know that I ate me some asparagus. I don't eat nothing I ain't familiar with. But yeah. And next time you talk to your buddy and you want to talk about who's not friends and who's this and who's that, your friend, your guy, your aunt, your whatever, ask him why he ain't tell R. Kelly to call you. Huh? Because you just...
Yeah, so the less the merrier. You keep the circle and keep the squares out of it. Absolutely. If you want to be around. Absolutely. Well, the problem is that he's telling people that he speaks with you. That's what people... It's not a problem, though. Okay. That's not a problem. You're going to have liars. You're going to have scammers. That's what I just said when I said about my brother.
He said, your best friend said, well, he's telling people he speaks with you. But he said, that's not a problem. You're going to have liars. You're going to have scammers. Now, you run around here calling everybody a scammer and everybody a liar. Huh? I wonder, let me see if there is a way that Sylvia's trial attorney can use this as character evidence. Would this be some 404 evidence, some kind of way? That R. Kelly. But no, well, I don't know. But anyway. You are a liar and a scammer, per R. Kelly. He done called every motherfucking body but you. Huh? Let's keep listening.
He said he come to me and visit me too. Okay. Same. What it allowed me to do, is see that, there's going to be people like that. Right. But you can't waste your time on worried about those type of people. That's right. That's doing that.
He called you those types of people. Now let's be very clear. The Bozo knows that R. Kelly speaks to Levi often. Because remember, before they had the falling out, that was common knowledge, and he knows that. He didn't speak against that. It didn't only become a problem until him and Levi, I guess, fell out. But now it's some other shit. You done played my live and tried to, say something with regards to what I was saying on my live or whatever when Sylvia and I was beefing and shit like that way back in 2020. See, here's the difference. She didn't go to call my child name and do all the extra shit you did and just start fucking with me. Well, she said something I didn't like, but I'm just saying. But what you did was 10 times in my book worse than what she fucking did. Okay? You take shit too motherfucking far, bitch. Well, guess what? This time, I'm on the ride with your motherfucking ass, bitch. I'll light your ass up.
This call is from federal prison. I am who I am, bro. You're gonna have homeless. You're gonna have people saying they want something. You know what I mean? I just had a person try to visit me yesterday that said she was my wife. Oh my God. So, you know what I mean? You're gonna have those things. But I didn't spend a bunch of time on it. I just said, no, she's not. And I left it at that. Absolutely. I said, no, I don't want to visit. That's it. It's over with now. Absolutely. It's not a discussion. I'm not here to negotiate on these things. I'm not here to talk about waste my minutes or time on it. Yeah, day to day, Jay gonna do this, that, and the other. If people believe, they used to say the horse's mouth, right? Right. You know, the horse's mouth, then you already distorted. That's true.
Meaning, if people gonna believe him or straight from the horse's mouth about your ass, he don't fuck with you. He don't like you. He made jokes about you too. Now this is alleged, but I don't have no reason to believe that these people are lying. He said that thing on your front of your forehead is a third eye. That's what he said about your ass. Allegedly. Yeah. R. don't like you.
I don't think Dana J to distort nobody. Right. They already distorted if they believe him over the horse's mouth. That is correct.
Ooh, you heard that? They said if anybody believe him over R. Kelly himself, it was already distorted. Ooh. Yes, bitch. You always think you can use something against people, whatever. Bitch, I'm trying to tell you. I told you, you know match. You're going to have to come here and get it. Yes. And I'm going to tell you, baby, I don't deal with no flaky ass friends and family members. What you do is come and get your ass beat. Talking about fucking with me. And I ain't talking about just to this house. I'm talking about to this motherfucking city of motherfucking Jacksonville. Bitch, fuck you.
That is correct. So all of that. It was never with me anyway, so why would I worry about it? Absolutely. About people that's going to believe. Absolutely. People that believed it was going to rain. There's people that didn't believe it was going to rain. However, there was a certain amount of people that made it on the ark. That's just what it is. Absolutely. But the message from Noah was clear. Get on the ark. The message from you to Wet is clear. My brother has not visited me. So the message has to be clear. So people won't get away from the ark and stay on the ark. The message must be. So whoever says yes, he has, he could visit him. They wouldn't believe it in the first place. They didn't want to believe it in the first place. We can't worry about those talk to him. So I don't want to be distorted. You don't talk to Dana J. You're not distorted. Okay. You got it. I've been talking to Dana since 6 months before I was incarcerated.
He said he ain't talked to Dana at least 6 months before he was incarcerated. Huh? Say what? When he was incarcerated in July of 2019, that would put that like when he was up there acting like a damn fool in Chicago. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh. I guess little wet and wavy watermelon head, Alicia. I guess she saw my board and what I said on post. Oh, they supposed to, girl, give it up. Your weak ass, no, you ain't got the power to fuck with me. Just give it up. Give it up. And I keep telling you, y'all, just because I don't get you right, then don't mean that I can't get you and I won't get you. I told you, something hit the spirit or hit me in the middle of the night. Say, get up and get their ass. And then you'll get a notification. Don't mean that you ain't got it coming. I'm trying to tell you. You better eat your Wheaties. Don't lie on me.
God damn it, over 5 years. I got you. Boom, nigga. Did y'all hear it? Did you hear it for you? Y'all want to know who Dana J is?
And he said, your bestie said, boom, nigga, your bestie. This dumb wet and wavy watermelon head trying to talk about Randy and I bestie or Sylvia, but whomever. I ain't bestie with no motherfucking body. Not on him. But you and that furry ass nigga better go find somebody else to fuck with. And leave me out your shit. Yes, honey. I don't understand. He sat right up there and said that R. Kelly ain't called no whack 100. Do you want to tell whack that? You think your scary ass be looking left to right when you be walking left to right like somebody's been on a break they put off in your flat ass. Matter. Okay, I know. Gonna let whack know what you said. That's what we gonna do. You seen whack go after people for less. We are going to let whack 100 know what your bitch ass said. Yeah. You said it right on the motherfucking live. You know everybody done downloaded that live. And don't be like, if you come over to my channel, I can talk to you with all that con artist shit. That's why he wanted me to come on his live. He thinking he was gonna, diffuse what. No, bitch, that ain't working. They ain't never worked with me, motherfucker. That's how you got the motherfuckers over there in that little sector over there. The people that be TMZ and Sylvia's life and shit when she go live. And see what discredit them is when you find out the truth. And we tried to tell you motherfuckers that he's a liar. Now y'all doing live based on some shit he done said about a press pass, and everybody up that motherfucker got the same kind of press pass. That's sitting up there holding phones, cameras, asking questions to people coming out, performing journalistic duties. And just because he emailed the wrong place and they said that we're not doing the credentials for that particular event or that court, that case or whatever, he gonna take that and use it, not knowing you emailed the wrong motherfucking place, not knowing where you have to go get it. I do. But if Sylvia don't tell you, I don't tell you. And all those people around there walking around with those motherfucking badges. And Dennis can't come out here and say, oh, you know what, I made a mistake. That makes you not credible, sir. All y'all do is just go live for a quick motherfucking dollar. Y'all don't care about what you say is the truth, whatever. And here I go, I be like, oh Lord, I done said something wrong, whatever. I be like, oh Jesus, be trying to fix it or whatever. Y'all don't give a damn what y'all say. That's crazy. But when people start realizing that you're not a reliable source and they stop coming to your shit, then you'll see what I'm talking about. I don't care nothing about that. The lady from Law and Crime talked to her about her past. Now, I ain't gonna let it distort it. Try my pressure stay up anyway, but try, yeah. Thank you, Miss Karen. Who talked to Sylvia about her press pass? I know you ain't trying to say that the lady. Right, because there is a press. That's what I was playing with, the part where Tisa Tales was talking about. She said there's a press line and there's a regular line. Why would there be a press line and a regular line if everybody can just, it's a first come first whatever? And it is in some cases, but they have a press line for a reason. That's just crazy. Now I'm not purporting to know. Okay, but Lauren talked about her own press pass and how they let them in. Oh, okay. That's crazy. And just goes nuts about it. And I listen, I'm not worried about nobody's press pass and whether or not what it do, what it don't do, if she met it, if she don't. I'm not worried about, listen, all these enemies I got around here. I'm not worried about TMZ in their life. I could care less than a damn. That's why with some of the stuff people send me, whatever, I be responding 2 weeks late. I don't even be opening the stuff. But with him, see, he could, yeah, you done, yeah, you've done too much. I'm sick of it. Fucking asshole. Lying all the time. Brooks Brothers sent an email about these dress shirts. That's for men, big and tall. Bad boy, you can go ahead and get you some outfits. You can't even afford these people. This is my email. You see that? Big and tall. The jacket, 600. Pants, 268. That ain't bad. Take your ass to the Brooks Brothers. Just so y'all know. You know motherfuckers be lying. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I talked about say press pass wasn't valid, was wrong. Right. I mean, yeah, they said they mixed it up. They let like 7, 8 press pass folks in and then the regular folks and all of that. Okay. So all that talked about Sylvia's pressure was exactly. They took something that the biggest liar on the planet, and he gonna continue to make people look stupid if they follow what the hell he say. And I can't wait for them motherfuckers to take the stand on his behalf with them motherfucking lies. Girl. Because he's so stupid, he put in Debo and Random them in the paperwork. He don't know he could have just put them on the stand against him. Dumb. All that evidence they gotta get. Child, this gonna be fun as hell. Who gonna go down to the trial? And give us the updates. Sylvia ain't gonna be able to update us with on her own trial. I mean, cause you in it. Yeah. It's crazy. I'm like, ain't no way in the world. I can't. I mean, I guess they say when you sleep and your enemies aren't. I can't do it. I can't be worried about somebody else's life like that. Like what? Child, I wish I can show y'all. Okay, I hope that, yeah, like they should put it on like Zoom or something so we can see, child. So we can see. But listen, how I wonder would they allow people to see it remotely? Or at least put it on the phone call. Then we was hearing those cases by remote. Yes, ma'am. They're gonna put him up out of there. And he right here got the crazy crew. That damn little Audrey. Clayton. Clayton County. I hope they put Randa and Debo on that stand, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, yes, honey. Yes. Who you think you are? Some constitutional scholar? You keep your name. You keep his name out your mouth, and you keep her name out your mouth. R. Kelly, child, them judges be done when y'all say all of that. Them judges be over it. They don't even understand what the hell. Yes, that would be. Because he was saying, he had said that these people, he's so, boy, he's so dumb. We seen where he dismissed his own case. I showed y'all, I found it. Where he dismissed his own case. He think he's so slick. And the judge probably knew what the hell he was saying. And it's dismissed. And that's what you get for keep calling my name. Stop saying I don't put no paperwork over there. Why you want to do this? What you do? Well, I did it and found that you dismissed your own case. Now you want me to shut up. Make up your mind. Hey, who was in here when I discovered? Y'all know how I get. You know how I get all shook when I come across something that I wasn't expecting. Who was in here when I discovered that his dumb ass dismissed his own case, the other case against her? I'm like, wait a minute, huh? Oh, he be trying to use the legal system against people and fuck around and use it against himself. Like, who does that? Yes, honey. Yeah, he's just a big clown. I wonder if that's still up. Oh, let's see if that's still up. See, Miss Brewer, you gonna have me in another week argument. Hold on, let me see if that's we can still play that. Let me see. Let me see. What is it called? What was it called? Oh shit! Why I put that in there? Payroll. Let's see what was it? Payroll tax. Y'all, if y'all find it before me, put in the chat. I can see y'all, so trying to look at these videos. Maybe I can do. Hold on. Maybe somebody done tagged his name to it by now. Damn, where is it? See, Miss Frugal, you done come in here. Let me see. Does anybody have it? What is it called? Hold on. Let me see. What is the name of it? Shit. Put payroll taxes. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can get it. His lying ass. I'm gonna put your ass on this motherfucker. Fucking with me. You and your little wet and wavy watermelon head girl. Support. I'm trying to find it. Now, yeah, don't want to pay child support. Want to have all the babies, but just don't want to take care. What kind of shit is that? Want to ask for the money back? I ain't gonna never forget that. Mm, 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 mm. Oh yeah, you fucking with the wrong one. Oh, really the right one. Really, in my R. Kelly, well, really you got the right one. I mean, he is campaigning to be number one on D-Day. And then I tell you that damn, that is, that spot is taken. Dude, you're campaigning to be number one. Shit. Who does that? Baby. Ooh, child. Damn, what is? I'm looking, y'all. We need to laugh at this entertainment. He keeps fucking with me. I don't know why. I was just going on some damn well. You know, I mean, you could be out here showing us how you do them tricks with your eyes and stuff. I mean, been lying so long. It's just crazy. The distorted one. is it? Y'all, we just looking. Is this it? No. He has pulled everything just to live in this world for free and have someone else take care of his bitch ass. I got time for that. I'm sick of it.
This is
Mm, that's not it. I just clicked on something. Yeah, what is the name of that line? Let me see if I have it now. Hold on, y'all. Hmm, what is this? What is this mess I have? What is this? Can't stand people like that. You always want to lie up evidence and lie up shit, play shit, and then lie it all up. Like, Like, baby, are you crazy? Man. Yeah, let me see if I have that. Mm-hmm. Something else. I'm going back into the. I can't find it. Don't worry, I'll get it. I don't find it. I know the Boski or somebody has it. Y'all, I'm trying to tell you, in 2020, all of that type of, I thought these people was regular, normal, tribal. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh, yeah. And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Give me a minute. I don't know. Just give me a second. I'm looking through some stuff. Wait a minute. You found it? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me go out and see what you're talking about. Can you put the link to it in the chat? Child, we cuts the food when we get finished, working, doing the real work. We cuts the food. All you have to do is leave me alone. Because you're not going to win. I don't know what to see. This okay. I'm a professional. I keep trying to tell you that. I will take you out with the trash. I mean, mm, 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 mm. What is this? Okay, that's the indictment. Where y'all at? Let me come around here. Hey, Purple. What's the title of it? I need to know the title. He done sat there talking about he was a cute dog and all. Oh shit! Here we go. I found something we could laugh at for a minute. Hold on. Baby. Child. I don't know what's I don't know who civil attorney is, but all this shit was being discovered. Fucking with me. Give me a minute. Let me download this. This is crazy. And upload talking about what did I lie about? Okay. Hold on. Oh, babe, I'm gonna be all kinds of names. Just calmly keep me out your shit. That's all I ask. Allow me. I'm gonna make it small, so well, maybe I'll have to make it small. Hold on. Hold on. Who is this? Share. Talk about the golden child. Is you insane? Oh, baby. Can I put?
This is my openly apology. My name is Dante Jackson to the Omega Sci-Fi organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my open apology to Omega Sci-Fi.
Okay.
This is my openly apology.
Thank you, Queenie.
My name is Dante Jackson to the Omega Sci-Fi organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my open apology to Omega Sci-Fi.
Yeah, you want to keep going down memory lane, bitch? Okay. I got your memory lane. One more time for the
roll. This is my openly apology. My name is Dante Jackson to the Omega Sci-Fi organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my open apology to Omega Sci-Fi.
Y'all. I got one of them. Oh, Lord. Yes, honey. I got one of them. His open apology to make a sci-fi. A line. Hey, how he be doing a thing? Wait a minute. Don't he be doing the musical? Hold on. Let me see. That's why I need some of them devices. I need that thing that man got. What JoJo had? What the board or whatever the fuck.
This is my openly apology.
Hold on. I mean, you a punk ass. Somebody done fixed you up, made you apologize.
Do you? Huh? Huh? You want to know?
Hold on.
Us
How he be?
Y'all want to know who Dan?
Y'all. How he be doing? Okay, let's see if I can make a song. How he be making one.
Y'all want to know who Dana J is?
Openly apology.
Do you?
My name is
Huh?
Jackson to the
Huh? You want to know?
Organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was
Listen
totally
closely.
a misunderstanding. But here's my
Very closely.
to Omega Psi Phi.
You're going to hear us talking about what happened this week with WAC 100, the brother. You're going to hear it all. Let me put this thing down, put this close to this, so y'all can hear it for yourself.
This is my openly apology. My name is Dante Jackson to the Omega Psi Phi organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding.
I'm making a song
here's
too.
my open apology to Omega Psi Phi.
Oh, wait. Let me see. Hold on. I'm really doing this real old school. Hold on. Let me see if I can come up with something. Hold on. Okay, I think I got it together. Let's see if I can make something happen. Okay. Now.
Y'all want to know who Dana J is? Do you? Huh? Huh? You want to know? Listen closely. Very closely.
Organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my open apology to Omega Psi Phi.
Us talking about what happened this week with WAC 100, the brother. You're going to hear it all. Let me put this thing down, put this close to this, so y'all can hear it for yourself. I don't know this dude. He has been the most destructive, the most divisive. He has everything that we try to do. He comes on his channel and tries to promote. He's telling people that he's your son. Dana J. He's telling people
Organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my open apology to Omega Psi Phi.
His father, and that is what's distorting things with me. You know why? Because the distorted is not what to be. That's right. Okay? So, the distorted is not what to be. How you move forward around, man, you get a shortage. That's right. You can move it a certain way. Right. And there's no shortage. It's clear. That's right. I got you. The people that's distorted.
This is my opening apology. My name is Dante Jackson for the Omega Sci-Fi organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my opening apology for Omega Sci-Fi.
That's real, right? That's so right. That is so right. It's okay. It's okay. The only let you do is just letting you know. You used to say the more the barrier. No, I've learned as a God is. The less the barrier. Wow.
Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Shit. Yes, ma'am, Serena. Yes, honey. I don't know how to make no darn thing or whatever, baby. Clowning is what you want. Clowning is what you get. Told you. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. So, anyway, y'all, let me get off of here, honey, because, baby, I can clown with y'all. I can clown with some of the best. Hold on a minute. I can check my traps before I get off. Okay, wait, my mic. Hold on. Give me a sec. Give me a second. Talking about some clown shit. What? What is hold on. Look at this. Oh no, honey. Mm-mm. I know you lying. Hold on, I might get it. Mm. So we have transcripts, y'all. We have transcripts. You in the bushes, ma'am? Yeah, I'm just cutting the food. I'm just cutting all the food. Okay. I'm gonna look through this stuff and see um if there's anything interesting that we need to go through. Hold on. Girl. Oh, I ain't listen. I ain't called him a low belly caterpillar today. Oh, lying ass Dana. That's a sick individual. And all he had to do is just leave me out of his mess. He keeps calling him and his little wet and wavy watermelon head friend. Keep just lying and calling up my name. Stop doing that. Because I might answer. I might answer.
We've got great.
Hold on. Baby, I thought, oh, I don't know how that thing came up. Okay. Girl. Anyway, let me get off here, baby, because you know me. Well, hopefully I may have the what's the name for y'all tomorrow. The him talking about them taxes. He want to live in America for free while the rest of us pay. What? Just don't want to pay nothing. We'll be back on StreamYard tomorrow. Lord have mercy. Can't even have nothing new with y'all people. Anyway, y'all, check this out. Let me go. Hey, make sure y'all do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day, tomorrow even better day. And hold on, what's this now? Oh, somebody rest in peace. Anyway, we should do something good for yourself and someone else. Make the day a good day, and tomorrow even better day. And listen, I posted on that wall about that Clark Atlanta graduate that lost her life. She succumbed to her injuries from some idiot shooting and shit. Oh Lord, honey, we are in danger. And I think, and this is so crazy, right? I don't know if it's a blessing. Well, I think it's a blessing that when COVID hit, it sent pretty much all the adjunct professors home to work from home. You know what I'm saying, on the internet, right? And I being one of them. And because I was in the school of law, right, I had the opportunity to stay. Even when the other teachers were called back, I had the opportunity to stay at the house. Now I've changed and I teach business now at a whole different school. I don't care about the pay cut. I'm talking about fools coming into universities, killing, um, killing people, killing people for whatever reason. I don't know if it's a crime of opportunity, hate crime. I don't know. It's just weird to me, and I'd be glad when all those students, every last one of them, hurry up and graduate and get out of there. Because it's a damn shame that school, you can't be safe and at peace at school. You understand? There's always some damn idiot coming on campus, and how, college campuses are made. You know that you usually have individual doors, and the access, is just from outside and all of that, right? So you can't really restrict someone from coming on campus or whatever. And other than, like when you were in school, most of the schools are constructed where you have to come in one door, which still didn't stop them. Places of worship, places where I find a joy at. I mean, I find joy at church too, but I find joy in school. I mean, it should be respected. I mean, they're killing, they will kill little children. That's crazy to me. And that's what I put on my wall: early detection, save lives. I don't care about hurting your feelings because I'm calling you crazy. I'm just saying what you know and I know, but people want to be so sensitive to your goddamn feelings, and they don't want them. And I get it, because I know I deal with people that work in that particular profession, and then I have sensitive, nice, um thoughtful friends and stuff. People that have family like that. Well, half my family like that. The rest of them, they worse than I am. But my thing is, if we keep tiptoeing around and acting as if you got them all, you ain't gonna never go get no help. And I say that they should get a van like they do the dog catcher and round y'all ass up and take you somewhere and get you evaluated. And if we wrong, no harm, no foul. We had to know. Well, I mean, like we can get something together. I'm gonna hit y'all and see what y'all want to do. But my thing is, I mean, this is crazy. It's like I don't know what to call it, but I know I like to be safe, and I shouldn't feel like I got to be walking around carrying things all on me and shit, like I'm gang banging this, that, and the third just to feel safe. I shouldn't have to go in the mall and saying, well, if somebody get crazy in this mall, shoot their ass. Because we should be allowed to shop in peace. Everybody got time for that. And then definitely, and then with this climate, you don't know if it's a hate crime. There was a white man that killed her. You don't know if it's a hate crime or not. And let me tell y'all something. This morning, and I told you I don't know if y'all have dreams like this, because I have real. I have all my dreams have a whole plot and a theme, all kinds of shit. It don't be like, maybe seeing like the mask faces and all that type of stuff, whatever, cartoons and crazy stuff. I have a full plot in my dream. So I dreamed that it was Donald Trump, his staffers, and some other people, myself. He hadn't fired me. It was me, um, and we were all going to like a summit or something. We were all going to see people from another country. This is what I woke up with this morning. People with another country, and he was going to make a speech and so on and so forth. And it was this lady that was pro Trump, and I think was that goddamn press secretary. I ain't sure. Can't remember her face. And so we were there were some people that was talking about how he's running the country and whatever when we was over there wherever we were. Mind you, we got there on the biggest plane I've ever seen. I've never been on a plane. I'm scared of them. So I don't know what was going on in this dream. But it was made like it was a huge futuristic ass plane. And it was in between like a fighter jet and a plane. And we go over there and it seemed like it's some kind of summit. Maybe them summits where all the people that don't speak English gather. For those that's not in politics, it don't even do me no justice to explain to you what I'm talking about. Just go with that. We get over and this girl, and so we get over there and these people were was acting like a fool with Trump. And for some reason, I don't know, I know this was a dream. Trump and my relationship was okay. He know that I was Democrat and I don't support nothing he's doing. But he wasn't tripping with me. Right? So, but the other girl, he was firing some other lady. And he was gonna fire her and leave her over there in the other country. Now I know where this come from. Y'all know where this come from. This come from that immigration stuff and all of that. Now I don't know how it played out in my dream because I ain't in danger. So I don't know what's going on. But this was the craziest ass dream that I had. And so me and the lady, I'm trying to tell you, it looked like that press secretary. She was saying something because I was like, yeah, don't leave that lady over there with her children and all of that. And I was trying to get her to talk to him. And I woke up. That's crazy, right? But all my dreams be like detailed like that. I don't know. Don't ask me. Oh, wait a minute. I got it. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Give me a minute. Let me send it to the right place. Let me see if it opens. Hold on. Ooh, ooh, girl. Hold on, I think I got it. Shit. Okay, hold on. I got it. Hold on, y'all. Since he wanna play all kinds of shit that I really don't care if you play or not, but
I'm gonna tell y'all. All right, but I went to work yesterday, right? I had an issue because they was taking taxes out of my paycheck. I told her that I'm a man of natural, living, flesh and blood and bone. I'm not nobody that need to pay taxes because I'm not a corporate person.
Hey, Pocket Watchers. Welcome to Real Accountant Reacts. I'm Accountant Jason Thornton, and today I will be reacting to a video of a Moorish national sovereign citizen who gets fired because he was protesting payroll taxes.
I'm gonna tell y'all. All right, but I went to work yesterday, right? Now, first, I'm gonna just give y'all a brief synopsis. I had an issue because they was taking taxes out of my paycheck. They was taking close to $700 in taxes. After me having, what was that I had? For federal, I filed 7. For state, I had 8. And it wasn't the federal and the state. It was the FICA and that Social Security stuff. That stuff. So I questioned them about it. And they was like, well, if you file exempt on state and federal, they can go ahead and stop taking taxes from that. I said, okay. But then she sent me the email stating that she ain't going to stop the FICA and all that because she ain't know what to do. So I told her that I'm a man of natural, living, flesh and blood and bone. I'm not nobody that need to pay taxes because I'm not a corporate person. I'm about to show y'all why they separated me. And after I handed in my tax papers, look what they put. Jackson violated company policy by engaging in harassing behavior towards a coworker at the workplace. Who the fuck did I harass? People saying, damn, yo, you lost your job. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to stand for something because I'm not going to fall for anything.
Okay, so clearly this guy has no understanding of how payroll taxes work in the US. He was actually successful in blocking some of the taxes from his paycheck, but ultimately he was unsuccessful from blocking all payroll taxes from his paycheck, which ended up leading him to getting fired because he was basically harassing the HR department to try to get them to block all taxes from his paycheck. So I want to go point by point of why he was successful in blocking some taxes from his paycheck and why he was unsuccessful from blocking all taxes from his paycheck. Okay, point number one. Why was he successful in blocking some payroll taxes from his paycheck? Well, the taxes that he was successful in blocking was federal income tax and state income tax. Both the federal government and most of the state governments are going to allow low-income employees to basically file exempt from the state and federal income tax. Here's the logic behind why they allow that. Most low-income wage earners are probably not going to owe federal or state income tax at the end of the year. And the reason why is all employees, all taxpayers are given what's called a standard deduction. They also are allowed to itemize their deductions, but we're talking about low-income individuals, and low-income individuals are not going to be itemizing their deductions. So they're going to take the standard deduction. The standard deduction is a set amount of money that the federal and state governments are going to allow you to deduct from your taxable income. So you have your gross income. Your gross income is the total amount of money that you make. Let's say that I am a wage earner, I'm head of household, so I'm a single parent, and I make $15,000, low income, $15,000. Well, at the end of the year, I'm not going to have a federal or state income tax liability. I'm not going to owe any federal or state income tax because someone who is head of household is going to get a standard deduction that's over $18,000. So if I only make $15,000 and I have a deduction of $18,000, I'm not going to owe any state or federal income tax. So I can mark on my W-4 form that I'm exempt so that instead of getting a really big refund at the end of the year, I can actually use that money throughout the year to help sustain me, to help pay the bills. Still would be eligible for low income tax credits. I still would be eligible for the child tax credit. So I'll still get a refund for those things at the end of the year. But as far as my personal contribution to federal and state income tax, I can actually keep that money throughout the year instead of waiting at the end of the year. That's the logic behind allowing someone who is low income to mark that they are exempt from federal and state income tax. That way they can actually have the money throughout the year and they can actually use that to help pay the bills. But this exemption is abused far too often. You have people who are going to be taxable at the end of the year, but they think that they're going to give themselves a pay raise. And you might even see videos on YouTube where they talk about, you know, you can give yourself a pay raise. You don't have to go to your boss and beg for a pay raise. You can just fill out your W-4, claim that you're exempt, and wow, boom, you have a pay raise. You're getting more money at the end of the week now because they're not taking out federal and state income tax. But ultimately, if you're a person that's going to have a tax liability, you're going to owe income tax because your taxable income is much more than the deduction that the federal and state government is going to give you. You're going to end up having to pay these people at the end of the year. So that's why he was actually successful in blocking the federal and state income tax from his paycheck. All he had to do was check a box, and your HR department really is going to investigate to make sure that you actually qualify. They're just going to do whatever you mark on that box. But I have seen where the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, if you are someone who habitually owes, you owe the federal government every year because you're under withholding the proper amount of taxes to cover your tax liability, to cover the amount of money that you owe. The federal government has the ability to jump over you, talk to your employer, and tell them how much money to withhold. No matter what you say, they can put a lock on your W-4 withholdings and make sure that you withhold the correct amount so you don't continuously owe. Okay, point number 2. Why was this guy ultimately unsuccessful from blocking all payroll taxes from his paycheck? Well, unlike federal and state income tax, even low-income employees are not allowed to mark exempt from Social Security and Medicare tax. These are taxes that everyone has to pay. Now, there are a few exceptions, but this guy does not qualify for those exceptions, not at all. And being a sovereign citizen, being a Moorish national, American, whatever, does not qualify you from being exempt from Social Security and Medicare tax. It does not. So why was he unable to do that? Because Social Security and Medicare tax is an insurance plan in a sense. It's old age survivors and disability insurance. This is something that most people are going to need for a source of retirement income, Social Security, and a source of health care and Medicare when you get older. So this is something that you cannot opt out of. This is a tax that is 7.65% on your total income. Now, when it comes to Social Security, while you can't opt out of it, there is a limit to the amount of money that you earn that is subject to Social Security tax. Now, it's almost 2021. We're in December, so it's almost 2021. So starting next year, the limit is $142,800. So if you make over $142,800, every dollar above that amount will not be subject to Social Security. But when it comes to Medicare tax, you're going to pay that on all of your wage earning income. Okay, Pocket Watchers, thank you for watching the video. Please hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you have any suggestions on things that you would like to see me react to, leave it in the comments. Thanks. See you next time.
And I'm not sure, knowing how he lies, who knows how he got fired for harassment. Who knows who he was harassing and why. I'm not saying nothing because I don't know anything. I don't believe nothing that motherfucker say. It could be for harassment for something else. But I got to end with my favorite. My favorite.
Apology.
Because we indoctrinated over him. Well, at least I am. And this apology to the Q dogs, takes me out. Hey, if they ain't collect his ass like he over there with them goddamn ISIS or whatever, baby, that's his goddamn help Trump, help, honey, baby. Oh Lord, child, this right here takes me out.
This is my openly apology. My name is Dante Jackson to the Omega Sci-Fi organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my open apology to Omega Sci-Fi.
But you big and bad, and you got on the security guard outfit, and they done came up on you because them people is serious about those fraternities and so sororities, whooping all this extra stuff. That's what they be just doing, all of that, and they be stomping and all of that. These people are serious about that. They're serious about that Greek life. They got you up there holding a paper up, baby, like somebody on the side of you with that goddamn sword trying to cut your head off. You want to keep playing old stuff, trying to fuck with me, and you got your little lap dog back there, not a problem.
Y'all want to know who Dana J is? Do you? Huh? You want to know?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm the liar. Baby. But, baby, oh, and I got one more in the cannon for you that you don't even know. I could keep up with me. Baby, DJ gonna be juicy. I'm apologizing beforehand, people. But listen, it is what it is. Then you gonna play my shit against me to say what? And lie it all up. I was in an argument, in a beef. I'm in a beef with every goddamn body. I stand up for mine. You come fucking with me. If I feel like you done me wrong, I'm gonna say something about it. Now or later. Look at your ass. I gotta say it here one more time. I'm
My
gonna
name is
get
Dante
it off.
Jackson to the Omega Sci-Fi organization. It was totally a miscommunication. It was totally a misunderstanding. But here's my open apology to Omega Sci-Fi.
I should call my cousin. So we can really get it cracking. Tell him round up all the cues. Go get, hey, yeah. I think y'all need another apology. Like, dude. La, 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 la. Ain't that crazy? That is crazy. Mm-mm-mm. So many people got videos of him lying to black cards and all this extra shit. It's la 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 la. I don't know if y'all can hear this one. Hold on. Tell me y'all can hear this one. Let me see. Let me see. Something wrong with this child. And you are definitely cursed. You got a stutter. You got a lot going on. Leave me the fuck alone. He done got mad, y'all. He don't want to laugh on my ass. He done got mad, y'all. Baby, you can keep it goddamn coming, baby. You just explain what you need to explain. He is hot, mad. You are a whole damn crook, nigga. A crook. I ain't worried about what the fuck you said about me, baby. All you gonna do is lie it all up. It's a lie. Hold on. I use the restroom. Hold on 1 minute, y'all. I went to use the restroom, y'all. Anyway, y'all. Hey, I'm done for today. So um, hopefully, I don't know how I'll be able to do it tomorrow where I can get up early enough. What time they say they're gonna start? Like 9:30. Cause tomorrow is my late day. That's Thursday. And child, when I have a late day during the day, oh my gosh, I try to take advantage of it. But then sometimes I still wake up as if I'm waking up on Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursday. So I was able to get on a little earlier because I know it was ending off. And I was able to get on like around 12. Tomorrow's my late day. Now I'm supposed to be on to about what time will be on tomorrow? I only got 35. I'll be all right, But anyway, all right, y'all. Anyway, hey, make sure y'all do some good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow even a better day. And we are all out of here at 8:30. Peace out. Love y'all. Be safe.